Prologue. Tina Barnes turned the key to the BMW X3. All she got was a series of clicks.
Aw, fuck the Bavarian Motor Works!
She slapped the steering wheel. This was not the first time the goddamn Beamer had left her stranded. The car belonged to Sal Turi, her boss at the Brass Ring Gentlemen's Club. She'd made sure she gave him plenty of incentive to keep letting her borrow the car. She tried the key again with the same result, then called the club.
"Hey, it's Tina,"
she said to the woman who answered the phone.
"Who?" "Cheyenne."
Yet another fake name.
"Your shift just started. You better be calling me from the club's parking lot." "Car trouble. I'm working on it now."
Tina knew that would shut down the manager. Everyone in the club knew that Sal was sweet on her and had loaned her one of his cars. She didn't worry about saying anything else to the manager. Despite trying to keep a low profile, Tina knew there was one thing she couldn't hide. She was a beautiful woman. Tina was almost 30, but most men thought she was much, much younger. It was her face. She'd never smoked, and she tried to eat right. She'd gotten by on her looks for a long time and planned to cash in on them for a long time to come. She was just under 6 feet tall and slender, with long blonde hair. She smiled, remembering how Grandma Jane used to brush her hair every night. It had felt so nice. She missed Grandma Jane. But she didn't miss anyone else from Muskogee, Oklahoma. And certainly no one from Oklahoma City, where she'd spent 9 months in witness protection. Her name wasn't even really Tina. But she had to keep the name as long as she was still using the ID the state police had issued her, after she'd snitched on the biggest meth operation in the Midwest. She would continue to call herself Tina until the ID was useless, which could be any day now, if the state police found out she'd skipped town over 3 weeks ago and was now living in California. What a goddamn joke. State cops were strict and worried about everything. Now she had a car and a job that brought in a couple grand on Friday and Saturday nights alone. She chose to stay at this shitty hotel near Golden Gate Park. There were no questions, no IDs, and no trail to lead to her. It was perfect. Even though the whole situation was a pain in the ass, it still beat the hell out of witness protection in Oklahoma City. She didn't care how dangerous the meth heads were. She couldn't have stayed in WITSEC for even another 30 seconds. Luckily, she'd known Sal Turi from back when she worked at a club in Muskogee. He'd left Oklahoma to find his fortune and avoid a possible indictment, and now he was part owner of the Brass Ring in San Francisco. And Tina had Sal under control like he was her puppy. When she leaned over to look in her purse on the passenger seat, the necklace with her real name, Audrey, written out in 14-karat gold, slipped out of her top. Her grandma had given her the necklace when she turned 14. It was risky to wear something related to her real identity, but it was the last thing she had that reminded her of Grandma Jane. Tina turned the key again. The same clicks as before. She heard something, then noticed a tall guy leaning on a nearby white Range Rover and observing her. He started walking toward the car.
"I think it's just a loose battery cable. I have a little experience with BMWs,
he said. He had a casual gait and held something in his left hand, some kind of inhaler, like an asthma inhaler. She also noticed that he had a really nice smile. Tina yelled through the closed window, "Can you check for me?" She didn't lower the window or unlock the door. She wasn't stupid. This was San Francisco. But she pulled the handle to pop the hood. She waited as the man fiddled with something and called out,
"Try it again."
Just the clicks. Then Tina heard the man say,
"Uh-oh."
That didn't sound good. Tina threw caution to the wind and opened the door. She walked around to where the guy stood, leaning under the open hood. She peered over his shoulder at the engine.
She didn't know why she wanted to look because she didn't understand how engines worked.
Tina asked, "So what's wrong?" The man smiled.
I'm not sure. That's why I said, uh-oh.
He looked Tina up and down.
Where do you need to go?
Sheepishly, Tina said, "Do you know the brass ring?"
I do. I can see why you'd be one of their stars.
He paused and rubbed his chin. Then he said,
I could put you in touch with someone for a better job.
"I doubt that." The man stepped away from the car and smiled.
Come on, I can drive you.
"Nope. I'm waiting here for—" Tina paused slightly, then came up with, "my boyfriend."
I figured the car wasn't yours. The show me your boobs bumper sticker kind of gave it away. You sure you don't need a ride?
Tina shook her head. When the man reached up and touched her arm, she jerked it away and, without thinking, kicked him hard in the leg. It was an instinctual move remembered from middle school taekwondo class, but her platform shoes affected her form. The man raised his hand with the asthma inhaler and sprayed something into her face that burned. It wasn't an inhaler. Whatever it was made her eyes sting like someone had thrown acid at her. She had to close her eyes just to ease the horrible sensation. Tina felt panic rise in her throat. Her face felt like it was melting. She turned toward a clump of trees that bordered the park and started to run. She knew she was already breathing hard, but she couldn't risk stopping. The man was still chasing her. She felt a measure of relief as she reached the park. But there was no one around, and the man was still behind her. Then, things got much worse. Chapter 1. I couldn't help but feel proud, looking over the crowd at Susie's cafe. I've never considered myself much of a party planner, but I'd knocked this one out of the park. One of my best friends, Claire Washburn, had been named Medical Examiner of the Year by a National Medico-Legal Investigators Board. The association had put on a dull dinner for Claire and a dozen other winners of various awards. I felt she deserved more. Claire had been expecting a very small affair. Maybe just the four of us members of the Women's Murder Club. Me and Claire, plus our other besties, Cindy Thomas and Yuki Castellano. Instead, without telling Claire, I'd invited everyone who loved her. Which was pretty much everyone she knew, from family and friends to her associates at the San Francisco office of the chief medical examiner. Everyone was mixing and milling and having a great time. Somehow, it made me feel like a hero. At least a social hero. My husband Joe gave me a sweet kiss on the cheek.
You did a great job on this party, Blondie.
He'd whispered it in my ear like it was a secret. I wouldn't have been upset if he shouted it to the crowd. It made me smile from ear to ear. As Joe wandered off to regale some members of Claire's staff with stories of his exploits at the FBI, Yuki came up and gave me a hug.
Lindsay, this party rocks. Even Jackson is having a good time. Look in the corner.
I glanced to my right to see Yuki's husband, Jackson Brady, talking to a small group that included my partner, Rich Conklin, and a few other cops. The only notable absence was our other partner, Inspector Sonia Alvarez, who was currently away on a well-earned vacation. Yuki glanced around the room and said,
You really pulled all this together yourself? It's incredible. I want you to organize a big birthday bash for me. If you can pull this off for an award, you can go overboard for a birthday.
You never even acknowledge your birthday.
I didn't know I could have a party like this if I did. I'll make one up if I have to.
Yuki added,
I'm sorry I wasn't really any help setting this up. I've got a drug dealing case with 9 defendants. There's an attempted murder charge thrown in on the main defendant. We have 2 different interpreters, and one of the defendants claims he's got a syndrome that won't let him sit for more than 10 minutes at a time. A court psychologist confirmed it. Makes for a very difficult trial.
She sighed, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. I noticed the ever-changing streak of color in her hair was now a royal purple, and decided to change the subject. I see you've updated your hair.
I thought purple was a better color for the social event of the year.
We both laughed.
Speaking of fashionable,
Yuki said, glancing down at my feet.
I love your shoes. Are those Louboutins? Real or knockoffs?
Like I would ever pay $1,000 for a pair of shoes. I gave her a look. I prefer to call them imitations. We both laughed again. Yuki knew as well as anyone that I wasn't much of a fashionista. As a cop in San Francisco, I tended to stick with my usual slacks, button-down shirts, and sensible shoes. But somehow, when I saw these pumps in a window over on Polk Street, I had to buy them. I went back to my hostess duties and made sure there was plenty of food coming out of the kitchen. Then I spotted Claire's husband, Edmund, a percussionist with the San Francisco Symphony, specializing in kettle drums. He'd arranged for a string quartet of fellow orchestra members to entertain, but after about 10 minutes of classical music, it was clear the party was more of a rock and roll event. 2 musicians found the house band's guitars, and while the usual drum kit wasn't set up, Edmund improvised with a pan he'd grabbed from the kitchen. It was fantastic. A few minutes later, Claire came up to me and gave me a big embrace. I can't believe you put all of this together without me figuring it out. I was afraid you'd be mad that it was too much. Good food, fine drinks, and all my friends. It's just right. She gave me another spontaneous hug. I circulated for a while, catching up with various friends and colleagues. But a little later, I noticed Claire at a table in the corner. She looked to be in a serious discussion with a teenage girl I recognized as her niece, Hope. Claire was clearly trying to keep Hope calm, but the girl seemed to be getting agitated. It looked like it might turn ugly. Whatever the conversation was, Hope didn't like it. She stood up from the table so fast she knocked her chair over. The clanking sound drew some stares. The teen turned and marched out the front door of the restaurant. I went over and sat down next to Claire, just offering support. I was glad I did. I'm sorry about whatever set your niece off just now, I said. I knew not to say anything more or ask any probing questions. I was just here to listen. I put my arm around Claire's shoulder. Technically, Hope isn't my niece. She's my cousin Ellen's daughter, Claire said. But Ellen and I have always been close. We were like sisters growing up. So Hope has always felt like my niece. It's still nice she came to your party. Well, it was nice until she stormed out. To tell you the truth, she's been staying with us for the last little while. And I was afraid to leave her at the house alone. Claire sighed. I just don't understand her. I always thought raising boys was harder. But Hope's been a challenge since she turned 12. Claire was a mother of 3, 2 young adult sons and an 8-year-old daughter, Rosie. She was my go-to for parenting advice for my own daughter, Julie, so it surprised me to hear her sound so frustrated. I had really hoped that alternative school Ellen found might turn Hope around. But she's 19 now, and graduated, barely. Claire described the special school her cousin had sent Hope to, in one of the towns east of Orinda, after some kind of trouble she'd had in regular classes. More behavioral than academic. To be honest, the alternative school sounded more like a boot camp. I seriously worry what's next for her. But I guess I'll worry about that at another time. Because there are too many people here to let them see me cry. Claire used a napkin from the table to wipe her eyes and blow her nose. Without another word, she stood up and strolled into the crowd. A few minutes later, I spotted a tall man I didn't recognize. He was startlingly good-looking. His longish brown hair and dark eyes gave him a rugged vibe. I noticed a faded scar that ran down the left side of his face. Somehow it made him even more attractive. I couldn't explain it. Who is this and why is he at Claire's party? I wondered. My cop's curiosity got the better of me. I went over to the man and introduced myself. He pocketed his iPhone, took my hand, and shook it. I'm Eric Snaff. he said with a weak smile. How do you know Claire? This caught him by surprise. Eric didn't seem to recognize Claire's name. He said,
I'm afraid I don't really know her. I've sort of crashed this party because I need to talk to Cindy Thomas, the reporter from the San Francisco Chronicle, and I heard she'd be here. I'll scoot out of here as soon as I speak to her.
I sensed his embarrassment and appreciated his honesty. She's around here somewhere, I said. I scanned the floor, then saw Cindy's curly blonde head across the room. She was chatting with one of the college-aged waitresses. Probably listening to the girl's life story and offering encouragement, I thought. To be on the safe side, I decided to walk the good-looking stranger over to my friend, and I stood by while Eric introduced himself. Eric said,
I'm so sorry to intrude. I went to the Chronicle looking for you and happened to overhear two people saying that you were at Susie's cafe. I don't think they meant for me to hear that.
Cindy looked a little frustrated.
What is it I can help you with, Mr. Snaff?
I have a story I'd like you to investigate and write. An incredible story.
I'm sure your story will be just as incredible in the morning.
Cindy glanced around at the partygoers, locating her husband, Rich Conklin, then back at Eric Snaff.
This is hardly the time or place. You'd have to make an appointment and come by my office.
Eric looked crestfallen. He nodded his head in an apology. His response seemed to have gotten to Cindy. She sighed and said,
What's the story about?
My 17-year-old daughter disappeared 3 months ago.
Chapter 2. I woke up early with a slight headache. I refused to call it a hangover. Last night I'd had Joe drive us home because I was tipsy, but having a couple of drinks had never seemed to bother me before. I almost hoped I had the flu. No one likes to come to the realization that they can't do everything they did when they were younger. Joe was already out of bed. I glanced over to the corner of the room where Martha, my constant companion of many years, lay resting on a new dog bed our 6-year-old daughter Julie had set up for her, thinking Martha could use a bed in every room of the apartment. This bed was just an old sheet over one of the couch cushions, but the geriatric border collie seemed to appreciate it. Then I heard giggling from the kitchen. I looked at Martha and said, "What do you think those two nuts are up to?" Martha's tail flapped against the cushion. Then she got up gingerly and followed me to the kitchen, where we were greeted by a grinning little girl holding up a plate of misshapen pancakes and a grown man with a goofy smile standing proudly behind her. Julie was literally jumping up and down with excitement.
Mommy, we made these just for you!
Joe's expression told me he didn't expect me to eat the odd-shaped blobs on the plate. But I wouldn't have it any other way. "How did you know I wanted pancakes for breakfast?" Julie's grin was infectious.
Everyone wants pancakes for breakfast!
It was hard to argue with someone who had a fact so firmly set. The three of us sat in the kitchen eating pancakes bathed in syrup and chatting. These were the moments I tried to savor. I love my job. I love helping people and stopping bad people from hurting others. But spending time with my family like this was the way I used to dream my life could be. The problem was, I knew this would be the high point of my day. I looked at Julie's beautiful face and imagined all the fun we'd have if I just blew off my job and stayed home today. Our relationship had grown tremendously since I'd started using some of the parenting tips I'd learned in therapy with my psychiatrist, Dr. Green. He had made me consider the idea that work wasn't the only thing fulfilling to me, that it might even be keeping me from my best possible relationship with Julie. Joe said,
I should be out of the office early today.
I said, I'll try to do the same thing. Then Julie chimed in,
Me too.
That made us laugh. Julie turned and gave me a broad smile. Then she stretched forward and gave me a kiss on the cheek.
I love you, Mommy,
she said. And I love you, Julie Bug. My heart felt like it would burst. I was so happy. I knew Julie's little kiss would carry me through the whole day. Chapter 3. Heading toward the entrance of the Hall of Justice on Bryant Street, I nodded to a number of acquaintances and friends. The building held the court system, the district attorney's office, and the homicide unit of the San Francisco Police Department. The rest of the divisions of the police department had moved some time ago, with the headquarters now south of Oracle Park. I had no idea why they thought it was a good plan to leave homicide here at the Hall of Justice, but at least it was familiar. There was something comforting about stepping through the doors I knew so well. That was probably the last comfort I'd feel today. The case that occupied my mind wasn't pretty. No homicide ever is. But this one, a corpse that had washed up on Marshall's Beach in the Presidio, was especially unpleasant. All we could tell was that the victim was a young woman, maybe late teens or early 20s. Claire Washburn had determined the girl was dead by the time someone tossed her into the ocean. Even with all the damage caused by sea life and exposure to salt water, Claire had been able to determine the cause of death was strangulation. It made me shudder. I often hear people say that fire would be a terrible way to go, or falling from a great height. But to me, strangulation is the most terrifying method. It usually takes a while and forces victims to look directly at their killer. But other than that, we were stumped. It had been 10 days and we still had no real leads. Marshall's Beach, where she'd been found, wasn't where you'd expect to find a body. It was a place for tourists, or for the wealthy locals living in the Presidio's surrounding neighborhoods who liked to hike down the bluff to the beach. I saw my boss, Jackson Brady, sitting in his office. I didn't bother to duck in and say hello. If he needed something, I knew he'd come out and find me in the bullpen. By this time of the morning, my head had cleared. I wanted to make sure I wasn't fooling myself, so I pulled out a compact mirror I kept in my left-hand desk drawer. I took a quick look and decided I was presentable. My hair looked a little wild, but it was a Friday. Everyone knew where I'd been the night before. Hell, several people in my unit had been there too. Like Rich Conklin, who plopped down at the desk next to mine. He rubbed his eyes, groaned, then looked at me.
Why is it that you look alert and prepared, and I feel like a truck hit me?
Richie complained.
It's not just you, either. Cindy rolled out of bed on time and ready to go this morning.
Just good genes, I guess, I mumbled, then changed the subject. What are you up to? I've got a few things to do on our Marshall's Beach case.
So, I do have a little update, but it's not much. I've checked with every safe house and runaway shelter in the Bay Area. So far, no one recognizes the girl from the digital composite the ME's office put together for us. You know how people react to composites. In this age of the internet and cell phones, they want to see an actual photograph of someone before they'll commit.
I appreciate you handling this. It's a shit job, but important on this case. I'd built up a fictional life for the young woman we'd found. A smart girl who didn't feel like she fit in anywhere. Maybe she got suckered in by some slick-talking pimp. Or maybe she just needed some space from her neglectful parents. She'd run away, only to be murdered. Sometimes the job started to catch up to me. Having a backstory for the victim was important to me. It wasn't like I blabbed it to everyone. I didn't even tell my partners. But I knew somewhere there was someone who missed this young woman. Someone who'd be saddened to hear that she was dead. And I wasn't just going to sit here and let a killer get away with murdering her. Conklin was the same. He said,
If one of my nieces disappeared, I hope a cop would work just as hard trying to find them. I also think it's important for families to have closure. That's why I'd like to identify this girl.
That's just part one. Part two is finding out who strangled her. Just then my desk phone rang with a call from the unit's gatekeeper. I told Conklin to hold that thought.
Sergeant, I have someone out here who insists on talking to you.
Who is it?
He won't give me his name. He said you'd know him.
Bobby Nussbaum, a retired bailiff and homicides front desk receptionist, lowered his voice.
He's an odd one, Sergeant. I wouldn't even have bothered you except he was insistent.
I could hear a loud voice in the background saying,
Tell her the Duke of the Tenderloin is here. I request an audience at once.
Bobby said,
I'm guessing you heard all that.
Can you have someone escort him to the conference room?
So you really do know him?
I do. And the Duke has just enough decent information for me to talk to him every once in a while. Thanks, Bobby. I hung up the phone and turned to Conklin. We have an interview. It's a guy who's lived on the streets in the Tenderloin for at least the last 10 years. He calls himself the Duke of the Tenderloin. His real name is Barry Seifert. He was some kind of tech guy who just went over the edge with stress. Sometimes he's good for weird information. Conklin nodded. He was probably the easiest partner I'd ever worked with. After so many years of working together, Richie was like the little brother I never had. And now that he and Cindy had finally gotten married, after the world's longest on-again, off-again engagement, he seemed more than ever like family. A minute later, a uniformed security guard walked up to my desk and said,
The guy you wanted to talk to is sitting in your conference room. I'm not sure I'd walk in there without a mask on.
Why? Does he seem sick? Is he coughing?
No, but I don't think this guy's taken a shower in the last year. He's a little on the gamey side. More than a little, actually.
Rich Conklin clapped his hands.
The perfect way to close out the week.
Chapter 4. Cindy Thomas was settling into her desk chair on the second floor of the Chronicle building on Mission Street. She'd put a good face on it this morning with Rich, but she was feeling a little queasy after last night's party. She was craving sugar and greasy food, just like when she was hungover back in college. On her way into work, the Shake Shack down the street had been calling her name. Fries sounded awfully good to her, maybe even a burger. But it was too early in the day. Besides, she had a goal this morning. She was researching the man she'd met last night, Eric Snaff. At the party, she'd taken his number, but put him off until she could be more certain of both him and his claim. She started looking through news articles centered on the smaller cities of the East Bay. The first thing she found on Eric Snaff was that he was a widower and a youth services worker. He'd been working at the same facility near Walnut Creek for almost 14 years. The article was about how he'd been injured by a broken bottle while breaking up a fight. That explained the scar on his face. It also assured Cindy that he wasn't just a nut who had wandered in off the street. The next story Cindy read was about Eric's 17-year-old daughter, Nicole, who had disappeared roughly 3 months ago. There'd been a tremendous initial effort to find her. Search parties combed the foothills. People volunteered to take tips over the phone. All the usual community involvement when someone disappears. Over the course of a few weeks, the involvement became less and less intense. Cindy found a picture of Nicole. She really was beautiful, just like her father had said. The photo itself was of Nicole playing soccer, her long auburn hair flowing behind her. It wasn't posed, but she still looked like she'd just stepped off the cover of Vogue. Cindy had always been organized and logical, at least at her job. She considered the pros and cons of meeting with a stranger like Eric Snaff. There was some risk involved, but after reading all the articles, she thought the danger was minimal. It seemed like Eric was now the only one looking for his daughter. The whole situation made Cindy put herself in his shoes. She'd be devastated too if her child had disappeared. Cindy decided to make a bold move. She phoned the number Eric Snaff had given her the night before. After a terse hello, he realized who was calling and agreed to meet her.
Can you meet me at about noon in downtown San Francisco, Mr. Snaff?
She asked.
Please, call me Eric. Very few people ever call me Mr. Snaff,
he said.
And yes, I can work it out. Where?
Cindy looked out her window, then said,
How about the Shake Shack off Market Street?
Might as well kill two birds with one stone.
Chapter 5. I gave Rich Conklin a very quick rundown on my history with this informant, Barry Seifert. Instead of heading to the conference room at my normal race car pace, I walked slowly so I could hit a few details. I said, Barry was some kind of hotshot computer engineer. I'm actually not sure which company he worked for, but something happened and he snapped. Hard. I know he was married, and I think his wife divorced him. Then he eventually just ended up on the streets. He drifted toward downtown and then into the Tenderloin.
You know if he still has any contact with his friends or family?
He has an adult daughter who worries about him. Conklin asked,
What kind of info has he given you in the past?
He helped me clear a robbery homicide that occurred near the Galleria. If he hadn't stepped forward, we'd have one more shooter on the streets today. Luckily, I didn't have to keep tabs on him until a trial. The suspect took the first plea someone threw his way, thank God. I did a quick check of my watch as we approached the conference room. I said, Barry does have a lot of wild stories from the street. Lots of depressing stories, too. Sometimes he rambles when you talk to him.
What's with the Duke of the Tenderloin thing?
I think he uses it as a joke. Or maybe it started that way. But honestly, the people on the streets do look up to him. Even now, you can tell how sharp he is. He's spoken at meetings of the Board of Supervisors about conditions in the Tenderloin. He even managed to get another free clinic set up.
And he still lives on the streets?
I hesitated. Technically, he lives behind a diner that gives him a free meal every day and a small air mattress under the rear eaves. He's their security at night. Now we were only a few steps away from the door. I placed my hand on the doorknob, looked at Conklin, and said, There's one more thing. You heard what the guard said earlier, right? Barry doesn't always have access to a shower. Sometimes he can be more than a little ripe.
I've been around people with body odor before.
I couldn't help but smile as I said, Remember those words. Then I took a deep breath and opened the door. Sitting at the end of our long, scarred conference table was the 55-year-old former computer engineer wearing the same 49ers sweatshirt I usually saw him in. With my first breath, I could actually taste Barry's body odor in the back of my mouth. I did a sly glance over to Conklin, who was working hard at not covering his mouth. I said, Barry, how are you?
The same, Sergeant. Invisible to the city, estranged from my family, and finally free of all responsibility. I guess it's a trade-off.
When Barry smiled, I noticed he had another tooth missing from his upper right palate. That concerned me. I hoped it wasn't from poor nutrition. His left eye seemed to be drifting a little bit as well. That worried me too. I introduced Rich Conklin, who was polite and professional. God bless him, he always tried to show respect to everyone we met. But I didn't fault him for not coming any closer. We chatted for a few minutes. One of the things Barry said was,
Your friend, the reporter, occasionally brings donuts to me. She doesn't ask for anything in return. That's nice.
Rich gave me a look and I nodded my head, silently saying, Yes, he's talking about your wife. I'd introduced the Duke to Cindy a couple of years ago when she was doing a story on the state of downtown San Francisco. Finally, I asked, What brings you in today, Barry? He leaned forward and said in an even tone,
Things are bad in the Tenderloin.
More than usual?
There are strangers coming and going. Sometimes you can't find a cop even if your life depends on it. And sometimes it does.
I listened to his concerns without saying a word. Barry was observant and smart. The city had pivoted away from uniformed cops patrolling as much of the downtown. Administration thought it was a way to reduce conflict. But in some areas, it was emboldening criminals. I said, Tell me more about the strangers.
3 or 4 of them. At least one of them is a woman. She's probably in her early 30s, dark hair, She hangs out with a guy who's on the tall side, over 6 feet, maybe 6'2". They don't stay in the Tenderloin. I only see them every few days. I'll figure out what they're doing and get back to you."
I pulled out my phone and brought up the ME's digital composite of the young woman who'd washed up on Marshall's beach.
"Who's that?"
he asked. "That's what we're trying to find out," I told him, turning the screen toward him. I explained the circumstances.
"Can I have a copy?"
I sent a command to our printer. Barry said,
"I'll show it around. You never know."
"We appreciate that," I told him. Before Barry left, Conklin had given him a few printouts of the digital composite, as well as 4 gift certificates to McDonald's. A lot of cops had pivoted to giving informants food coupons. Tougher to blow on alcohol. Besides, everyone liked McDonald's fries. Chapter 6. Cindy Thomas made sure to get to the restaurant early. She'd considered bringing another person from the Chronicle to join them, but hadn't seen anyone else at the office she wanted involved in the story. Not even tangentially. She grabbed a table directly in the line of sight of the cashier. The place was well lit and relatively crowded. A few minutes before noon, Eric Snaff stepped through the front door of the Shake Shack. He glanced around the restaurant looking for Cindy. He really is extremely good-looking. She noticed a woman do a double take, then stare for a moment. Everyone thought they were surreptitious when they did things like that. There was always someone watching. Cindy had briefly thought about calling Lindsay to come sit with her when she met with Eric, but never even considered asking her husband. Rich was a wonderful man whom she loved, but no one would intimidate a potential story source like Eric Snaff more than Rich. Eric saw Cindy, nodded, and headed her way. Cindy felt a little awkward as he sat down across from her. She didn't want to spend the whole day here with him, so she got right to the point.
Okay, Eric, what do you have for me?
"Well, I live in San Julio, near Walnut Creek and a little east of Orinda."
I know the area.
Cindy didn't tell him she already knew a lot of his backstory. She thought of it as pre-verifying his comments.
"My daughter, Nicole, is 17. She's a senior in high school."
He took a moment to gather his thoughts.
"As I told you last night, she disappeared about 3 months ago. But she's not the only one.
You have my attention.
Just in our little area, 3 teenage girls are missing, counting my Nicole. The other 2 girls are Carly Nash and Katie Dharma. They both had been in court-ordered rehab. Carly was in the youth center where I work, but I only met her one time. Katie goes to my daughter's high school, but they're not in the same grade."
Cindy opened the little notepad she carried around with her and wrote down the names of the 3 girls.
Is your daughter, Nicole, troubled in any way?
She asked Eric. She could tell by the long hesitation what the answer would be. She waited patiently until Eric's eyes met hers. Finally, he nodded. Then he said,
"After her mother left, Nicole and I felt like we could conquer the world together. But as she got older, she grew more distant. At first, I just attributed it to the typical teenage attitude. Then she started to stay out all night, sometimes even a couple of days at a time. Anytime I tried to ask what was going on, she accused me of prying or being overprotective. You know how kids can be."
Cindy only sort of knew how kids could be, but she felt her heart break a little bit. This man was clearly in anguish. Cindy said,
What do the San Julio police say?
"Not much. That's why I'm coming to you. The police don't want to hear conspiracy theories about missing girls. They want to clear cases, not create them."
Cindy said,
Let me look into this a little more. I'll get back to you early next week.
She didn't know what she would find, but she couldn't ignore this either. Chapter 7. Claire Washburn stretched her legs out on the red checkered blanket Edmund had spread on the grass in the shadow of the Murphy Windmill in Golden Gate Park. It was part of her wonderful husband's plan to continue celebrating her award over the entire weekend. He'd set out a beautiful lunch, complete with a wicker picnic basket. It was perfect. At least that's what she'd say if Edmund asked her. In reality, the wind off the Pacific had been picking up and testing the aerodynamics of their paper plates. They were the only ones near the beach at this end of the park, with good reason. Fog had started to creep in from the ocean. Claire was bundled in a colorful sweatshirt, yet still chilly from the breeze cutting through the park. But Edmund had worked so hard, she didn't want to disappoint him. He was like a puppy. If you gave him a little bit of love, he was happy for the whole day. They lounged on the blanket and enjoyed their lunch. Then Claire noticed a small group of people starting to gather near a clump of trees in the corner of the park. Claire said, "What do you think that's all about?" Edmund was already evaluating the crowd. He got to his feet and offered his hand to Claire. They casually strolled over to the group. As they got closer, Claire noticed they were all looking at a figure on the ground, a body lying motionless in the grass. The body of a young woman. Claire could just make out her face in a tangle of red hair. It looked like Claire's day had just taken a U-turn. Chapter 8. Things at the office were somewhat quiet, and I had an itch to cut out early. It wasn't long after lunchtime. Julie was in day camp for at least another hour, and I spontaneously decided to go bust her out early. I thought it would be fun to take her down to the aquarium of the bay. She loved that place. That meant I loved it too. I didn't bother telling my lieutenant, Jackson Brady, that I was heading out. He'd told me several times his job was to keep things running smoothly, not babysit veteran detectives. A great attitude that unfortunately was not shared by all supervisors. As I was hurrying along, I somehow heard my name being called over the din of conversations and people rushing through the bullpen. I saw Cindy Thomas coming toward me from the unit's entrance. We exchanged hellos. I immediately picked up my former pace and made Cindy walk just as quickly, back toward the reception area. Cindy said,
Where are you sprinting to? A lead on your homicide?
"I'm going to pick Julie up early and take her to the aquarium at Pier 39.
Oh, that does sound like fun. Can I join?
"Sure, if you want." I didn't feel like Cindy would be imposing on my time with my daughter. I was happy someone loved her enough to come with us. That's a special kind of friendship. What brings you down to the hall? Were you here to see Richie?
Actually, I was looking for you. It's about the guy at the party last night, Eric Snaff.
I meant to call you and tell you not to meet with him unless I'm with you.
Too late. I just left him at the Shake Shack.
I frowned at Cindy. As usual, she let it roll right off her back.
Cindy said, He has a compelling story. I was hoping I might impose on you to verify a few things through your contacts.
Can it wait till Monday?
Of course. I won't even have all my information together until at least Monday.
10 minutes later, Cindy was in my car. She really did want to go with me to pick up Julie. 20 minutes later, I was poking my head in the door of Julie's classroom. "I'm here for Julianne Molinari," I told the teacher. My daughter popped right up, ran to me, and jumped into my arms. I squeezed her.
How's my Julie bug?
Great. I made you and Daddy a picture.
She turned and looked at her young teacher, who handed me a piece of construction paper with a big smile. I studied the paper and said, "That's beautiful." I wasn't sure exactly what I was looking at, but the colors really were nice.
It's a puppy. I'm not sure what his name is yet, but it's a cute puppy with big eyes.
As soon as we got out to the car, Julie ran and greeted Cindy as well. She climbed into her booster seat and started buckling herself into the harness just as my phone rang. It was a slow, short tune everyone associated with the Russian Gulag. I used it for any call coming to me through the San Francisco police network. I dreaded picking it up. All I said was, "Lindsay Boxer." It was a dispatcher whose drab voice I didn't recognize. "A body has been found at Golden Gate Park." "I'm not the homicide inspector on duty." "I was told to call you directly." "Who told you to call me?" "Claire Washburn from the medical examiner's office. She's at the scene." I turned and looked at Julie's smiling face. Something inside me died just a little bit. I said into the phone, "I'll be there shortly." Chapter 9. Not long after dropping Cindy and Julie at Pier 39, I pulled my car into a space behind a crime scene unit van on the edge of Golden Gate Park. Since I wasn't part of the homicide team on call, I figured I wouldn't bother Rich Conklin about the discovery until I had more information. I looked up to see that the weather had turned gray. Now it felt more like a typical San Francisco afternoon. It also matched my mood after having to leave Julie to come here. I saw several officers and detectives I knew. They didn't lift my spirits either. I liked all of them just fine, but they weren't my daughter. I noticed Claire near a clump of trees, silently watching the CSU's personnel survey the area and take photographs, while Edmund sat on a checkered blanket, leaning against a tree, looking at his phone. I decided not to disturb him. Instead, I kept marching toward Claire. She looked up as I approached. "Did you learn anything?" I asked. "Yeah? That I prefer examining bodies in a controlled environment. All this nature, the wind, the bugs, and animals is driving me nuts. Maybe it's because I'm a control freak." "No. It's definitely because you're a control freak." At least I got a smile out of her. Then I got my first look at the body, sprawled on the grass near the corner of the park. A tall woman with red hair, splayed out around her head like she'd fallen backward, and it had floated in the air before settling on the ground. A shiny necklace that spelled Audrey hung from her neck. Her cheeks and eyes had an odd color and texture. I mentioned it to Claire. She said, "I noticed that too. I thought maybe it was some kind of cosmetic, but on closer examination, I'm not sure. Once I get her back to my lab, I can do a scraping and get an idea of what it is." I said, "Can you take a stab at what you think the cause of death is?" She slowly shook her head. "If you're trying to tie her to your body from Marshall's Beach, it might be tough. I can tell you this woman wasn't strangled. She appears to have been struck in the face and maybe the throat. Again, I'll know more once I examine her." Randy Hicks, the homicide official on duty, came up to me with a quizzical look on his face. I beat him to the punch. "I'm not trying to steal your case, Randy. Claire called me because we're friends." The stocky black man looked at Claire and said, "Remind me again how the medical examiner's office beat me to the scene." Claire said, "It's all part of our new policy to act quickly on every call." She waited a second and then let out a laugh. "I have the day off and was already here at the park having a picnic." The detective nodded. "Sorry about your day off," he said with a smile, then went about directing everyone on the scene. I said to Claire, "I think you've done just about all you can here. You should probably take Edmund home." Claire's eyes opened wide. "Oh my God! I forgot all about Edmund." Chapter 10. In the wee hours of the next morning, I sat in the kitchen in the unholy glow of my laptop computer. When I'd woken up to Joe's snoring, I knew I wasn't getting back to sleep anytime soon. My mind just kept going back to the body that had washed up on Marshall's Beach, and the body from earlier in Golden Gate Park. The other homicide team had texted me a few hours after I'd left them. They'd already identified the victim. She'd been in some kind of witness protection with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Could have been a revenge killing, but they were still working on the details. Claire was theorizing that the residue on her face was some kind of homemade mace. With my peripheral interest in the missing girl Cindy was looking into, the daughter of the guy who'd come to Claire's party, any hope of a restful night was gone. I decided it was a good time to do research. I started with simple news articles about missing women. I restricted it to California. Soon, I moved on to any stories about human trafficking. Finally, I started poking around in darker places, where unsettling pornography marked the entry portholes to the sites.
What are you doing, Lindsay? It's 4:30 in the morning.
Joe's voice had made me jump, really pop up in my seat. Once I caught my breath, I leaned back and let him look over my shoulder at the computer. Joe glanced down at my screen.
These sites look creepy. I'd visit some more official websites.
I know, but I'm trying to get a down and dirty look at it. I want to read comments on some of these crazy websites.
Have you found anything interesting?
I found a news article and a few police reports that might be something in San Diego. Just this week, they broke up a ring that trafficked teens to legal and illegal brothels in Nevada. There were 4 defendants and over 50 trafficked teens. It's a big organization. They claim it had been operating for several years. This is a problem no one really talks about.
Because it doesn't happen in a vacuum. These people purposely prey on girls with iffy family situations,
Joe said.
I've been doing a little checking myself. We have organizations like the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which tracks all this stuff. But the truth is, with law enforcement departments not talking to each other, we're not sure exactly how often it happens. It may not be as prevalent as people say.
I said, neither is kidnapping, yet we do everything we can to educate kids about stranger danger. I feel like we're dropping the ball on this one. I felt a knot in my stomach when I considered all the implications of a crime syndicate trafficking young women. I looked at my husband. What if they're all connected? What if some kind of crime ring is behind these dead and missing girls? Joe said,
You might be onto something. Something you should really look into on Monday morning. But right now, hours before the sun comes up, you need some rest.
Then he added,
Maybe you should talk to someone at Interpol. This is the kind of stuff they gather data on all the time.
Interpol? Don't they only handle international crimes?
They have experts in different fields. Any kind of human trafficking is documented by them. Couldn't hurt.
I'd never had dealings with Interpol during my career. Interpol was based in Europe and mainly collected information. As a working cop, I preferred to be involved with organizations that provided manpower and actual assistance. But it was an idea I couldn't dismiss out of hand. Joe said,
I'll get you the number for their headquarters in France. I have it somewhere on my desk. They've been helpful to us over the years. They also have analysts and investigators there who used to work in law enforcement, not just report writers.
I thanked him with a kiss on the cheek, and Joe gently closed the lid of my laptop. It was exactly what I needed. He held out a hand and helped me off the breakfast bar stool. I was already feeling more relaxed. As we went toward the bedroom, I heard Martha stir and whimper. I turned to Joe. I've got to take Martha out to do her business.
No way, I got her.
Then Joe made sure I kept walking toward the bedroom. This kind of husband doesn't grow on trees. Chapter 11. I got into the office very early on Monday. I had a specific plan of action. The very first one was using the number Joe had given me for Interpol. He told me not to bother calling the U.S. Interpol office. I was calling the headquarters in Lyon, France. That put them 9 hours ahead of us, making it already about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't know how agencies in Europe operated. Here in the U.S., calling later than 4 o'clock usually resulted in a short conversation or just a voicemail, especially if you were dealing with one of the federal agencies. So I was surprised when someone answered the phone on the first ring.
Centre de commandement et de coordination, bonjour. Allons-y à l'appareil.
Bonjour. I tried to use more of my high school French, but the man on the other end of the line interrupted me.
I understand English.
I'm sorry. I thought I could utilize the French I knew, I said. My name is Lindsay Boxer. I'm a homicide investigator with the San Francisco Police Department. The FBI gave me this number. He chuckled. It was a warm, friendly sound.
I knew anyone calling this number directly was probably in law enforcement. It is nice to meet you, Lindsay Boxer. My name is Alain Crézy. I have worked in missing persons and related areas here in France for a long time. I retired from the Direction Centrale de la Police Judiciaire in Paris. I've been here in Lyon with Interpol for the last 4 years. How may I help the San Francisco Police Department on this lovely day?
I wasn't used to this sort of pleasant chatter with other law enforcement-related agencies. It was rare someone was nasty, but I would say efficient was the best way to describe most of my interactions with other agencies. I had to comment. Your English is excellent.
I lived in Michigan as an exchange student for a little over a year. I also grew up on old US TV shows, especially police shows. This is why my American slang is so good.
He laughed out loud. I took a few minutes to explain my concerns. I didn't ask any specific questions. I left it up to Alain to give me any information he wanted.
Unfortunately, there are a number of rings that traffic in young women. We have pretty good information on many of them here in Europe and the Middle East. I know that it happens in the US as well, but I don't have as much information about it.
When you say traffic, what's the purpose?
It's a nasty business. Much worse than narcotics. They will essentially sell these girls as concubines to wealthy Russian oligarchs or Middle East oil barons. The kind of people who are essentially above the law in their own countries. It helps if they can have the girls go willingly. They'll offer a better life and plenty of luxury. That's why these traffickers tend to prey on troubled girls, often from poor families. It is most distressing.
We talked for quite a while. Then, Alain Crézy surprised me by saying,
I'm coming to a conference in Seattle soon. Then I plan to spend a week in Paris with my daughter, but I could adjust my schedule and fly into San Francisco afterward if you think I could be of use.
I loved his courtly way of speaking English. I also liked his eagerness and willingness to jump into a case. I agreed enthusiastically. Then I said, I have to ask one more important question.
Of course. I am an open book.
What shows did you watch growing up in France? He chuckled again.
I am quite the Americanophile of classic police television. My favorites were The Rifleman, Beretta, and The Streets of San Francisco. Are you familiar with any of them?
I said, I've never heard of The Rifleman. I've heard of Beretta, but haven't seen it. But The Streets of San Francisco is practically required viewing for officers in the SFPD.
Lindsay Boxer, I am quite excited to meet you. I will keep in close contact about when I can visit. It may be just a few days. Unfortunately, like all government employees, I first must get permission for any variation in my travel plans.
I thanked him, then hung up the phone and leaned back in my chair. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Chapter 12. Cindy Thomas made good use of her weekend, at least as far as the Eric Snaff situation was concerned. She found a mountain of information about him and his missing daughter Nicole, but so far everything was academic. She hadn't interviewed anyone other than Eric. She hadn't visited anyone who knew Nicole. So on Monday morning, she took State Route 24 and stopped at the small town of San Julio, not too far from Lafayette Reservoir. It was quite a change from her usual experiences in San Francisco. Traffic was almost light. Visibility was good. And people appeared to be nice. Several pedestrians had waved to her. It was shocking. When she pulled up to a stoplight, the man in the car next to her turned, smiled, and nodded. It was enough to make a San Franciscan nervous. It wasn't hard to find the police department. It was on the main road, connected to the city hall, and shared a parking lot with the fire station as well. Cindy had already called ahead and spoken to a detective named Stephanie Davis. Sergeant Davis had agreed to meet with Cindy at her office mid-morning, though she hadn't sounded particularly interested in spending much time with the reporter. Cindy waited in the lobby longer than she wanted and was caught by surprise when Sergeant Davis walked through the inner door and directly toward her. By the time Cindy realized who she must be, the sergeant had already called her by name. Cindy said,
I'm sorry. You weren't what I was expecting after we spoke on the phone.
The petite and attractive sergeant had short brown hair and was dressed in casual clothes. She grinned.
You thought I'd be 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a sour attitude?
Cindy laughed and said,
Pretty much.
Sergeant Davis said,
So I guess you won't be upset if I admit I thought you'd be an older woman with a pack of cigarettes in your front pocket. That's the sole kind of reporter we have around here. Her name is Susan Pierce, and she's pretty much the only reporter left at our local newspaper. She's been there 40-something years.
I'd like to meet her.
I'm sure if you hang around San Julio long enough, you will.
She led Cindy down several hallways through the small bureau to her private office. Cindy had been in a lot of detectives' offices, and this looked like most of them. Old case files were stacked on top of old file cabinets, leaving only a tiny space for a desk, crowded with a computer monitor and a phone. There were the usual photographs of her receiving commendations. One was with the governor of California. Impressive. The two women got through the initial small talk quickly and jumped to the reason for the visit: Nicole Snaff. Cindy explained to Sergeant Davis exactly how she'd become interested in the case and the contact she'd had with Eric Snaff. The sergeant listened patiently. She made a note now and then. Finally, when Cindy was done with her story, Davis looked up and said,
It sounds like you've done a lot of research. Of course, we've been working on Nicole's disappearance for months now. We even have a suspect. The problem is we've hit a wall. We have no usable evidence. We can't find the girl. But we're not giving up.
Cindy leaned in closer.
I had no idea. Can you tell me who your suspect is? Off the record?
Sergeant Davis gave her a dead stare and said,
It's Eric Snaff.
Chapter 13. Cindy sat silently, just staring at Sergeant Stephanie Davis. Maybe she'd misheard. The sergeant said,
I know it's hard to comprehend. Sometimes a book with a pretty cover can fool you. But I think he's a creep who did something to his daughter, either intentionally or accidentally. Then he had to hide the evidence. At least that's the theory we've been operating on for months now. Probably since about 2 weeks after Nicole disappeared.
Cindy stuttered a little bit.
I hadn't considered that after reading all the articles about how Eric Snaff is a pillar of the community.
Because he works with young offenders? That only makes us more nervous about him.
Have there been complaints about him from anyone at the youth center?
Nope. They think he's a great guy.
He is very charming and well-spoken.
So was Ted Bundy.
Sergeant Davis set down her pen and said,
Don't take this the wrong way, but you're just that sick bastard's type. You should be extremely careful while you look into this shit show.
Cindy was still reeling when she left the small San Julio Police Department. She drove around the charming town for a few minutes, trying to regain her composure, and came across the youth center where Eric Snaff worked. The 2-story red brick structure looked like an administrative building or an older school. There were several young people hanging out in front of the building. That was consistent with what Cindy had learned. The facility acted as an alternative school as well as a juvenile detention facility. There was something about the way a couple of the boys in front of the facility looked at her that made her think she should come back another day. It wasn't really in Cindy's nature to run away from problems or avoid threats. No decent reporter could do either and survive in the business. She parked her car and got out, then snapped a couple of photos of the facility with her phone. She purposely captured images of the young men staring at her, in case she had to identify them later. She crossed the street and immediately turned to her right, avoiding any direct contact with the teenage boys. One of them was smoking a cigarette. Another, who looked a little older, smoothed out his curly hair with his hand. Then he called to Cindy.
Hey, where are you going?
Cindy kept walking, but sensed that the two teens had fallen in behind her on the sidewalk. She glanced around but didn't see any adults. In fact, there weren't that many people on the street at all. This could be a problem. A real problem. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder. Cindy spun around quickly and faced the two boys. The way the bigger one was grinning sent a chill down her spine. Cindy made a plan. She didn't have her pepper spray or any kind of weapon. She'd taken a couple of self-defense classes. Nothing that would help her right now. She was going to fall back on the oldest form of female self-defense. She intended to kick each of the boys directly in the genitals. Then she'd run. She'd go right back to the police department and explain why she'd attacked two minors. The smaller, younger teen flicked away his cigarette and said,
Why'd you take a photograph of us?
I was photographing the youth center building.
Why?
Cindy took a short step backward. She was at the perfect distance to deliver a couple of quick, well-placed kicks. She wasn't looking forward to it, but if she waited, she might not have another chance. Chapter 14. Even though it wasn't my case, I was still interested in the autopsy of the young woman found in Golden Gate Park. Randy Hicks, the detective assigned to the case, was in the medical examiner's room as well. I'd known Randy for years and appreciated his understated approach to most police investigations. That didn't mean he was slow or lazy. It meant he was methodical and thorough. I'd also seen him de-escalate a number of situations with his laid-back personality and deep, mellifluous voice. Even though there was a naked corpse on a metal table sitting in front of all of us, we had been in this room so many times no one acknowledged it directly. There was a towel draped tactically over the groin area, more for convenience than modesty. I addressed Randy first. Again, Randy, I promise I'm not stealing your case here. I'm just curious to see if it might relate to one of mine. Randy gave me a smile.
Lindsay, I don't own any of these cases. You can't steal anything from me. Besides, in our job, when you take a case, it just means less work for me.
I looked over to Claire, who said, You could learn a lot from Randy's approach. I smiled and said, I've already learned a lot from Randy over the years. He took me through my first burglary investigation. Randy said,
When you've been on the force for as long as I have, you start thinking about how you'll enjoy retirement. That's all the incentive I need. It doesn't hurt that I have 2 grandkids under 10 who keep me pretty active.
We all chatted for a few more minutes. Then Claire got serious. She'd already done much of the examination. Claire looked up at Randy and said, Were you able to work up much of a background on this woman? Randy nodded.
Her name is Audrey Ware, though officially she's called Tina Barnes, which is the identity Oklahoma WITSEC gave her. She's been involved in a couple of bad groups. Apparently she testified against some dopers in Oklahoma. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation put her in witness protection. They didn't even know she was out here. It looks like she generally worked as an exotic dancer.
I said, Could it be a case of a patron stalking her?
It's too early to tell. She hadn't been in town long. Still, it wouldn't surprise me if she attracted that kind of attention.
Claire threw in, I can see that. She was a beautiful young woman. It was true. Even with the pallid complexion and hair tucked behind her back, I could tell the victim had been stunningly attractive. Randy said,
What can you tell us about her death?
Claire glanced up from the naked cadaver lying on the table in front of her. This actually concerns both of you. She looked directly at me and said, The method of death is entirely different from the body that washed up on Marshall's Beach. That young woman had been strangled. This woman was struck at least twice, once in the face and once in the throat. Randy said,
What about the substance on her cheeks and nose?
"It looks like it was some kind of homemade pepper spray or mace. We're running more tests to see what we can determine. I think she got sprayed. Maybe she tried to run away. Then the suspect caught up to her. He threw a punch and caught her in the face. The second punch hit her in the throat." She paused as she gathered her thoughts. She set a nitrile-gloved hand down on a small table next to her. Then she said, "Frankly, I'm not sure whoever struck her intended to kill her. I think when he realized what kind of breathing problems she was having after being punched in the throat, the suspect panicked and left her on the grass of the park." Randy said,
Are you saying my suspect is some kind of martial artist?
"No, not at all. From the handprint on the victim's arm and the force of the blows, I would say the suspect is almost certainly a male and fairly tall. But it was the combination of the homemade pepper spray and the crushed windpipe that interrupted the victim's breathing until she died." I typed a few notes into my phone and thanked Claire for her hard work. Even though it was a different mode of death, something told me to keep an eye on this Tina Barnes case. Chapter 15. Cindy Thomas positioned herself to bring her right foot off the ground and connect with the taller boy's groin. She knew she'd have some explaining to do later, but that was better than having to testify against them. Then she heard a sharp voice. "Flynn? Eddie? Why are you bothering that lady?" Both boys froze in place. They turned to look at the young woman who'd shouted at them. She had shoulder-length dark hair that accentuated her angular face, and Cindy guessed her to be no more than 30. The smaller boy, Eddie, said,
We weren't doing nothing, Miss Gina.
The woman chuckled and said, "That should be your motto, Eddie. You say it enough that we should make it an acronym to save time."
What's an acronym?
Gina shook her head in frustration and said, "Something you might have learned if you paid a little more attention in class. Now both of you go back inside and get ready for reading period." Both boys looked dejected as they stomped back into the youth center. Gina looked over at Cindy and smiled. "Sorry if they made you nervous. They're all bark."
I noticed their bark didn't scare you at all.
"I hear that kind of noise all day long. You learn what behavior you can let slide and what behavior you have to identify and punish." Cindy held out her hand.
I'm Cindy Thomas. I know Eric Snaff.
The youth worker shook her hand. "Gina Scrittori. I work with Eric. How do you know him?" Cindy gave her a quick explanation of why Eric came to talk to her in San Francisco. Gina said, "He hasn't been around much since Nicole disappeared. We all try to cover his shifts when possible."
So he's not working today?
"He may come in later. I can call him if you'd like."
No, thank you. I was just trying to get a feel for the place where he works and the town where he and Nicole live.
"I can give you a quick tour of the center if you want." Cindy agreed and found herself inside the building that looked much more like a school than a correctional facility. There were kids as young as 12 and as old as 17, all running around with books and other school supplies. Some were laughing, some were shouting. None seemed too interested in their books. Pretty much like a normal school. As they walked through the facility, Gina said, "Eric's a good guy. I hope you can help him. He's had some tough breaks. I can't imagine having a daughter disappear."
Do you know Nicole well?
Gina said, "No, not really. I've only met her a few times. She's a very nice girl. Absolutely gorgeous, too. But I've always had the impression she's a little on the wild side. Not unlike some of our kids here, you know? I'm not saying that had anything to do with her disappearance. It was just something I noticed." Cindy nodded and tucked the observation away. She then asked the youth services worker,
How long have you worked here?
"About 2 years."
Did you always know this was what you wanted to do?
Gina shrugged. "I went to UC Santa Barbara and was pre-med. Turned out I probably wasn't the right candidate for medical school."
Medical school isn't for everyone. You could have ended up in a worse position. This doesn't look like such a bad place to work. You're contributing to society.
Gina smiled. I was able to graduate college with a degree in psychology. After a couple of jobs in advertising and public relations, I found this.
You like working with the kids?
Oh, hell no. They're a pain in the ass. But the place has its charms, and the job gives me some flexibility. The pay leaves something to be desired. Still, while I couldn't afford to live in San Francisco itself, here I can get by. Cindy listened and didn't offer any comments as they kept walking. She wondered if there was anything going on between Eric and Gina, but decided not to ask. She had a lot of work to do on this story. Chapter 16. I sat at my desk in the Hall of Justice, searching for some kind of link between several cases that might not even be connected. I had photos of Nicole Snaff and the two other young women Eric Snaff had said went missing from the San Julio area. Cindy had sent me all 3 photos this morning, but I hadn't heard anything from my friend since then. I also had several photographs of Tina Barnes, the woman found dead in Golden Gate Park. Even though her real name was Audrey Ware, Tina Barnes was her name on all official documents because that was technically still her identity from witness protection. I needed more information. I hoped it would somehow all lead back to the unidentified body from Marshall's Beach. I stood up from my desk to stretch. Randy Hicks walked through the bullpen. He stopped just before my desk and hesitated before he said,
I got called into court on an old homicide case. I'm expecting the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation to get back to me shortly with any information they're willing to share on Tina Barnes. Do you mind if I tell the guy to call you while I'm in court? I know you were a little interested in the case.
Yeah, no problem, Randy.
Also, we found a blurry photo from a security camera at a cheap motel near the park. You couldn't use it in court, but we think it shows Tina with her killer at about 6:30 on the night she was murdered. I'll forward you a copy.
He pulled up a picture on his phone and held it out to let me examine the photo more closely. I took the phone right out of Randy's hand and stared at the image. I could tell it was definitely Tina by her outfit. I couldn't identify the man. But his dark hair and tall, lean torso made me think of Eric Snaff. That bothered me. After Randy headed out, I decided to go get some fresh air. But before I could make it all the way out the main exit of the building, I ran into Yuki Castellano. She was the picture of fashion in the smart, stylish business suit from Neiman Marcus, but she looked frustrated. Hey, Yuki, I said. How's the trial going? Yuki growled. Then she regained her composure.
2 defendants took overly generous plea deals. That caused a break in the trial while the others do the calculations about the 2 testifying against them.
She smoothed out a few wrinkles in her jacket.
For a change, the state is in a pretty good position in this case. But my schedule is screwed up until it's all resolved. What about you? Have you heard anything from Cindy about that guy who crashed Claire's party?
Even though it was my turn to growl with frustration, I resisted the urge. Instead, I said, Cindy sent me photos of some other girls who've gone missing from the same area as that guy's daughter. Something about the case is making me want to connect the girls to a couple of homicides here in San Francisco, but I can't figure it out.
Have you found anything in common between them?
Not yet. I have almost no information on most of them. I held up my phone and let her swipe through a series of photographs. Yuki looked up from my phone and said,
These are some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen outside of a fashion magazine.
I looked at the faces of Nicole Snaff, then Tina Barnes, then the other 2 missing girls. I stared at my phone for a few moments. And I said out loud, to no one in particular, son of a bitch. That's the connection. My mind started to race with all of the new possibilities. Chapter 17. After catching up with Yuki for another few minutes, I exited the building to enjoy a few moments of fresh air and sunshine. Well, at least relatively fresh air. Then went back into my desk. Before I could get any more information on the girls, my phone rang with a 405 area code. I wasn't sure exactly where 405 was, but based on my discussion with Randy Hicks, I was willing to bet it was somewhere in Oklahoma, and a quick Google search confirmed it. The woman on the phone introduced herself as Alice Johnson, captain in charge of statewide narcotics. If I hadn't known that she was calling from Oklahoma, I wouldn't have been able to tell from her neutral accent. Her inflection was different from what I was used to here in San Francisco, but otherwise it seemed sort of a mellow mix of Midwestern and Southern. All I could really tell was that she sounded sharp, which was what I cared about. Captain Johnson said, "I hear you found one of our witnesses dead in San Francisco." "Yes, ma'am. You guys had her identity as Tina Barnes, though we've learned that her real name was Audrey Ware." "I know her. I'm sorry she's dead. She could be a pain in the ass, but she provided pretty good information on dopers who visited topless bars in Oklahoma City. She was a great witness at a big trial we had in Muskogee." "I heard about that." "The meth operation?" "Exactly. Because of her, we were able to drop the hammer on half a dozen serious meth dealers and 2 manufacturing houses. It may not mean much in California, but here in Oklahoma, it was a big deal." I said, "A good case is a good case. It doesn't matter where it is. I don't know about you guys, but meth has just been killing us the last few years. Everyone talks about fentanyl, but meth is the big problem around here. We have our own issues in San Francisco. Cocaine deaths have been on the rise, and the opioid crisis hit us hard. I'd trade you both of those problems for meth, at least in the scope of the cases we work here in Oklahoma. But I'm sure you don't need me to preach to you how important good police work is." I gave Captain Johnson everything we had on the case so far, and ended by asking her, "Do you think those Oklahoma meth dealers could have been angry enough to come out here and murder Tina?" After a long pause, Captain Johnson said, "My instinct is that it's unlikely. This isn't like the mob in the movies. These were all local dealers. They're basically just a bunch of hillbillies who figured out how to make a profit by ruining people's lives. They wouldn't have the resources to reach out to a victim in California. I'm not sure they even care after the fact. If they could have kept her from testifying, they might have done something. They don't murder witnesses after they testify." I thanked the captain. I typed out everything Randy Hicks would need to know in an email and sent it to him. Then I noticed Brady sitting in his office. After I strolled over and knocked on the door frame, he grunted for me to come in. I had a good relationship with my current lieutenant, who was also Yuki's husband. His reputation around the department was stellar. I had always found him to be quite insightful when it came to bigger issues. Maybe it was his quiet manner of letting other people talk until they'd already said too much. Maybe it was just his muscular appearance. He stayed in impressive shape and wasn't afraid to sit on surveillance with us. I laid out everything I'd learned in the last few days. From the bodies found at Marshall's Beach and Golden Gate Park to Cindy's story about the missing girls in San Julio. Through my entire narrative, my lieutenant never said a word. When I was done, he looked at me for a few seconds before he spoke. He said, "If I follow everything you're saying, you're thinking there could be some sort of trafficking group that might be responsible for the disappearance or murder of all these women." "That's correct." "Then why are you in here talking to me and not out on the street kicking ass?" It was hard not to smile. This was the kind of boss you dreamed about. It was a case a lot of people would have shied away from, but he was telling me to attack. That's what I intended to do. Chapter 18. Cindy Thomas paced in front of her open computer. She was in the middle of a Zoom call with her agent, Bob Barnett. The DC-based literary agent had guided her through several tricky negotiations with nonfiction books. Cindy appreciated his insights. but his calm personality and demeanor meant just as much. She could see on the screen that Bob was looking at the photographs she'd sent him of the missing girls. She knew that look of concentration, where a weird little wrinkle ran up the middle of his forehead. Finally, Cindy couldn't wait any longer and said,
Well, what do you think, Bob?
He mumbled.
Interesting.
She knew that was one of the placeholder words he used while he was thinking. Some of the others were unusual, thought-provoking. It has possibilities. Let me think about this. She let him continue to look at the girls and read the short synopsis she'd written for him. Bob glanced up at the camera on his own computer. He had a paternal look. Cindy wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Then he said,
There are a lot of ifs in this proposal.
I'm not sure what you mean.
If these girls didn't run away from home, then we have to ask if their disappearances are connected. Then if they are somehow connected, the police must wonder if the girls went with someone willingly or not. Then we have to worry about the practical side of the book. If there's a real story here, would we be able to sell it? We could, if it's compelling enough. This may be a little premature.
Cindy sat in her desk chair so that she was also looking directly into the camera of her computer.
Bob, I know it's early. I have a gut feeling telling me to jump into this with both feet. Tell me what you think. Is there enough for a nonfiction book?
As he did with everything, Bob Barnett took his time in answering. Slowly, he nodded his head.
There's enough here for a compelling story, but I don't know if it'd be a big hit financially. That makes it problematic for the New York publishers.
So you don't think I should proceed?
I didn't say that. If these girls are part of some human trafficking ring, this is an important story. This is a story that needs to get out into the public. The public may not want to read about it, but we need to bring it to their attention. And we'll need a title. The victims are young, attractive, and there are more of them than anyone realizes.
Dozens in this case. Maybe more.
What if we call the book 26 Beauties?
Cindy nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. It may not have been the overwhelming and rousing endorsement she had been hoping for, but it was definitely positive. Bob said,
My big concern is that it could be dangerous. You don't need to add extra threats to your life.
Cindy was well aware of what could happen. She'd been in plenty of dangerous situations before.
Why do you think this is any more hazardous than usual?
She asked.
If these girls really are part of some kind of human trafficking scheme, then the people who run that scheme aren't Boy Scouts. The kind of people who coerce young women would have no qualms about killing a reporter.
Chapter 19. Cindy really wanted to talk, so we decided to meet for a very late lunch. I let her pick, and she decided on the Tempest Bar and Boxed Kitchen on Natoma Street. The place wasn't terribly crowded. We had grabbed a table in a corner. Our waiter either had a very dry sense of humor or was just dull as dirt. I couldn't tell which. I didn't really care as long as he kept our orders straight. If I got Cindy's tofu tacos instead of my hamburger with garlic fries, there could be a disturbing the peace complaint against me. Cindy wanted to talk about the missing girls and her fact-finding mission earlier today.
They have to be connected somehow. San Julio is such a small area that 3 girls missing can't be a coincidence.
I agree, but don't forget that San Julio is near a direct highway into San Francisco. It's not like they lived on a farm in Kansas during the Depression. People have a lot of options around here. Cindy said,
You think it could be some kind of trafficking ring?
That caught me by surprise. That was exactly what I'd been worried about. I hadn't discussed that theory with Cindy. I slowly nodded my head and said, That is a possibility.
And you don't think it's important to get it out into public?
You got me there. It is an important story, if it's the story at all. There's a lot we have to look into still.
That's understood, but we need to start somewhere.
That's hard to argue with. Okay, so tell me more about what you found out when you went to San Julio.
Aside from the other 2 missing girls, I found out that the San Julio Police Department thinks Eric Snaff is a suspect in his daughter's disappearance.
If that's true, why would he come to you to investigate? Cindy shook her head.
I haven't figured that out yet. When I spoke to him, he seemed sincere. I felt genuine sorrow from him about his missing daughter. But now, I just don't know.
Investigations never follow a straight line. They always veer in one direction or the other. But I'd be careful, especially around Eric. Don't meet with him alone again. Cindy nodded. Then she said,
I also met someone I think will be a good contact. A youth worker named Gina who works at the same facility as Eric.
What does she say about Eric?
She likes him. She says he's a good guy.
If he's a suspect in his daughter's disappearance, how does that play into the potential that this is a human trafficking ring?
Just because he's a suspect in his daughter's disappearance doesn't mean he's not involved with trafficking.
Now it was my turn to nod silently.
In some of my research, I've discovered that parents can be involved. Often it's in poor countries where they essentially sell their children. But parents being involved in trafficking has been documented in Europe and the US. Some people consider it a form of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a way to get sympathy and recognition from the community. That could be why Eric wants a story written about him and his daughter. It may also have to do with finances. I can't imagine people who work in youth services get paid all that much.
It all sounded plausible, if unlikely. After a few moments, I said, Joe goes out on leads regarding missing and exploited children sometimes. The FBI gets a lot of those kinds of tips. I could ask him if you could come along on one of them, so you can get a feel for how the investigations work.
Really? You'd do that? I will buy you lunch for the next 6 months.
I smiled and let out a little laugh. That's not necessary. 3 months is plenty. We chatted about different strategies, as well as the dangers involved in a case like this. I said, I'll help where I can. I'm still looking at homicide cases, but who knows how they might intersect. Cindy smiled and rubbed her hands together.
This is how I dreamed becoming a reporter would be. Looking into something that's important.
Our food arrived, and the waiter set the hamburger with garlic fries in front of me. I'm sure he didn't realize it, but it probably saved his life. Chapter 20. Yuki Castellano stepped out a side door of the Hall of Justice. Technically, it was the sheriff's entrance, but they didn't mind prosecutors using it. Her work had gone late, and it was dark outside. A few cars rumbled by on the elevated pavement of I-80. Yuki was worried that the main defendant, Elio Huerta, might beat another serious charge. It made her queasy to think about it. That's why she'd be ready to do battle again tomorrow. She intended to call a witness tomorrow who could potentially blow the case wide open. A stable, well-spoken young man who had personally witnessed the shooting. The problem was that the witness, to use the technical legal term, was scared shitless. A cool breeze swept across her. The smell of a light rain was in the air. Yuki stood for a moment outside the door and checked her watch. That's when she heard a voice from the shadows in front of her. She squinted into the dim light as a man with neat, dark hair and a nice suit stepped onto the walkway. Once he was in view, the man said, "Hello, counselor. How are you this evening?" His voice was calm and had a nice pitch. But Yuki felt a chill go down her spine as he spoke. She knew exactly what this guy wanted.
Can I help you?
She said carefully. The man stepped a little farther onto the sidewalk. Now he was closer to the entryway where Yuki stood. He looked like a model, with his stylish glasses and precise haircut. He said, "Tough trial, huh?" Yuki tried to control her fear. She'd already made some calculations. She couldn't retrieve her key card from her purse and use it to reopen the door behind her before the man could make it the 20 feet to her. She stalled.
Who are you?
The man chuckled and said, "Just an observer."
You know, you could get in a lot of trouble for this.
I could get in a lot of trouble for many things. if I was ever caught.
You could just walk away.
Does that mean you'll let Elio out of jail?
It doesn't matter what I do. If I decide I can't go on with the case, someone else will.
Not if Elio is acquitted. Then they can't convene another jury. You lawyers call it double jeopardy.
Thanks for the lesson.
I don't think you understand that Elio is a hero in his neighborhood.
So is this some kind of hero worship?
No, just a message.
Now the man slowly reached across his body and under his suit coat. Yuki tensed at the thought of what he might pull from his coat. Chapter 21. Yuki didn't know what to expect. A quick shot to the face? A disfigurement with a razor? Her imagination could come up with any horrendous assault. Yuki shifted her eyes, taking in the street that passed under I-80. It was quiet. But she hoped someone might be in the parking lot next door or coming down the sidewalk on this side of the Hall of Justice. She refocused on the man in front of her, who looked like he was about to pull a weapon from under his coat. Before he could move, a voice with a slight twang came from the side of the building.
Be careful removing that hand. I might get confused and pull the trigger.
It was her husband, Jackson Brady. Yuki wanted to jump up and down for joy. Instead, she watched as the man who'd been talking to her slowly withdrew his hand from inside his jacket. He held a single sheet of paper. It fluttered in the breeze. Brady said,
Throw that on the ground and I'll arrest you for littering.
He glanced over at Yuki.
The one time you're early to meet me.
Yuki shrugged and mouthed, Sorry. The man said,
I am unarmed. I merely wanted to show the assistant district attorney a flyer from our neighborhood.
He held the piece of paper up with both hands. Yuki squinted in the dim light from the single bulb above the side door. It was a flyer espousing Elio Huerta's supposed good deeds in the neighborhood. It called him the Latino Robin Hood. Yuki thought, I don't remember reading about Robin Hood shooting unarmed grocers or running cocaine through 4 different neighborhoods. Maybe I need to read the story again. But she kept silent. Now Brady stepped forward, gun in hand. His pale blonde hair looked almost white in the sparse light. He kept his eyes on the man.
Put your hands on your head,
he said, more like an annoyed father than a police lieutenant. The man complied. Brady used his left hand to pat the man down for weapons. He took the man's wallet and looked at his driver's license.
Hector Huerta. Let me guess, a cousin?
Nephew.
And I've broken no laws. I was merely trying to inform the ADA of all the circumstances in the case.
Yuki said,
That's done through the defense attorney. What you were doing was intimidation.
Now Brady stood right next to the man, doing a pretty good job of intimidation himself. He holstered his pistol and looked over at Yuki. She knew what her husband was asking. He wanted to know if it was worth arresting this idiot. Yuki thought through what she could honestly tell an investigator. Hector had been smart. He'd been careful not to step over the line. He could claim that everything he'd said was innocent and just designed to bolster his uncle's reputation. Yuki looked at Brady and shook her head. Brady leaned in close to Hector and whispered in his ear,
Run.
The man turned his head and stared at Brady. All Brady added was,
Right now.
Hector broke into a sprint. He was fast. They both watched him race under the overpass and turn down the next street. Brady strode over to Yuki and said,
If he had run right off the bat, I never would have caught him. I was a wrestler, not a track star.
Yuki fell into his arms and said,
You're my star.
Chapter 22. The next morning, Cindy Thomas was deep into a 4-year-old United Nations report on human trafficking. The more she read, the more horrified she became. The way people were shuttled between countries was terrifying. Cindy was shocked at how many people were transported across the borders of Europe and into the U.S. by trafficking networks. She couldn't stop reading, even though none of it really pertained to the story she intended to write. Her idea was to be more specific and personal, starting with Nicole Snaff and the girls from San Julio. She had begun hours earlier with an article in The Sun about the human trafficking problem in Europe, and it seemed to line up with her theory. Groups profited most by trafficking younger women. The UK had experienced its share, specifically in London. It seemed like a lot of that had to do with the tremendous number of people crammed into a relatively small urban area. She also read about how criminal gangs related by nationality often worked together under the radar. Much like in the US, law enforcement and the government in the UK were not particularly plugged into some of the larger minority cultures. It appeared they found it easier to just ignore certain issues. Cindy was so engrossed in her research, she barely noticed the other workers in the building walking past her open office door. She would mumble something when someone poked their head in and offered a greeting, but in general, she was completely absorbed in the UN report and articles she was reading. Then her cell phone rang. More accurately, it played the theme to Friends. She didn't recognize the local number. It looked like a switchboard. She answered it with a quick,
Cindy Thomas speaking.
while still staring down at the report.
Hey, Cindy. It's Joe Molinari.
When Cindy didn't say anything immediately, he continued.
You know, Lindsay's husband.
He added a short laugh to show he was kidding.
I'm sorry, Joe. I was right in the middle of reading something.
Cindy said.
What's going on?
Lindsay told me about the story you're following. I'm going out on a lead about a missing child. Nothing wild or unusual. Just a tip that someone saw something suspicious. They believe they saw a 10-year-old girl who's been missing for 18 months. Lindsay said you might want to come with us to get some context about families whose children have disappeared.
This is exactly what I need. Where can I meet you?
I'll call you in about 40 minutes. We'll stop at the Chronicle and pick you up. It's on our way.
Exactly 38 minutes later, Joe called Cindy and said he was outside the main entrance to the building in a blue Chevy Tahoe. Cindy managed to make it out the front door less than 2 minutes later. Joe introduced Cindy to FBI Special Agent Debbie Roche. From the back seat, Cindy greeted the agent, a tall, athletic-looking woman with dark hair. Joe said,
Debbie handles a lot of the coordination for missing children cases. She's also tied in closely with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. She goes out on these kinds of assignments all the time. Today, I'm just her chauffeur.
Cindy smiled. She knew Joe had probably volunteered to go on this assignment just to give Cindy a chance to see what it's all about. All of her friends' husbands were smart, stand-up guys. Special Agent Roche said, From what Joe's told me, this might not be that similar to the story you're working on. It's a tip from a neighbor who saw a little girl from a distance and somehow made the leap that it could be a girl missing from Portland. Joe said,
I blame true crime podcasts and Netflix series. Everyone thinks crimes are happening secretly all around them all the time. I'm afraid it's not quite that interesting in real life.
Debbie said, We go out a lot on these kinds of tips. Unfortunately, most are useless, but we can't ignore any of them. Imagine if a tip turned out to be accurate, but no one paid attention to it. Cindy said,
This is plenty interesting to me. I appreciate you letting me tag along. It should give me some good ideas on how to proceed with my story.
She was almost bouncing in the back seat with anticipation. Reporters generally didn't get to see this side of investigations. With good reason, cops usually didn't trust reporters. Cindy was trying to turn that stereotype around all by herself. Chapter 23. Claire Washburn carefully scrubbed her hands and arms up to her elbows. It was the third step in a process she'd used since joining the medical examiner's office. She was rushing the process a little bit this morning because there was no one else in the office, and she felt like she was about to cry. She'd just finished an autopsy on a 7-year-old boy who'd been neglected to the point of starvation. It was heartbreaking. Claire had seen a lot of terrible things, but she wasn't a hardened social worker. She wasn't a detective. Claire was a doctor, a medical doctor. It didn't matter that she'd chosen to go into forensics. She still had taken the Hippocratic Oath. She still possessed a full range of emotions, some healthy, some not so healthy. Either way, a good cry often made her feel better. As she trudged to her office, Claire's cell phone buzzed. She dug the phone out of her wide pocket and saw it was her cousin Ellen calling. She stepped through her office door, closed it behind her. She answered the phone as she sat down in her ancient, extra-padded office chair. The first thing Ellen said was, "I hope your day is going better than mine." Claire said, "I just did an autopsy on a 7-year-old boy." "Damn it, you always have to one-up me." That gave them both a needed laugh, and the cousins chatted for a few minutes. Then came the real reason for the call. Ellen said, "Is Hope behaving for you?" Claire hesitated. She wasn't sure how to respond. The truth would likely send Ellen spiraling into a really bad day. But she had to know something was going on with her daughter. Hope was technically an adult, but still a teenager, and she didn't seem to opt for responsible choices. Finally, Claire said, "We've had a few run-ins. She stays out late. She's very secretive and gets phone calls all the time." Ellen tried to downplay what Claire was telling her. "I was a little wild at her age, too. Remember how I had to depend on my older cousin to cover for me?" "I didn't cover much. You weren't secretive. You broadcasted that you were going out. You brought boys back to the house. This is something else with Hope. I'm a little worried." Claire added, "But she was sound asleep when I left the house around 7 this morning. She still looks like an angel when she's asleep." "I wish she'd lean into those angelic looks instead of dressing like a slob all the time." "I feel just the opposite. She's already stunning. There's no need to advertise it. You never know who's out there." "You've lived in the big city too long. You should move out here near me. It's cheaper, safer, and a lot less stressful," Ellen teased her. "I know Hope plans to come home sometime next week. Harold and I will sit down with her, lay out some goals, like finding a job if she's not going to college." Now that the issue had been raised, Claire wasn't ready to move off the topic of her niece's troubling behavior. "Ellen, how much money did you give Hope for this trip?" Ellen paused, then said, "Harold gave her a prepaid debit card with a couple $100 on it." "Why?" "She seems to have plenty of cash. And she takes Uber everywhere in the city." "Okay, we do all share an Uber account. I figure it's a safety issue." "But we didn't give her any cash." There was a long silence on the phone. Then Ellen said in a low voice, "I found a wad of cash in her room when I was cleaning up. I mean, like $700. After another few seconds, she said, "Initially, I was impressed she was so good at saving her allowance money. Now I have a whole new thing to worry about the rest of the day." Claire wasn't sure what to say. Ellen asked, "Do you have any suggestions about what I should do with Hope?" "I'm a big believer in open communication." "Me too. The problem is it takes two people to communicate. When we sit down to talk to Hope, it always turns into either Harold or I lecturing her." "I don't know. She's bright, and she has to follow her own path." Ellen said, "I just worry where that path may take her." That didn't turn Claire's mood around in any way. Chapter 24. Cindy lost track of time while chatting with the two FBI agents as they drove towards San Mateo, about 20 miles south of San Francisco on the 101. She then noticed they were winding through parts of Foster City. Eventually, they found themselves in a completely residential neighborhood with a mix of houses, some new and luxurious, some that had seen better days. The house they stopped in front of fell sort of in between. Nice enough, but nothing special. Cindy tried to contain her fascination with everything Joe Molinari and Debbie Roche did after arriving at the address, before they even parked the car. She watched as they immediately noted a nearby car's license number and ran it through an analyst at the FBI. Special Agent Roche was on the phone with the analyst for some time. Finally, she turned and said, "Okay, this is slightly unusual and it may still mean nothing, but there is a connection here to Portland. The car was leased in Portland by an adult male named Jonathan Shaw." Joe parked their car near the house, then almost immediately said, "I've got movement in the main room." The FBI agents were out of the car quickly, with Cindy trailing them. A woman with dark hair answered the front door. The entryway had walls on either side of the door. "Hello? May I help you?" The FBI agents identified themselves and showed their IDs. The woman said her name was Alicia Shaw. She invited them inside and didn't ask for Cindy's identification. Roche tried to explain why the FBI was in this woman's house without insulting her. Finally, she said that a neighbor had reported seeing a young girl here who looked like a missing child from Portland, Oregon. Mrs. Shaw smiled, but when no one else did, she leaned forward and said, "Oh my God, you're serious." "Did you recently move here from Portland?" Roche asked. "We did," Mrs. Shaw said, growing quickly serious. "My husband is on a 2-year teaching exchange program with Stanford. He teaches quantum physics. We moved here with our 3 kids about 6 months ago." Roche asked for photos of the children. It was an easy request. Cindy could see family photos displayed in frames all over the room. There were clearly 2 boys and a girl in the family, but everyone in the photos appeared to be brunette. Debbie Roche said, "The tipster said that a little blonde girl was living here." That's when Mrs. Shaw burst out in nervous laughter. She got up from the table, found her phone, and came back to show them all a photo of her daughter, now with blonde hair. Mrs. Shaw said, "Fiona was just in a school play as Goldilocks. She refused to take the wig off for 2 weeks. It wasn't worth the fight, so I let her, reluctantly." Cindy could see the same little girl who was in the other photos, smiling with yellow locks of hair falling in her face. Debbie Roche asked a few more questions, and they concluded the interview with the very friendly Mrs. Shaw. As they were getting back into the Tahoe, Joe turned and said, "This is what a real investigation is like. Lots of dead ends and lots of time wasted."
But does finding a missing child make up for all that?
Debbie Roche turned in her seat and with a big smile said, "Absolutely." Chapter 25. Rich Conklin and I were looking for a contact who had wanted to meet us at the Yerba Buena Gardens, not far from the Tenderloin. The contact had said the Duke of the Tenderloin told her to call. We parked on Mission Street and had to walk almost a full block to get to the entrance of the park. Conklin said to me,
"Did you know Cindy was going with Joe on some kind of missing child tip?"
"Yeah, I helped set it up. It was supposed to give Cindy a little context for her story."
"She's positively obsessed with this case of the girl missing from San Julio. She's spun it up into a huge conspiracy theory about human trafficking."
"She's not the only one. That's my working theory as well."
"But the cops in San Julio said the father of the missing girl is their main suspect. How is that a trafficking ring? Sounds more like a nut."
"Eric Snaff? I haven't gotten a handle on him yet." I took a few steps on the uneven sidewalk and had to stop when a thought hit me. Conklin stopped and turned around to look at me.
"What's wrong?"
My mind was still ahead of my mouth. I held up a hand as I tried to bring my thoughts into alignment. My patient and reliable partner stood there silently and didn't speak as he waited for me to tell him what my momentous thought was. Finally, I looked at him and said, "In addition to our unidentified body from Marshall's Beach, we have the murder of the woman in Golden Gate Park, Tina Barnes, who we know was murdered the same night as Claire's party."
"So?"
"So if the San Julio cops think Eric Snaff is a suspect in his daughter's disappearance, and we think the missing girls might be connected to the 2 dead women, then Snaff could also be a suspect in Tina Barnes's murder. We know for a fact he was in San Francisco that night because he talked to me and Cindy at the party. Conklin nodded his head slowly, then said,
That's a pretty interesting theory.
Most theories are interesting. That's why people come up with them.
Do you think we can move on from theory to investigation and find the woman who phoned in this tip?
With that, we continued our march toward the public park. Chapter 26. Yerba Buena Gardens has a wide-open feel. Terraced lawns, flower beds, and steps with beautiful waterfall features are highlights. I consider it one of the most beautiful parks in the city. As we entered the park, though, I was a little on edge, which is a good thing for a cop. You can get too complacent. We still weren't quite certain who we were meeting or all the details about the information she had. Conklin and I stuck together and started strolling through the park. In front of the public restrooms, we came across a young woman with straight, dark hair sitting on a hard concrete bench. She had the lean, edgy look of someone living between the parallel worlds of the streets and a troubled home. I'd seen it too many times before. A kid who found life at home to be hell, only to discover life on the streets wasn't any better. The way the young woman turned her head and looked at us told me I was right. Her eyes cut left as if making sure no one would see her about to talk to the cops. Probably why she had left the Tenderloin to meet us here at the gardens. I gave her a subtle nod. She considered the gesture and returned a matching nod. She stood up silently and motioned for us to follow her to behind a Martin Luther King memorial, where a narrow ledge on the back wall afforded us some privacy. Conklin and I introduced ourselves. The woman said to call her Rachel. She wouldn't give us any other information about herself. I couldn't even guess at a birth date. She looked like she was in her early 20s, but the street tended to age people. She could have been as young as 18. As we talked, Rachel kept scanning the terrain beyond the curtain of water. I noticed an unnerving tattoo of a bony hand reaching up her neck with the index finger disappearing into her hairline. And when she clicked her long, fake, dark nails on the stone seat beside her hip, it sounded like she was tapping out a message in Morse code. After a few minutes of feeling one another out, Rachel pulled out a copy of the digital composite of the young woman who'd washed up on Marshall's Beach. She reverently placed the now worn sheet of paper on her lap.
The Duke gave me this. He's been showing it around the Tenderloin. I think I know this girl. She called herself Missy, but when we were both signing up for our benefits, I heard her say that her first name was actually Donna.
I asked, Any chance you got her last name? That's when Rachel sat up a little straighter and looked me in the eye.
What would it be worth if I did?
Depends on if we're able to corroborate your information.
So you're saying you only pay me if you feel like it?
No, I'm saying we'd have to evaluate the information.
Which is cop speak for, just give me the name.
Even though she was acting tough, I had the sense that it was really fear guiding Rachel's attitude. After more than 2 minutes of going back and forth, Rich Conklin turned to face her with his arms folded over his chest. In a little sharper voice than I think he'd intended, he said,
This is a homicide investigation. If you know something and are withholding information, it could be considered a crime.
That did not have the desired effect. Rachel snatched up the possible likeness of Missy and stood, calmly saying,
I must have made a mistake. I probably never met this girl.
Then she threw a perfect scowl at Conklin. It told him she was smarter than he thought she was, and wasn't going to put up with any bullshit. I let her turn and start to walk. We had nothing to lose. I wanted to see if she was sure about her stance of not talking until she got some money. Conklin dropped his folded arms and seemed about to say something to entice her to come back. I stood too and put my hand on his forearm to quiet him. I wanted to see this young woman's commitment. After about 8 steps and no obvious reaction from us, Rachel paused. She looked over her shoulder to see if we'd say anything to stop her. We both just stared at her silently. no matter how much I wanted to shout for her to come back. Then I took it a measure further. I turned slightly, like we were leaving too, in the opposite direction. That got her attention. Conklin and I both started along the tiled walkway. Then from behind me, I heard, "Wait." We walked away a few more steps. Then Rachel said, "Wait, please." I turned back. "Rachel, it's up to you if you talk to us. I explained to you how things are. You don't trust me or don't trust the police, that's your business. I just want to catch the guy who murdered this poor woman." Rachel gave a determined nod and returned to stand in front of us as the waterfall continued to pound down. Conklin and I may have put a little too much Hollywood into our reaction when we waited before all of us sat down, but there was something satisfying about it. I pulled 2 fast food coupons out of my pocket for her and said, "Whether you talk to us or not, you need to eat." Rachel took the coupons without hesitation. Missy, or Donna, whatever she called herself, was really funny. She was fun to hang out with. She'd make little comments about people walking by. It helped pass the time. "Do you know her last name?" Sheepishly, Rachel shook her head. "I don't." "What benefits were you signing up for? Do you remember the date?" "It was a while ago. Some kind of week-long stay at a cheap hotel to basically get us off the street because some big-shot foreign leader was visiting San Francisco." She paused and looked toward the water sheeting down. "It never worked out." We established that the last time she saw Missy was about 2 weeks before she'd washed up on the beach. Until she saw the composite image of her, Rachel just thought Missy had found a better place to live. Rich said,
Can you remember anything about the people around you just before she disappeared?
She'd been talking to a guy. He'd been by a few days in a row. I figured he was talking to her because she was really pretty.
I cut in. What did he look like?
He was tall with dark hair. He was really good-looking.
Did he have a scar on his face? Rachel gave me a funny look.
I don't know.
What happened between Missy and the tall guy?
Nothing. She left with him one night, and that was the last time I saw her.
Did you know anything about Missy's background?
We didn't talk about our families. I think she said she was from farther down the peninsula. She wanted to be some kind of stand-up comedian. Somehow she ended up in the Tenderloin. That's as far away from being a comic as you can get.
Conklin asked,
Is there a reason you don't talk about your families?
They're usually the reason we're on the streets in the first place.
Chapter 27. Amy Phelps spotted the 2 people in the booth who were trying to get her attention, but first rushed a hamburger to the man at the end of the counter, then pivoted and grabbed an empty glass from the woman in the corner booth. Amy was used to having to work alone. It felt like every day someone else called in sick. With 14 stools at the counter and 9 booths, things could get a little crazy. She didn't know why the kitchen always seemed to have plenty of help, while it was a crapshoot for servers. Anyway, she didn't care. She needed the money. Once she had everyone satisfied, Amy slipped back behind the counter. She brushed her blonde hair out of her face and glanced around to make sure no one needed anything. The tall guy sitting alone in the middle of the counter looked like he was almost finished with his ham and turkey club sandwich. The young guy she'd been flirting with was clearly done with his Philly cheesesteak, but still sitting on the last stool, near where employees came and went from behind the counter. Just then, Amy saw her replacement coming through the front door. Yazzie winked at Amy, and an unspoken joke about how lazy the other servers were passed between them. Amy checked her phone in the pocket of her apron. It was 9:30 in the evening here. That meant 11:30 back in Dallas. She didn't want to risk waking up her mother. Her father lived in Miami, which was even an hour later. Although he was a little bit of a night owl, she didn't like calling him too late in case he'd been drinking. Yazzie stepped behind the counter and whispered in Amy's ear,
I got this. Anyone I should be worried about?
Amy said,
Just the lady alone in the booth. She's a little snippy.
Got it. Amy noticed the young guy on the last stool had laid a 20 on the counter and disappeared. She was a little disappointed. He was cute and seemed to have it together pretty well, at least by some standards. Amy nodded to Yazzie and stepped into the messy kitchen to remove her apron and grab her purse and jacket. She took a moment to say goodnight to the cooks, even though they rarely even acknowledged her. She rushed through the restaurant and slipped out the front door less than a minute later. She was exhausted but walking fast, even though she had no plans for the night. The tiny single room she rented from a nice Asian woman had very few amenities and was no fun to hang out in alone. Then she heard someone behind her. She turned and saw that it was the tall customer who'd been sitting at just about the center of the counter in the diner. He'd been a pleasant enough guy, but she was anxious all the same when she saw that he was rushing to catch up to her. They were still in full view of the wide windows of the diner. Plus, there were a couple of people standing by a car in the street. Amy waited as the man reached her and said,
I didn't realize it was the end of your shift. Here,
he handed her a $20 bill.
just a tip.
Amy said, thanks. She slipped the 20 into her purse, then turned and put on her jacket even though it wasn't cold. She was hoping to put some space between her and the man. She was too tired to chat with anyone now.
It's been a long day. I've got to get home.
How long have you worked there?
About 2 months.
Pay okay?
You just doubled my tips for today. That should answer your question.
The tall man nodded like he understood. He said,
I'm looking for a few people. Pay would be a lot better, and the work could be kind of fun.
An image of her with some spending money made Amy smile. She didn't mean to, but she was looking up at the man with a dreamy expression. He was smooth enough that she'd stopped trying to walk away. She said,
What kind of job?
Chapter 28. The tall man didn't immediately answer Amy's question. He just smiled and started to walk slowly. Amy followed along, not even realizing that they were moving away from the restaurant. He said,
I have a few questions, too.
Let me guess. The first one is, how did a nice girl like you end up in a place like this?
He shook his head.
Actually, the question was going to be more like, why is a beauty like you wasting your time here?
That made Amy smile. She'd hoped someone in the movie profession might ask her that same question. She'd even dreamed it. Amy said,
I'm here because I'm taking acting lessons. I heard San Francisco was less competitive than LA. I have to start somewhere. I only just turned 20 last month.
What if I told you I can give you a ticket to the front of the line? You'll even meet some film people.
Amy wasn't stupid. She was always skeptical of ideas that promised so much.
What would I need to do for this great job?
Just be available.
For what?
For whatever comes up.
Amy didn't like the laugh the man threw in after his answer. She said,
It sounds like you want me to be an escort.
She kept walking at the same pace as the man. Not rushed, just casual. But this end of the block was less populated, and 2 of the streetlights were out. She was starting to feel anxious again. The man didn't deny it. He said,
You'll escort clients. You'll escort them to parties and clubs and maybe even a vent on a red carpet.
Amy considered the idea of such a glamorous lifestyle. Then she asked,
Would I have to have sex with them?
Maybe. Sometimes. Most of the clients would be older and couldn't do much anyway.
Look, I may not be a virgin, but I'm not interested.
You should be.
Now Amy realized they were at the end of the block. She turned quickly and said to the man,
I'm going back. Thank you for your kind offer. And for the tip.
She started to walk back in the direction of the diner. Then she felt the man's hand wrap around her left upper arm. Amy didn't hesitate. She spun quickly and punched him in the jaw with her right fist. It surprised the man. He stumbled backward. She kicked him hard in the right thigh. She'd aimed for his testicles, but those were an awfully small target. The kick had roughly the same effect. The man grunted and leaned over, reaching down to hold his leg. Amy could have run just then, but she felt empowered. Finally, being raised with 3 brothers was paying off. She moved to kick the man in the head while he was bent over. She just had time to see him pull something out of his front pocket. It almost looked like an inhaler. Then she was enveloped in a yellow fog. She shuffled back from the mist now hanging between her and the man. But it was too late. Her eyes started to burn. It felt like needles were being driven into her cheeks. Amy'd never experienced anything like this before. She thought she might vomit. She lifted her hands to her eyes. It didn't help. Panic rose inside her. She had to squeeze her eyes shut. Then Amy felt the man's hands around her throat. Her air cut off instantly. It was easily the most terrifying moment of her life. She heard him growl,
"Why the hell did you kick me? I was trying to do you a favor."
Amy struggled, reaching up for the man's hands around her throat. Every time she blinked, the pain in her eyes got sharper. In those brief glimpses, she could see the man's face clearly. He said,
"You could have been rich."
As his hands seemed to tighten around her throat, Amy lost the ability to control her arms. They started to just flop at her sides. She thought she heard her mom's voice telling her to clean up for dinner. The lights around her started to dim. Then, there was nothing at all. Chapter 29. The day after Conklin and I talked to Rachel at Yerba Buena Gardens, I found myself in the passenger seat of Cindy Thomas's Hyundai sedan. I didn't have a good reason to take my city car all the way out to San Julio, since there was nothing solid linking the missing girls in San Julio to my case in San Francisco, but I felt it was important to get more information about Eric Snaff. Given my suspicions, I also didn't want Cindy going out to see him by herself. Cindy said,
Eric doesn't seem like a psychopath.
"Good psychopaths never do."
That is a great line. Can I include it in my book?
Then she pounded the steering wheel and said,
I'm so fired up to write this story. Who knows where it might lead?
"You're right. It'd be a shame if we found out Nicole just ran away and was safe somewhere. There'd be no real story there." Cindy frowned.
You know I'd be thrilled if Nicole turned up safe. It doesn't change that there are a lot of missing girls. People don't talk enough about these human trafficking groups. This is why I got into journalism in the first place. It's my way of trying to help people. I know being a cop is more directly helping people, but we can't all wear a badge.
I ignored Cindy's comment. I thought about Nicole Snaff. Had she left her quiet little town voluntarily, or had she been lured out? I continued to wonder about her father. Was he involved in her disappearance? I really didn't know the answer to that question. If he wasn't, how was he coping? Cindy swerved to get around a slow pickup truck, but in doing so, she barely missed an elderly couple in a Cadillac. State Route 24 ran from San Francisco all the way to Walnut Creek. It was a busy freeway, and it tested my nerves to be in the passenger seat while Cindy seemed to concentrate on everything but her driving. We passed Orinda, and about 10 minutes later were rolling into San Julio. I'd been here a couple of times over the years. There never seemed to be much to the smaller suburban community this far east of San Francisco. Cindy pointed to a building and said,
That's the youth center where Eric works. It's also where I met Gina, who works there too. Maybe we'll have time to talk to her today.
I gazed out the window at the quiet suburban town. For a moment, I pictured raising Julie here. Less chaos, fewer people, lower crime. It sounded good for a few seconds until I started to think about everything I'd miss. My job, my friends and neighbors, the constant variety that life in the city offered, with its multitude of ethnicities, personalities, restaurants, and entertainment venues. I thought about where my sister Kat lived, about an hour south of San Francisco in quaint little Half Moon Bay, and how quickly I always grew restless when visiting her there. I was definitely not made to live in a small town. We came to a housing development, and Cindy slowed the car, then turned into Mountain View Acres. The first thing I noticed was that there was no actual mountain view. Then, after a couple of blocks, I questioned the acres, too. Still, most of the houses we passed had reasonable yard space and looked well-maintained. Cindy pointed up the street and said,
That should be Eric's house on the left, the one with the big tree in the front yard.
The front door opened as soon as we pulled into the driveway, and Eric Snaff stepped onto the concrete porch. He waved at Cindy, who gave him a wave back. I wondered if I was looking at a psychopath. Chapter 30. Claire Washburn was taking the morning off and not going into the office until after lunch. Instead, she was making cupcakes for a party Rosie was going to later. Claire had been excited to bake, though the cupcakes had caused more of a mess in the kitchen than she'd expected. She'd been listening to some mindless, somewhat annoying morning talk show on TV as she puttered around the kitchen. She didn't even bother to look up to see who the guest was. He sounded like some young person who had an opinion about everything without having any experience in life. She knew too many of those. Claire was also trying to build up the courage to confront her cousin's daughter after she heard her stirring. She knew better than to expect anything close to a coherent conversation with the 19-year-old this early in the morning, but she didn't know when she'd have a better chance to have a serious discussion. A few minutes later, Hope shuffled into the kitchen, wearing shorts and a San Diego State t-shirt. Even with no makeup on and her hair in a bonnet, she was a remarkably beautiful young woman. "Got a few minutes?" Claire asked. "I was hoping we could talk. Just woman to woman. No theatrics, and I won't tell your mom anything that was said here today." Hope eased onto a stool next to the breakfast bar. The look on her face said no, even though out loud she said, "Sure, Aunt Claire. What's up?" "That's sort of my question. What's up with you?" Hope cocked her head and widened her beautiful brown eyes.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Claire had to summon her courage. She could have danced around the topic. She could have avoided it altogether. Instead, she looked at her niece and said, "You disappear. You're gone for hours, sometimes longer. What time did you come home last night?" She was working hard to keep the exasperation out of her voice. She'd never had to deal with this kind of behavior from her sons, not even when they were teenagers. And she wasn't sure why Ellen wasn't the one standing here grilling Hope. Hope said,
I don't remember when I got home.
"Probably around 1. Try 5 a.m. They locked eyes. "So I'll ask again. What's up?" "You're tracking me?" Hope wasn't trying to hide her outrage. "No. If I was tracking you, I wouldn't have to ask you these kinds of questions. Look, I was a young girl once, and you had no fun at all." "Says who?" "My mom. She said you studied all the time. And look where it got me. Arguing with a legal adult who's doing legal adult stuff?" Claire's head snapped back involuntarily. Ouch. Hope was sharper than she'd given her credit for. Then she just stood there staring at her niece for a moment. Finally, Hope said, "I'm fine, Aunt Claire. Really? I don't do drugs, I don't smoke, and I've never stabbed anyone." "Wait, what?" "I said I don't smoke." Then she gave Claire a sly smile. Claire couldn't believe how quickly a simple joke like that lightened her mood. Just getting a glimpse of the niece she knew and loved made her feel good. Claire teased, "You've never stabbed anyone? Ever?" Hope acted like she was thinking about it, then smiled and said, "Nope." "Really? It's true. But a weird thing to say." Hope started to giggle. "Come on, Aunt Claire. I'd never stab anyone. Probably. Glad to know you can control yourself. Unless they deserved it. Claire couldn't help but laugh, then eased around the breakfast bar to wrap her arms around her niece and squeeze her. Then she heard Hope's phone chirp. Her niece wiggled out of the hug, reached into her pajama pocket, and checked her phone. She looked up at her aunt and said,
Sorry, I've got to go.
You want me to give you a ride? Hope smiled and said,
Thanks, Aunt Claire, but I'll Uber.
Chapter 31. Eric Snaff was just standing there on his front porch with his hands on his hips, watching us get out of Cindy's car. Nothing about him seemed creepy. He wasn't doing anything overtly disturbing. I told myself to be a little more open-minded. Eric greeted Cindy with a handshake. She turned and said,
You remember my friend Lindsay Boxer?
Of course. I still owe her a favor for not throwing me out of the party when I told her why I was there.
Then he looked at me and said,
You're a detective with the San Francisco PD, right?
I nodded.
Honestly, I appreciate any help I can get in finding my daughter,
he said. Eric brought us into his extremely neat house. Nothing was out of place. I made a quick note of his shockingly good taste in interior design. This house would have stood up to the snootiest of San Francisco socialites. I wondered how much it cost to decorate this way. Can he afford decor like this working in youth services? Cindy and Eric sat on a mid-century modern couch. I took a chair across a tasteful coffee table. An old habit I used for most interviews. I never liked to get too physically close to the person I was interviewing. An instructor in an interview course I attended my first year on the job had recommended maintaining some distance from a subject, and it had really stuck with me. We talked for a few minutes. General, focused small talk. Sometimes it could reveal a lot. After a few minutes, I asked if we could see Nicole's room. Eric didn't hesitate to lead us down a hallway to a closed door. When he opened it, I could see dust float up in the air, filtering the sunlight. The bed was neatly made and the room was pristine, aside from the layer of dust. One wall held a half-dozen framed photographs of Nicole and her friends. She was certainly photogenic and looked to be an active athlete as well. In addition to soccer, there were photos of her playing volleyball and tennis. Eric stood with us for a moment in the room, then stepped back out into the hallway. It seemed like he was overcome with emotion. When we returned to our places in the living room, I started in with the questions I really wanted answered. The night we met you at the party in San Francisco, you said you'd gone to the Chronicle first, I stated. Eric nodded. What time did you get into San Francisco? He thought about it for a moment, then said he'd probably been in the city for about an hour before coming to the party. What time did you leave the city? He shrugged.
As soon as I got my car after the party. I guess it would have been around 7:30 or 8.
And your car is the white Jeep Cherokee that's in the driveway? Is that the same car you recently drove to San Francisco? He nodded. Now he looked a little concerned. I wasn't about to let him in on the best tactic I had available to me, checking into the history of his fast-track toll account. That would be my easiest way of determining how honest he was being about his comings and goings. Then I hit him with both barrels at once, so to speak. Why do you think the local cops aren't doing enough to find your daughter? The question left him flustered for a moment.
They seem to think she's just a runaway. I guess they think Nicole ran away because of me.
Did she? I leveled a good stare at him and added, You had nothing to do with it? That did it. Eric broke down and started to cry. He excused himself for a moment. He walked into the kitchen, pulled a paper towel off the roll, and blew his nose noisily. Cindy turned to look at me with an expression on her face I couldn't read. By the time Eric got back to the couch, he was a little more composed.
You ask me if I had anything to do with my daughter's disappearance? Truthfully, I don't know. Maybe I could have done something different. Maybe I should have seen some warning signs. I'll tell you, it's tough to be a single parent, especially a single dad to a daughter.
I'd seen some good actors, even some professional ones who were charged with crimes. Either Eric was one of the best I'd ever seen, or he was sincere. When we'd arrived, I'd been expecting to tie him to Tina Barnes's murder in Golden Gate Park. Now I wasn't sure what to do. Cindy broke in.
You told me about 2 other girls missing from the area, Carly Nash and Katie Dharma. How much interaction did you have with them?
Eric said,
I met Carly once. I recognized Katie from Nicole's school, but I didn't really know either of them. I've been making notes. I've got my own list of suspects.
Cindy asked if she could see his list of suspects. He disappeared into one of the back bedrooms, then returned with a sheet of paper. There were half a dozen names with some notes written off to the side. He told Cindy she could keep it. It was a little awkward as we left the house. As soon as we slipped into Cindy's car, she said,
What did you think?
I don't know. He's convincing. Clearly, Eric hadn't expected to be grilled, but I hadn't expected to be persuaded by his answers. Cindy let out a quick laugh.
Now I'm the one wondering if he's full of shit.
We need to gather more info. Things will unfold soon enough, I said. I decided not to tell her I was having my doubts. Chapter 32. Once we left Eric Snaff's house, Cindy insisted that I meet her new friend, Gina Scritori. Before I could answer yes or no, Cindy was dialing the youth services worker she'd met here in San Julio. 15 minutes later, we were sitting in a little family-owned diner called Armando's. The place was pretty basic, with paper napkins and plastic water glasses. Just a regular diner. A couple of minutes after we arrived, I noticed a young woman with straight dark hair and a fashionable jacket hustle through the door and look around. I knew this had to be Cindy's friend Gina. Gina and Cindy greeted each other with hugs and a little squeal. That sort of over-the-top greeting sets me on edge, but I kept my mouth shut. Gina slid in next to Cindy in the booth. She pulled off her aviator sunglasses and looked me right in the eye. I hear you're a homicide detective in San Francisco. I nodded. That sounds like a tough job to me. It has its moments. I'm sure your job does too. Gina just shrugged. Cindy filled her in on our short conversation with Eric, which surprised me a little. I usually don't disclose the contents of my interviews. But as I sat back and listened, I reminded myself that while Cindy wasn't a cop, she was a stellar journalist who knew what she was doing. Cindy asked,
Can you think of any viable suspects?
Gina held up her hands. I'm not convinced there is a suspect. Nicole could just be a runaway. I see it all the time. Cindy said,
Eric gave me the names of 2 other missing girls.
She flipped through her notepad.
Do you know Carly Nash or Katie Dharma?
Gina said, Carly was at our facility for a while. I don't recognize the other girl's name. But as far as Carly goes, she always dreamed about getting out of here. It doesn't surprise me that no one has heard from her. I leaned forward and asked Gina, So you don't think there's some kind of ring of predators luring young girls out of the area? Gina let out a laugh. It's a lot more likely that the girls just ran away. I know there are people who try to lure girls into prostitution and things like that, but just taking off is much more common. I sat back for a few moments. Gina had stated a simple fact, one that I might have been overlooking in my desire to connect the missing girls in my cases. I wasn't back to square one, but this youth services worker had made me open my mind a little bit. Chapter 33. As soon as she dropped Lindsay off at the Hall of Justice in San Francisco, Cindy Thomas turned her car around and jumped right back on State Route 24 and headed east again. Traffic was heavier now. Commuters headed from San Francisco out to the suburbs clogged the roads. This morning had been no problem. Now Cindy was inching along in traffic just to do something most people would consider foolhardy. That was the exact reason she had not told Lindsay her plan. Going on the tip call visit with Joe Molinari and Debbie Roche, Cindy saw how the FBI took action. She'd paid particular attention to how they conducted surveillance. That's what she intended to do now. Basically, act like a cop and take some action.
Who knows what I might observe? Anything is possible.
Cindy had forwarded the list of suspects Eric Snaff had provided her earlier in the day to one of the researchers at the San Francisco Chronicle and had asked them to search each of the names. The researcher had been able to find addresses and photos online of each of the people and had sent the information to Cindy. One of the names on the list belonged to Nicole's soccer coach and PE teacher. That's where Cindy had decided to start. She exited the freeway near Lafayette. The neighborhood she was looking for wasn't far from the reservoir. It wasn't quite as nice as Eric Snaff's neighborhood, but it was well kept and clearly had a lot of children living there. She parked her car a few houses down from where the soccer coach lived. That's what she remembered the FBI agents doing. It didn't take long before Cindy's patience was rewarded. A blue minivan pulled into the driveway, and she recognized the soccer coach as the driver. A woman and 2 teens got out of the minivan and carried groceries into the house. Cindy made a note of the time and the 2 teenagers who walked in the house with the woman. She wasn't sure how this information added to her story or might help a police investigation in the future, but she was dutiful in her surveillance. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman in a green tracksuit with a Boston Terrier on a leash walked down the sidewalk past Cindy's car. She took a good look at the Hyundai. After the dog had done his business, the woman walked past again. This time she paused, and Cindy was fairly certain she was photographing the license plate. About 10 minutes later, a Contra Costa County sheriff's car pulled up behind her. She watched in her rearview mirror as a short but muscular young deputy stepped out of his cruiser and strolled up to her driver's side window. She already had the window down and was ready to start explaining. She wasn't sure of the details, but it didn't really matter. The deputy asked,
"Are you all right, ma'am?"
Cindy had to bite her tongue not to say, "Don't call me ma'am." Then she realized he was probably just being polite.
Yes, officer, I'm just a little confused on my directions and had to make some phone calls. I hope I'm not bothering anyone. Was I breaking the law?
He shrugged and said,
"No, ma'am. I was following up a citizen's concern. What if you were here to commit a crime? We just have to make sure the citizens know they can count on us."
All Cindy could think to say was,
Fair enough.
as soon as the deputy got back into his patrol car and pulled away, Cindy said out loud to herself,
This is crazy. I'm acting like an idiot. Screw this.
She was back in San Francisco 40 minutes later. Chapter 34. I sat in our favorite booth at Susie's. The place was filling up with people coming in after work for happy hour, and the Caribbean music playing over the speakers seemed louder than usual. But to me, it felt like a quiet sanctuary. Here I was, having a beer, sitting with some of my best friends. It could be worse. Yuki, Claire, and I were wondering why Cindy, the last member of our women's murder club, was so late when we saw her hustling across the restaurant toward us. Claire and I were sipping our beers, trying to keep it to a single drink. Yuki Castellano, however, was already on her second margarita, and I saw her signal Lorraine, our favorite waitress, for a third. Very slick. I turned to Yuki and said, "Those aren't part of a 2-for-1 deal, you know."
I'm willing to pay the price.
She lifted the glass and took a giant swig.
The remaining defendants in my trial decided to roll the dice. The judge gave us a day's postponement. This is my last moment of anything but complete immersion in a very stressful, stupid trial. Give me a break.
Claire said,
Wow, you're usually so confident about kicking ass. I take this as a bad sign.
Just then, Cindy made it to our booth. Without asking, she picked up Yuki's glass and took a swig herself. Then she set it down and said,
Mango?
Yuki said,
It's the special. What are you complaining about? Not a complaint, I just didn't expect it.
Cindy reached down and snatched up the glass again. She took another big gulp. Then she waved to Lorraine and pointed at Yuki's drink, signaling she'd take one herself.
What the hell?
Once Cindy sat down, Claire looked around at the crowd and said, I had a very nice chat with Hope this morning. Cindy asked,
What's the story with her?
Apparently, she hasn't stabbed anyone.
Wait, what?
Claire laughed and said, That's exactly what I said. I looked over at Cindy and said, What took you so long?
Surveillance.
I was a little surprised. What were you doing?
Work stuff. No big deal.
She left it at that. Claire asked me, Any breaks on either of the bodies that are sitting in my morgue? Nothing yet. We're looking at the guy who came to your party, Eric Snaff, as one potential suspect. We know he was here in San Francisco the night Tina Barnes was murdered in Golden Gate Park. The cops in San Julio believe he's a good suspect in his own daughter's disappearance. Yuki, who was starting to slur her words just a tad, said,
That's sick. But if he's involved in his daughter's disappearance, why does he want Cindy to write about it?
Cindy said,
Apparently, there have been a number of instances where parents were involved in their children's disappearances. The fact that he came to me might mean it's some form of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. He could be looking for attention.
I decided this was Cindy's thing. I didn't need to voice my idea that Eric Snaff might not be a weird, potentially dangerous nutcase. Chapter 35. Sasha Turns sat on the steps of the Asian Art Museum on Larkin Street, not far from the Tenderloin neighborhood. Banners above the doors of the museum advertised a special exhibit opening tomorrow. She'd been sitting there since the sunset. Few other people were around, but she'd glimpsed movement inside the place, probably a security guard. She ate a day-old Taco Bell burrito as she looked out over the patches of open green in Civic Center Plaza and took a sip from the bottle of water she'd been given earlier by some nice lady in a minivan. The food and water did nothing for her terrible mood. Things had not been going well for the 17-year-old. A few months ago, she'd left her home in Denver to follow a boy to San Francisco. He'd told her she could be a model with her kinky dark hair and creamy brown complexion, courtesy of her Venezuelan mother and black father. Sasha had always felt ignored in Denver, and he'd just seemed so convincing. About 3 weeks after they moved, the boy got tired of living in cheap motels and crashing on couches. He left abruptly, saying he was going to Alaska to find work on a fishing boat. Sasha had decided to stay. She didn't think she'd fit in with the people of Alaska. Now she was trying to figure a way back to Denver, where she was pretty sure she could find a job in the surging cannabis industry. Unless she got some money to clean up and some decent clothes, not to mention a portfolio with good headshots, her dream of becoming a model was all but over. Sasha took another bite of her Taco Bell burrito, then tried to wash the taste out of her mouth with a gulp of water. She wasn't terribly successful. Looking straight out from the steps of the museum, she noticed a white SUV drive by slowly. Had it already driven past once before? Something told her to keep an eye on the car. A few minutes later, Sasha watched the same SUV turn onto the block again. It pulled into a handicapped parking spot directly in front of the museum steps. Maybe the SUV had a handicap placard somewhere, but she couldn't see it. Sasha watched as a man and a woman slipped out of the SUV and came directly toward her. They approached at a businesslike pace. She groaned, thinking they were some kind of social workers. She didn't feel like explaining her situation to anyone. As the couple came closer, she noticed the woman was attractive, with straight dark hair. The man was tall and very good-looking. They started climbing the museum stairs toward where Sasha was sitting, but stopped about a dozen feet away. The woman smiled and said, "Hi, you doing okay?" Sasha said,
Neither of you look handicapped.
The man glanced over his shoulder at the SUV. He said,
I think it's more of a suggestion.
Sasha shot back,
No, it's not. The whole program was set up for people who have trouble walking. I know because my mom's disabled.
The man said,
Is she as pretty as you?
Not anymore.
She held the man's gaze. She knew these two had nothing to do with social work. The man said,
How'd you like it if we took you somewhere nice to eat instead of swallowing that garbage?
He pointed at her burrito.
No thanks. I'm fine.
You look like you could use a good meal. Maybe a nice makeover as well.
Why would you care?
She paused and tossed her burrito into the bushes at the side of the stairs.
Come with us for about 10 minutes and I'll show you.
Is that how long it takes to stab someone and bury them in a shallow grave?
The woman laughed. Clever and pretty. You should really come with us.
Why?
We can show you a way to make a fortune and have fun doing it. Now Sasha took a moment to really evaluate the couple standing in front of her. The woman was dressed casually in nice jeans and a designer top. The man looked sharp too. She didn't know designers that well, but everything he wore looked expensive. She could tell his loafers weren't cheap. They looked fancy. It made her consider their offer.
How would I make this money?
The man said,
Just be yourself. Clever, beautiful, and charming.
Nothing was that easy. Sasha knew from experience. But she was intrigued. She couldn't believe she was seriously considering their offer. Then the man started to pressure her a little bit. He took a couple of steps closer to her, leaned down, and offered his hand for her to stand up. When Sasha didn't move to take his hand, the man reached closer and grabbed her wrist. Without thinking, Sasha squeezed her water bottle so it blasted the man in the face. He took a step back and stumbled. The woman kept him from falling down the stairs. That's when Sasha decided not to press her luck. She thought about running past them into the street, but didn't know how fast they were. Plus, they had a car and could search for her. Instead, she turned and sprinted up the stairs and slammed into the front doors of the museum, banging on them with her hands, wondering if whoever was inside would consider helping her. She didn't bother looking behind her. A security guard was suddenly on the other side of the glass, giving her a dirty look. But then maybe he saw something in her expression and quickly unlocked the door. Sasha stumbled inside and gave him her best lost puppy look.
I swear I'm not trying to cause problems. A man just grabbed my arm outside and I didn't know where to run.
The older security guard, who looked like a guy who enjoyed his own Taco Bell, peered out the window of the door. Then he turned back to Sasha and said,
Was he in a car?
She nodded and said,
A white SUV.
The guard relocked the door and said,
I just saw it pulling out of the handicap spot in front. Want me to call the cops?
Sasha shook her head. The guard said,
Then wait here for a few minutes to make sure he doesn't double back.
That simple comment made Sasha smile. There were still good people in the world. Chapter 36. I was sitting at my desk the next morning, feeling a little tired after a night out with the girls. When I'd gotten home last night, Julie was already in bed, but I lay down to chat with her for a few minutes. Then Joe and I did more than that once I lay down next to him in our bed. So I didn't mind being a little on the sleepy side this morning. So far, I'd evaluated a dozen tips that had come in overnight about the still unidentified body from Marshall's Beach. It seemed like the Duke of the Tenderloin had been working overtime, showing people the image of the woman who had washed up on the beach. None of the tips amounted to anything. Most people were well-intentioned. Some of the tipsters said the digital composite of the woman from the beach looked like someone they knew. In each case, I was able to look up on the internet the women they thought might be my victim. None of them were even close. The missing persons notice on one young woman said that she was 5'11". My victim was 5'2". Some tips came from the kind of ass who liked to see the police run around in circles. One was just a comment that said, "I wish this was a cop instead. You guys deserve to wash up on a beach." Lovely. I hoped the tipster never needed help from the police. It was mid-morning when Rich Conklin came over to my desk. "What's up?" I asked.
"I've been visiting shelters, and one of the workers I met just told me about a beautiful young woman who's staying in their shelter."
"That's nice that you're keeping tabs on all the attractive women in the city."
"Funny. But she fits the description of the girls you've been looking at who were either murdered or went missing. And," he made a real show of his big reveal, "apparently a tall, good-looking man tried to convince her to come with him yesterday. She hid from him in a museum and then decided she needed to find a safe place to stay. I say it's worth a visit to the shelter to speak to this woman."
"I agree with you, Inspector Conklin."
"She may not be interested in talking with us, but I think we have to give it a shot."
Less than a half hour later, we were at a rundown shelter operated by a mishmash of city agencies and private organizations. It was in the middle of the block on Oak Street, not far from Octavia Boulevard. I'd been here before over the years. It wasn't the kind of place where I'd want to spend the night, but it was definitely better than living on the streets. Rory Tooge, the woman who Conklin had talked to earlier, greeted him with a friendly smile and a little hug. Conklin seemed to appreciate the attention. She all but batted her pretty blue eyes at him, but to his credit, he didn't reciprocate the flirtation. We followed Rory through the shelter to a rear office, where a striking young woman sat in a ratty recliner with duct tape on the headrest. We introduced ourselves and asked her about the incident the day before. She didn't give many details or seem all that interested in talking, but she did tell us that a man and a woman in a white SUV had approached her. They were older than her, but she wasn't sure how old. They'd tried to get her to come with them. When she declined, the man grabbed her arm. Sasha threw water in his face, then rushed into the museum. I said, "Can you help us out, Sasha, with a few details? Like, about how old was the man who approached you?" Sasha screwed up her pretty face and said,
I don't know. He was kind of older.
She looked up at Conklin and said,
I guess he was about your age.
Then she looked at me and said,
Not as old as you.
I'd heard worse from people who meant to insult me, but I wasn't going to let the comment throw me off this interview. "You said he had a woman with him. What did she look like?"
I guess she was a little younger. She was pretty in an athletic kind of way. Broad shoulders, not much body fat, you know the type.
"Hair?"
Conklin wondered.
Dark. Not that long, but not short either.
I asked, "Did you notice if the man had a scar on his face?"
What kind of scar?
"Just a faint one that ran down the left side of his face. You could see it in his eyebrow." Sasha shook her head.
I just want to go home. Back to Denver. I didn't know the cops were going to come talk to me when I told the people here I was too scared to stay on the street. I really don't want to get involved. Look, the man was tall and pretty good-looking. The woman didn't really say much, and she was also good-looking. They told me I could make some money and have fun doing it. What do you think they were trying to get me to do?
Given what I was learning about human trafficking, there could have been a lot involved in the answer to that question. I pulled out my phone and showed her a photo of Eric Snaff. If this was more than just a theory, I probably would have gone to the trouble of creating a photo lineup. For now, I just wanted to see if she even recognized him. I held the phone out until Sasha actually took it from my hand so she could concentrate on it. I was in favor of giving up my phone if it meant this witness took this a little more seriously. Finally, Sasha shook her head.
It sort of looks like the guy. I was a little freaked out while he was talking to me. It could be him, but I can't be sure.
I gave her and the woman who ran the shelter my business card. Both seemed reluctant to take it. Sasha looked like she didn't care, and Rory looked at Conklin like taking it would be cheating on him. This may not have been a specific lead, but it piqued my interest. Chapter 37. As soon as we left the shelter, I dragged Rich Conklin over the Bay Bridge into Oakland to the California Department of Transportation on Grand Avenue. I could have picked most state administrative offices out of a lineup easily. Virtually every building that housed something like motor vehicles or highway safety looked the same. 3 stories, painted an odd dark yellow color with plain windows. They were almost all classic mid-60s architecture, very practical. The Caltrans headquarters was different. It was 2 13-story buildings, connected by an atrium extending up as high as the buildings, with a sky bridge linking the buildings on the top floor. It really wasn't a bad-looking structure. I knew exactly who I was looking for. I hadn't risked a phone call because it's always easier to ask forgiveness than ask permission. At the reception desk, I didn't even use my official ID. All I said was, "Lindsay Boxer, here to see David Roberts." The woman at the desk reached over, picked up the phone, punched in 4 digits, and said, "Someone's here out front for you." I sat down in the hard plastic chair next to Rich. He said,
You have an actual contact here who can look at toll records?
"I do."
How did you meet him?
I taught a class he was in on how to avoid fraud years back. David was not only my sharpest student, but also by far the sharpest dresser. He's got astoundingly good taste. Just then, a side door opened and David popped his head out. As soon as he saw me, he smiled and motioned for us to follow him. After we stepped into the hallway, I introduced him to Rich. I'll admit I was a little disappointed to see David wearing unremarkable trousers and a yellow polo shirt. I had to say to him, "What's with the stupid getup?"
We all go through stages, my dear. Currently, I'm testing out Normcore, a seemingly incognito look. One where I dress like every other drone in the building.
Something about his courtly Tennessee accent made it sound like he was joking. I wasn't sure. "How's that going?"
It's not nearly as much trouble as picking out an outfit and accessorizing. On the other hand, I don't really stand out.
"If it makes you feel any better, I think you still look quite dapper."
You're such a sweetheart. But no, it doesn't make me feel any better at all.
We walked at a slow pace toward his office. David asked Conklin a few questions, then said,
If you can keep this one on the straight and narrow, I'm sure you'll earn your pay.
David shut the door to his office once we were inside. He lowered his voice a little and said,
Let's do this the same way we've done before. Give me your information, and if there's some useful results, you can send me a warrant.
I said, "David, you're the best."
Tell me something I don't know, darling.
I gave him the license number and description of Eric Snaff's white Jeep Cherokee and asked if he could look at the last 3 months. David worked on his computer, typing away and giving non-committal grunts until he finally whistled through his teeth. I leaned forward in my chair and said, "What do you see?" David moved out of the way so I could look at his computer screen. It was just Eric's driver's license. David said,
I see a very good-looking man.
Less than a minute later, he added,
A good-looking man who's been coming into San Francisco quite a bit over the last few months.
I saw a long list of fast-track transponder dings on the screen. David printed out the information, 9 sheets of it. I did a quick check to see if the toll records showed Eric Snaff getting into San Francisco about an hour before I saw him at Claire's party, and leaving around 8 that evening as he'd claimed. It did. At least Eric hadn't lied. But I was keenly aware that he still could have murdered Tina Barnes during that time frame. Chapter 38. Cindy Thomas sat at her desk at the San Francisco Chronicle, zoning out a bit as she gazed out the interior window of her second-floor office that overlooked the newsroom. She was starting to feel the effects of diving into a story possibly bigger than anything she'd tackled before. She thought about what Lindsay and Rich went through when they had a big case. You couldn't just shut your brain off in the middle of it. When her cell phone rang, she picked it up with a quick,
Cindy Thomas speaking.
"Hello, Ms. Thomas. It's Sergeant Davis from the San Julio Police Department." Cindy and Sergeant Stephanie Davis exchanged pleasantries for a moment. Then the sergeant said, "I'm going to pass on some information to you that I'm also going to give the San Francisco PD. It's probably nothing, and SFPD will likely ignore it. But considering how diligent you were to come out here, and I've read a couple of your investigative articles, I think you might do more with it than some uninterested detective who may or may not even pick up the phone."
I can't wait to hear what this is.
"I got a tip from someone who claims to have seen Nicole Snaff just 2 weeks ago at one of the malls in San Francisco. Not the Galleria downtown, but the big one out near UCSF. I think it's called
Stonestown Galleria.
Bingo," said the sergeant. "Sprawling thing. Anyway, the tipster said they saw Nicole there and recognized her from some sporting event in San Julio." The sergeant gave Cindy all the details she had, including the tipster's name and a phone number, which she said was her work number. Cindy scribbled the notes in the notepad she carried with her everywhere. She was already thinking how she could explain to the tipster that a reporter was contacting her rather than an SFPD detective. After she hung up with Sergeant Davis, Cindy immediately turned to her computer and typed in the number that Sergeant Davis had said was the tipster's work phone. She figured it would be some kind of fast food or retail place. The search engine told her that the number was for a place called the Brass Ring Gentlemen's Club. Cindy read the description and realized it was a topless bar, or as some men like to call it, adult entertainment. Her experience with these kinds of places made her think that not many actual gentlemen ever frequented them. This was going to be an experience. Chapter 39. Rich Conklin and I were driving back from Oakland when I got a call from Cindy Thomas. I felt a little guilty for not putting the call on speakerphone, but if Rich realized I was talking to his wife, he never let on. As soon as I answered the phone, Cindy went into hyperdrive, telling me about her latest tip and why the sergeant in San Julio had given it to her. I had to admit, the sergeant wasn't wrong. Unless the tip went to the right detective in the right department, someone who was involved in investigating missing persons or crimes against children, it probably wouldn't be a top priority for follow-up. "I'll call the sergeant directly so it'll be official. Then we'll check out the lead," I told Cindy.
So it's not a problem if I come along?
"It's not a problem for me. It could be for you. Later, you might have to explain why you chose me." I mumbled a bit, hoping Rich hadn't deciphered any of the conversation, while also hoping Cindy would understand my meaning.
Is Rich there with you right now?
She asked. "Yes."
And you think he'd be upset if I didn't invite him to come along with us?
"You tell me."
Don't get me wrong, I love my husband, but I think it'll be better if I just have you come with me.
"Sounds lovely." We arranged for Cindy to pick me up from the Hall of Justice. An hour later, I was standing on the sidewalk near a side entrance when Cindy rolled up in her Hyundai sedan, and I hopped in like a celebrity avoiding the paparazzi. I'd already called Sergeant Davis at the San Julio Police Department. She'd given me all the information I needed, and I assured her that I'd clear it with our Special Victims Unit. Once I had my seatbelt on, I said to Cindy, "You left out the part about your tipster working at a topless bar."
Didn't you tell me that people with good information often hang out in places we'd never think about visiting?
You realize the Brass Ring is the same place where Tina Barnes worked. You remember, the woman whose body Claire saw in Golden Gate Park? Cindy almost looked excited.
You think this could be related?
We're going to find out pretty soon. If so, it's the first connection we've made between these cases. Cindy whipped through the city traffic as she filled me in on what she'd done so far and how she'd figured out the phone number the tipster had provided went to a topless bar. I said, "Seems a real crapshoot to try and catch this tipster at this time of day. I bet it doesn't get busy until much later in the evening." I doubt even a third of their staff is working now. We found the club on a corner not far from the Tenderloin. The outside of the building wasn't anything special. No big placards or murals of naked women. They probably wanted to stay well away from breaking city regulations about obscene material in public. Overall, the building wasn't in bad shape. The adjoining parking lot was newly repaved with 2 handicap spots by the main entrance at the side of the building. Someone was making enough money for renovations. We pulled into the big parking lot but couldn't find any available spaces. Not bad for the early afternoon on a weekday. I looked at Cindy and said, I guess I'll keep my ideas to myself for a little while.
Apparently, this is exactly the time of day when everyone comes to a club like this.
I guess any time is a good time to see naked women if that's your priority. Chapter 40. I stopped Cindy as we walked toward the entrance. Remember, this is the same place where Tina Barnes worked. This Nicole tipster and Tina's murder could be completely unrelated, but let's be careful. Cindy took a moment, like she was just trying to decide what to do. She said,
I don't want to screw up a homicide investigation.
What a very unreporter-like thing to say, I teased her. But I'm on board with us talking to this witness. We opened the door and were instantly smacked by a wave of loud music. It took me a few seconds to recognize the song as Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit. When the door closed behind us, I was shocked at how dark the inside of the club was. I followed along a wall that had shag carpet plastered to it. There was no bouncer and no one checking IDs at the door. Behind the bar, a young woman working in a bikini glanced up but virtually ignored us. I looked toward the main stage. Somehow, a woman had managed to find a way to dance to Nirvana. She definitely had the attention of the 30 or so patrons. I noticed at least 4 women in the crowd. The club had an additional 5 people sitting on stools. Cindy marched along the bar. I followed just to keep the possibility of a bar fight down. When she was adjacent to the bartender, Cindy spoke in a very loud voice to be heard over the music.
Is Allison Weaver working today?
The young woman behind the bar cocked her head and said, Who? Cindy shouted,
Allison Weaver!
Then the bartender nodded and said,
Oh, Allie. Yeah, she's in the back office.
She pointed to the end of the bar and made a motion that we should turn left. We found the little hallway that led back to a door with a sign, Office, No Patrons Allowed. Cindy rapped on the door, but we had no way of knowing if she could be heard over the music. Cindy knocked a little harder. When there was still no reply, I reached past Cindy and tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. We stepped into a hallway with a series of open office doors. Inside the first office, a woman wearing a colorful, long-sleeved blouse looked up from a desk. She took off her glasses and said,
You're not supposed to be back here.
It wasn't nasty, it was just a comment. I looked more closely at her and realized she was really young, possibly still in her teens. Cindy said,
We're looking for Allison Weaver.
I'm Allie.
Who are you guys?
We both introduced ourselves, and I showed Allie my badge and official ID. We told her we were here concerning her tip about Nicole Snaff. She didn't seem surprised or upset. We took seats in front of her desk. The first question I asked was about her work. What's your role here? You seem young to be a manager.
No, I do all the advertisement and marketing.
Do you have a background in marketing?
I'm still in school at City College. Once you get past the loud music and fake boobs, this place pays pretty well. I hear you're from San Julio originally,
Cindy said.
Walnut Creek, actually. I graduated last year, so I was a year ahead of Nicole. But I played her in games and tournaments all the time, both soccer and volleyball. So I totally recognized her when I saw her a couple of weeks ago.
I said, Tell us about that. Where were you when you saw Nicole?
I was headed to the food court at Stonestown. As I was going up an escalator, I looked over and she was coming down. I called her name and she turned immediately. Then as soon as she recognized me, she turned away again. But it was definitely Nicole Snaff.
Was she with anyone or was she alone?
I don't know.
Did she look healthy?
I guess so. I mean, she didn't look strung out or anything. She just looked normal, like the girl I used to play soccer with. But it was weird, you know? So I mentioned it to another high school friend, and she told me that Nicole's been missing. I looked it up and saw the news stories online. That's when I called the San Julio police. They were the only ones with a number listed to call.
I changed subjects. Did you know Tina Barnes?
You mean Cheyenne?
Allie was quick to put the cases together.
Oh my God. Do you think her murder is somehow connected to Nicole?
Not right now, but I did notice that Tina worked here. Did you know her?
No, not really. I'm only in the building during the day, and I don't really interact with the dancers or club staff. But everyone here has been talking about what happened to Cheyenne. It's so scary. I didn't tell my mom and dad anything about it, though, because I know if they heard, they'd want me to move back to Walnut Creek.
Cindy and I talked with Allie for a little while longer, then headed out. We hadn't made much progress, but talking with Allie had convinced me that Nicole Snaff was alive and somewhere in or around San Francisco. We just had to figure out how to find her. Chapter 41. I pulled into one of the dozen free parking spots at the Camino del Mar lot off Point Lobos Avenue. It was just after 6. There was still a little distance between the Pacific Ocean and the setting sun. Even with the fog gathering, the view was breathtaking. And that was saying something for a city full of breathtaking views. I stepped off the rough asphalt. The rocks and spotty grass gradually led down toward the shoreline. Few people were brave enough to make the trek all the way to the water. Fortunately, I didn't have to go far. About 30 feet down the trail, I spotted Joe sitting in one of 2 beach chairs situated on a concrete slab. There was a small canvas camp table between the chairs. The olive drab canvas didn't match the bright blue and white Tommy Bahama chairs. It didn't matter one bit. I smiled as I picked my way around the rocks toward him. I called out, "Is Julie with Gloria for the evening?" Our beloved across-the-hall neighbor and friend often stepped in as a nanny, and given our work schedules, Gloria Rose was a blessing for us both. Thankfully, Julie adored her too.
She's at Claire and Edmund's having a play date with Rosie. We'll pick her up later.
Joe had a broad grin on his face. He'd really outdone himself, and he knew it. On the table sat 2 lobster rolls from my favorite food truck, Coastal Lobster. Billy, the owner, managed to give them a decidedly California twist: avocado slices. A bottle of wine rested between the 2 paper plates. I sat down and picked up the bottle of wine. I looked over at Joe and said with a smile, "Old Vine Zinfandel." Joe said,
I remember you said it was perfect.
He opened the bottle and filled a glass for me. I took a sip. Still is. I leaned over and kissed my husband. It lingered, and I reveled in it. "You lured me here with police work. You said someone called in a tip to the FBI about Nicole Snaff and you'd set up an interview."
All true. I set up an appointment for after we've finished our meal. He sounds like a kid. Works at a tech repair shop a few miles from here. He wouldn't say much on the phone, just that he had proof Nicole was still alive.
It sounded intriguing. And it aligned with what Allison Weaver at the Brass Ring had told me, that Nicole Snaff was alive and possibly in San Francisco. But first, I wanted to focus on a rare date with my thoughtful husband. We chatted as we nibbled on our lobster rolls. The fog made the breeze off the ocean a little chilly but invigorating at the same time. I hardly noticed the sound of traffic whizzing by on the road above us. The drivers couldn't see us tucked away down the hill. Even though we were talking about work, it still felt more like a date. I loved it. I needed it. We each had a single glass of wine. We didn't want to do an interview a little tipsy. I'm not saying it has never happened before, but I'm more mature and responsible now. At least that's what I like to tell myself. After dinner and some time spent gazing at the ocean, Joe said,
Okay, it's time to solve a mystery.
He put the cork back in the bottle, gathered our trash and the chairs and the camp table, and we both started trudging up the hill. Chapter 42. Claire Washburn always enjoyed having Julie over to play with her daughter, Ruby Rose. She hoped Julie and Rosie would one day be as close as she was with Lindsay. Despite the age gap between the 6-year-old and the 8-year-old, her goddaughter and daughter got along really well, and hearing the girls giggle in Rosie's bedroom made her heart soar. "Listen to those little girls. Not a care in the world," Claire commented to Edmund, who was sitting next to her on the couch, watching a British period piece with women who were far too thin and men who were far too good-looking. She ate these things up. When Claire got no response from her husband, however, she turned toward him and found him sound asleep. Frustrating. Claire stood up to check on the girls and paused at the bedroom door. They were talking about Julie's dog, Martha, when she also heard Hope's voice. She realized that her niece was in the bedroom too, which made her a little nervous. Claire eavesdropped for a while longer. She hated to admit it, but she was making sure Hope didn't say anything inappropriate to the little girls. When she was satisfied the conversation was innocent, she decided not to interrupt them. She had a basket of clean clothes to put away and started by putting towels in the guest bathroom. Then she slipped into the guest bedroom so she could put a few blouses and a pair of jeans on Hope's dresser. The room was messy, but nothing worse than she'd gone through with her boys. Just a normal teenager stage. No need to say anything. Her niece was only staying another week or so. Claire didn't want to alienate her further. She took a moment to stack the clothes neatly on top of the dresser and noticed Hope's Fendi leather purse. Was that genuine? She paused for a second, then felt the leather. It didn't feel like a knockoff. She tried to remember how much a purse like this cost. Had to be around $3,000 or $4,000. Claire glanced over her shoulder at the open bedroom door. She hadn't intended to snoop, but when she heard all 3 girls laughing in the other room, she decided to take the chance and look inside the purse. A wad of cash was crammed down the side. Claire couldn't help herself. She reached in and pulled out the cash. It filled her palm and had some heft. A thin red rubber band held it together. She did a quick count and realized it was about $1,800, mostly in 20s. A sick feeling came over her. What is Hope doing with this much cash? Claire felt hypnotized, staring at the money. Then a noise at the door made her jump. She almost dropped the cash. She'd been too absorbed in her discovery to pay attention to her surroundings. She leaned on the dresser and turned toward the door. Edmund rubbed his eyes like a toddler who'd just woken up. He mumbled, "What are you doing?" Claire managed to gather her wits and say, "Laundry." He said, "I turned off the TV. I think I'm going to go read in bed." Claire managed to slide the money back into the purse without Edmund noticing. Her heart was still racing. She had no idea what she was going to do. Chapter 43. Before I even saw the sign to the tech repair place, I knew it had to be in the strip mall a few blocks ahead. The plain, single-story building had rust stains and graffiti painted along one wall. It looked like a typical low-end shopping center. A vape store, a rundown dollar store, and a UPS shipping center filled the nearer end of the strip. The tech repair shop was at the far end. 2 empty stores separated the shop from any other business. A couple of homeless guys sat on boxes next to a dumpster in front of one of the empty stores. We parked our cars by the dollar store. As we walked toward the end of the strip, I reached down and held Joe's hand. That's not something cops usually do on the way to an interview, not even when one of them had been as thoughtful as Joe. The sign above the repair shop read, We fix tech, except for Apple products. As we entered, I could see the main function of the store was selling secondhand components. A young dude with thick glasses, wispy brown hair, and a terrible case of acne looked up from his phone. He smiled and said,
You guys have got to be from the FBI.
Joe was ready and pulled out his ID. He introduced himself and me, tactically leaving off that I wasn't technically with the FBI. Joe got right to it by getting the guy's personal information. His name was Chet Ossing, and he was originally from Grangeville, Idaho. The 22-year-old had been working at the shop for more than a year. Chet said,
I saw online that there's a reward for information about this girl.
Joe nodded.
That's being offered by a community group where she's from, not the FBI. So you're not interested in seeing a photo of her?
That caught my attention. I couldn't help looking at Chet with much more interest. Let us see it. Chet considered my request. It felt like I could see his brain trying to work out the pros and cons. He hesitated. Finally, he reached for his phone. After a few seconds, he held it up and showed me a photo of a young woman in a flowered sundress sitting at a table. The setting looked like it might be a restaurant. There was plenty of light. And the girl was definitely Nicole Snaff. Her smile and eyes were unmistakable. I felt a surge of excitement. Joe reached up and positioned the phone so he could see it clearly. Then he said,
Can you send me this photo, please?
Chet said,
No can do. Why not? Because I don't have any cheddar in my hand.
I resisted the urge to reach across and grab this kid by his ragged concert shirt. Luckily, my husband was more nuanced. Joe simply said,
Okay, thank you for your time.
He turned and headed for the door. I followed his lead after throwing a dirty look at Chet. Before we were halfway across the cheap vinyl flooring, Chet blurted out,
Wait, where you going?
Joe continued until his hand was on the front door. Then, without turning around, he said,
We're way too busy to put up with bullshit like this.
Chet relented.
Okay, I'll send you the photo.
Once Joe had the photo on his phone, we both studied it carefully. There was something off about the photo. I couldn't put my finger on what. But the first thing Joe did was run it through an app that searched stock photo sites. We waited for the results of the search. Just as Chet asked,
How much do you think I can get for this proof the girl is alive?
the results came back. His app showed 2 different photographs. One of a young woman in the same dress but with blonde hair, and the other of Nicole Snaff at some sort of party. Joe grunted. He looked up at the young man.
So you took Nicole's face and stitched it into a different photo? You didn't think the FBI would figure this out?
Chet looked abashed. He decided to just come clean.
Well, I didn't think you'd figure it out that quick. You know this is a crime, right? I could spin it into a serious offense. We'll be back tomorrow to talk to you at length.
Then he turned on his heel and marched toward the door. He made a show of banging the door to knock it open. Once we were both outside, I said, Is it worth charging that kid?
No chance. But he'll be sweating a visit from us for the next few days. That's his punishment.
All I could say was, brilliant. Before getting into our separate cars, I stopped my husband, turned him toward me, and gave him a long, passionate kiss. Chapter 44. Joe went to pick up Julie. I was ready to head home for a nice bath. It had been a long day, and I was beat. I was watching Joe pull away from the small strip mall when my phone rang. It was Cindy Thomas. I didn't want to take it, but I did.
I'm near the dorm in the Mission. I need help right now. Please hurry.
Then she hung up. There aren't a lot of people I'd drop everything for, but Cindy was one of them. I wasn't going to call her back and tell her that I was exhausted or scold her for bothering me. I couldn't just say, I'm too tired. I had to suck it up and make sure she was okay. This time of night, it wasn't a hard ride to the Mission District. Traffic was light and the traffic lights were synced. A light drizzle made the asphalt shimmer under the streetlights. I hadn't spent a lot of time in the Mission since I patrolled it during my rookie days, but I knew it still had a fair amount of street crime. I had no idea what kind of trouble Cindy had gotten into. Unfortunately, my imagination easily came up with terrifying scenarios. I breathed a quick sigh of relief when I spotted Cindy pacing in front of a little shop on Guerrero Street that sold handmade blankets and quilts. Cindy was on her phone but ended her conversation and tucked her phone into her purse as soon as she saw me. "What's going on? You said you needed me right now. Then I couldn't get you on the phone on my way over here, so what's the story?" I asked. Cindy walked to the corner of the quilt business and peered down the empty side street. She pointed at the 4-story brick structure called Hotel Montserrat, better known locally as the Dorm. The hotel was clean and reasonably inexpensive. It still had an elegant outline with stone eagles on the corners of the roof and columns by the entrance. I'd heard that in the 50s it was quite the place. Now I thought of it as a place for tourists on a budget. Cindy said,
I was going a little stir-crazy at home. I was antsy and working on some of my ideas about the book. I kept thinking about the missing girls.
"You and me both."
Anyway, I just decided to take a ride around the city. Somewhere along the line, I had the idea to talk to some young women on the street. Maybe get some inside information.
I didn't like where this was going. Cindy ran her hand through her hair and then bit her lower lip.
I started talking to a girl down the street, I'd guess in her mid-teens. Beautiful, just like the girls who've gone missing. She told me she wanted to be a writer. I went to my car to get something for her, and when I came back, maybe 2 minutes later, she was walking into the dorm with a man who had to be around 50.
Was she going willingly?
Hard to say. One minute we were talking, the next she was walking away with the man.
Cindy glanced nervously again down the empty street.
I didn't see him drive up if he has a car. He was a big guy, fat. That's really the only distinguishing characteristic I saw. That's when I called you for backup.
I smiled. Cindy could really get into being a cop. I was a little more cautious. Let's see if we can find out more about what's going on. Chapter 45. Elizabeth Nunez, Lizzie to her friends, looked up at the older man behind the counter. She purposely tried to use her puppy eyes, hoping she might tap into some paternal feelings inside the pawnbroker. The shop was crammed with beat-up electronic tablets, bins full of old DVDs, and a case with cheap jewelry. Like a lot in the south of Market area, Soma, the pawn shop sat next to a low-rent hotel that helped ease the stress on homeless families. That was reflected in the number of video games and kids' toys on the shelves. The idea of having to pawn your child's games made Lizzie sad. She said, "But these are real pearl earrings set in gold." She swept her long black hair out of her face. She wanted the man to see her clearly. It often worked with other men. This guy might have too much gray in his hair to care.
I already told you these are synthetic pearls set in gold. I can give you $30, that's the most I'll go. All I'm gonna do is melt down the setting.
He scratched the stubble on his chin and looked at her for an answer. Lizzie's mind raced. If she wanted to return to the room she used to rent, she needed another $320. She hated parting with a gift her father had given her, but she didn't like the idea of living on the street either. She'd had a rough 8 months in San Francisco. She had about $10 left over from the money she got from the commercial she'd filmed a few months ago, and a little bit left from the time when she'd needed to eat and finally gave in to the diner cook who wanted oral sex. She tried not to think about that, but the free food and the money had helped her make it a few more days in the big city. The man behind the counter said,
Look, sweetheart, I'm about to close. Do you want to sell the earrings or not?
She took the deal. Outside the store, Lizzie turned to see a tall man on the sidewalk not far from her. He was cute but looked to be around 40, and she noticed a hospital-green asthma inhaler in his right hand. He smiled and said,
Hi.
She said,
My little brother uses an inhaler just like that. He has asthma.
Yeah, mine's more for a sense of well-being. I hardly ever have to use it, but it makes me feel better to have it in my hand.
He stuck the inhaler into his pocket.
You look like you could use a good meal. Would you like to join me for dinner at one of the places a few blocks down?
She couldn't say it out loud. All she could do was nod her head. Chapter 46. Cindy and I stepped into the ornate but dated lobby of Hotel Montserrat. Even at a whisper, our voices echoed in the cavernous space. Its dark mahogany walls and its pillars covered in some sort of purple satin reminded me of Disney's Haunted Mansion, or the fictional house of Usher. An indifferent clerk barely glanced up from the reception desk, which looked like it was newly added. The bright birch wood veneer didn't match the rest of the lobby. The clerk pushed his wire-rimmed glasses higher on his nose, but didn't bother to speak to us. I said in a low voice to Cindy, "Are you certain they came in here?" Cindy was clearly agitated. She nodded her head and said,
I'm sure they walked in here.
We approached the reception desk. The clerk made a show out of putting down his cell phone, sighing loudly, then looking at us. "Can I help you?" His tone sounded like it was a chore to even address us. I smiled. Did an older man and a teenage girl just check in? Now the clerk looked at us a little more closely. He had an unpolished look, unusual for a front desk clerk. He was probably in his early 20s, with a thin ponytail dangling behind his head and tattooed letters on each of his fingers before the first knuckle that spelled out, "Fuck life."
What are you? A cop?
He asked. As a matter of fact, I held up my badge and ID. I'll ask again. Did a man and an underage girl just check in? All we care about is the girl's safety, nothing else. If she's okay, we'll leave and there's no report. The dopey kid snorted.
Like I'd believe a cop.
Cindy said,
I saw them walk in here.
So you know the answer to the question. Why are you bothering me?
Now Cindy couldn't contain herself anymore.
Seriously, all we care about is the girl's safety. Once we establish that, everything's cool.
The clerk said,
If you leave now, everything's cool.
I said, I'm afraid I can't leave now that we've established a concern for someone's safety. I need to talk to your manager.
Does it look like there's a manager around?
What's your name?
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not.
Then I refuse to identify myself. Now, do I need to call your manager to get you the hell out of here?
Neither Cindy nor I moved. I said, it's critical we find that girl.
You cops think everything is critical. My dad works in the mayor's office. He says cops overreact to everything.
Cindy said,
Your dad does not work for the mayor.
Yes, he does.
Bullshit.
I saw what Cindy was doing. It was genius. We'd find out this moron's name soon enough. Cindy added,
If your dad works in the mayor's office, what's his name?
Jerry Little.
The clerk looked satisfied, like he'd just dropped a mic. Cindy checked on her phone quickly and said,
Son of a gun. Jerry Little, right on the city website. He's the mayor's deputy press officer. And I've never even heard of him.
An idea formed in the back of my mind. I took a risk. I looked at the clerk and said, Call him.
What?
Call your dad. He'll tell you what you should do. The clerk hesitated. Then he picked up the receiver on the push-button landline phone on the reception desk. From my end, I heard him say,
Hey, Dad. Some cops.
I reached across and snatched the phone out of the jerk's hand. I heard the clerk say, "Hey!" but I ignored him. I wasted no time. I identified myself and explained quickly what we were doing. All Jerry Little said was, "So? Why are you calling me?" I explained about the standoff with his son. To which Little said, "I recommend you leave the premises immediately." I was pissed off, but I held it together. I said in an even tone, "Okay. As I understand it, you just told me to leave the hotel and your son alone. I want to make sure I get this right for my report. The mayor's office declined to help when the SFPD expressed concern for a minor child's welfare. Is that correct, Mr. Little?" "I don't respond to blackmail." "I understand. Thank you for your time." I reached across the desk and hung up the phone before the clerk could talk to his dad. Cindy gave me a puzzled look. I just mumbled to her, "Wait for it."
Wait for what?
Just then, the phone on the reception desk rang. I felt a little smug when I said, "For this." The clerk answered the phone and spoke for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and handed me the phone. I heard the deputy press officer for the mayor of San Francisco say, "You were a little curt with me, Sergeant Boxer. Look, this is important. We need to get to the point." Little said, "There's no need to get the mayor's office involved in this. If you're just there to check on a girl's safety, great. Now talk to your son." I thrust the phone back in the clerk's face. As we were waiting for the clerk to get off the phone, I saw a heavy-set man built like an NFL interior lineman step out of the elevator and start across the lobby. Cindy said,
That's him. That's the man.
I took a few steps in the man's direction. "Excuse me, sir." I pulled out my badge and said, "SFPD." The big man burst into a sprint and crashed through the front doors. Chapter 47. Lizzie strolled through the Soma with the tall man who'd offered to buy her dinner. They were a few blocks from Market Street. It looked rough, but a step up from the Tenderloin. The man said, "You're quite a beauty. Why don't you come work with me?"
Doing what?
Lizzie knew what the offer was. She could hear her grandma in her head telling her to walk away. Except if it was really her grandma, she'd have been screaming for Lizzie to run, and then probably would have made her point with a pine switch. At this point, Lizzie didn't really care. She'd have a place and wouldn't be hungry. Those were powerful incentives. Some modeling, some escort work at parties and such.
Just escort?
That's up to you and the client. The idea made her nervous, but didn't scare her away.
And I can quit at any time?
Of course. They turned the corner. There was a lot more activity on this street. People dressed in casual clothes wandered in and out of the open shops, bars, and restaurants. It almost felt like a festival. A band played mariachi music at the far end of the street. A little diner called Twain's Inn with a cute red overhang and a couple of tables on the sidewalk sat on the closest corner. The man said, "That place looks good. Not much of a crowd either." Just as they approached the front door, two uniformed San Francisco police officers stepped outside. The man with Lizzie didn't hesitate to turn to the right. He hustled down a side street. It made her pause and stand on the sidewalk in clear view of the two police officers. The man called to her, but she didn't move right away. Finally, in frustration, he continued down the side street without her. The two police officers strolled toward her casually. The taller of the two said, "You okay, miss?" Lizzie couldn't help but look after the man just as he turned another corner. The other cop said, "Did you know that man?" Lizzie was torn. These two cops had just blown her chance. But they knew something was up. One of them took out a small pad of paper and said, "Do you need a place to stay for the night?" She decided to give them her name and accept a safe room that wasn't on the street. Chapter 48. I'm a runner in good shape, but I don't particularly like foot chases. The whole idea of sweating in street clothes, then tussling with a suspect doesn't interest me. But I yelled to Cindy, "Stay right here!" and took off after the man. At least I had on sensible shoes. He was running pretty fast for a great big guy. I yelled to him to no effect. He didn't even have the courtesy to look back at me. He was just moving flat out. I looked to the cross street ahead. He was headed toward Guerrero Street. My guess was he had a car stashed somewhere along it. I lost sight of him as he reached Guerrero but kept up my pace. I hadn't thought this out completely. I had no radio to call for backup, and I couldn't use my cell phone while at a full-on sprint. At least I still had my duty weapon in a shoulder holster under my jacket. Then the fat guy surprised me. As I reached Guerrero, he turned into a pedestrian alley between two buildings. I soon found him there, leaning over with his hands on his knees. He was vomiting up the remains of some kind of fast food burger. I skidded to a halt, unsure how to proceed. He currently wasn't a threat, and I currently didn't want to get too close to him. The man sputtered and gasped. In between retching, he said, "I give up. I give up." His jowls hung down around his face. His shirt had huge sweat stains around his armpits, and his loafers were frayed. A cheap tie peeked out from the pocket of his strained pants. Once he seemed to recapture his breath and turned to face me, all he said was, "I'm sorry." About what? "The prostitute." He wiped his face with the sleeve of his shirt. "Isn't that why you wanted to talk to me?" He made an effort to stand up straight. I didn't want to physically touch him, so I nodded back toward Hotel Montserrat. He took the hint and we ambled back to the hotel. Along the way, I got his name, but I was careful not to ask too many questions just yet. It would be easier if he cooperated with me. If the girl was a minor, this tub of lard might start to resist. The man said, "I wasn't hurting anybody. And I don't want my wife to know I was with the prostitute. I mean, almost with a prostitute." Almost? "We needed condoms. I was going out for some." You were going to have sex with a prostitute without a condom? I could barely control my tone. It had sounded like an accusation, and it was. The man stammered a little bit. I assumed she'd have them." On the stroll back to the hotel, we had to take 2 quick breaks. Once for the man to catch his breath, and once for him to vomit again. As I walked him through the lobby, Cindy fell in behind us. The clerk didn't say a word. He just followed us with his eyes. Even though the room was only on the 2nd floor, we took the elevator because the man didn't think he could make it up the stairs. He knocked on the door before he used his key to open it. Not a card key, but an old-fashioned metal key with a giant plastic disc attached to it. As we stepped into the room, I saw the girl sitting, still fully clothed, on the floral bedspread, watching the old TV set. She looked up, but didn't seem terribly surprised by extra people in the room. When she saw Cindy, the girl smiled and waved. I looked at the girl and said, "Are you okay?"
Yeah. Why?
Cindy cut in.
I was worried about what had happened to you. We were talking, and then I went to my car for a minute and saw you leaving with this guy.
She looked over at the slovenly, heavy-set man with vomit on his shirt. The girl said,
He was an easy payday. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect you.
I said to the girl, "How old are you?" I agreed with Cindy. She looked no more than 16. The girl said,
I'm 19.
She leaned forward and reached into the rear pocket of her tight jeans. Before I could say bullshit, she handed me her license. I looked closely and saw her name was Christine Chang, and she was, in fact, 19 years old. I let the fat guy leave. Cindy and I took Christine to get a decent meal and to see if we couldn't steer her toward a new profession. Chapter 49. I headed home later than I had wanted to after the adventure with Cindy. She kept apologizing to me. I told her she'd done the right thing. I'd also thought the girl was a minor. And hopefully we'd sort of created our own version of scared straight, although my hopes weren't particularly high. I put my phone on speaker and called Joe to let him know I was nearly home.
How'd it go?
He asked. About the same as it did at the tech repair shop.
Waste of time?
Nothing is a waste. I'd say it was more of a distraction.
No arrests?
Not even a report. Joe said,
Ouch. That is a waste of time.
I checked the mailbox on my way upstairs to the apartment and realized neither of us had looked in the last several days. There was a pile of junk mail and letters, but the only one that interested me was from our veterinarian, Dr. Barbara Clayton. It was the blood work she'd done on Martha. I read the report and a note Dr. Clayton had written at the bottom of the page saying she was worried about Martha's blood sugar and to stop feeding her table scraps. This was news to me, but I had a pretty good suspect in mind regarding who might be responsible for feeding our elderly border collie under the table. Once I was inside our apartment, Joe greeted me with a kiss on the cheek. He said,
I think Julie's still awake.
At this hour? He shrugged.
You can't blame her for wanting to say goodnight to her mom.
Joe and I snuck into our daughter's bedroom and immediately heard,
I waited up for you, Mommy.
Her sweet little voice lifted my spirits. I sat on the edge of her mattress as Martha trotted over from the rug she liked to sleep on near Julie's bed. Joe leaned against the door jamb. I listened to Julie tell me all about her exciting visit to Rosie's house. It sounded like they'd had a fun girls' night. I was happy to hear Hope had been there too, playing with the girls. I knew Claire was worried about her niece. When Julie's story wound down, I paused for a moment, then asked, Hey, Julie Bug, I have an important question for you. You're not in trouble. I just need to know for the veterinarian. Do you or Mrs. Rose ever give Martha any treats? Julie shook her head.
No. Mrs. Rose told me it would be bad for Martha to eat too much.
She looked at me seriously, her blue eyes open wide. Mrs. Rose is exactly right. Joe was quiet, standing next to the door, looking down at the bed. The way he cleared his throat told me something was up. I tucked Julie into bed good and tight. I gave Martha a nice rub on her head and walked into the hallway. Joe followed me. Once we were in the kitchen, I said to him, So you're the one who's been feeding Martha treats? Joe shrugged.
I didn't think it was that big a deal. I give her a handful of noodles now and then.
Define now and then. It came out a little more accusatory than I'd intended. Joe winced, then admitted,
Maybe twice a day? Once in the morning and once in the evening when I get home. I can't help it. She loves pasta so much.
How could I be mad at a man who cared about a dog's happiness? All I could do was give Joe a hug and a kiss, then look up into his face and say quietly, Cut that shit out. Chapter 50. Like most working people, I relished Fridays, eager for the weekend ahead. All Joe and I had planned for this weekend was family time. We might go to the beach. We would, of course, traverse a park with Martha, though a visit to the beach, too, would make her deliriously happy. We would let Julie pick where we'd eat dinner on Sunday evening. Last night, I had noticed that every time Joe opened the refrigerator, Martha practically galloped into the kitchen. She didn't do it when I opened the refrigerator or when Julie did. It was a testament to Pavlov's theory. Even using the same test species. I pointed it out to Joe, and he looked suitably chastened. Now I sat at my cluttered desk in the Hall of Justice. I ignored the emails and memos in my inbox and jumped right to the department summary of incidents over the previous night. Rich Conklin shuffled to his desk and plopped into the chair next to mine.
Anything going on?
I looked up from the activity log and said, A fatal stabbing in the Tenderloin.
Of course.
Randy Hicks has the lead on that one. There was a home invasion in Pacific Heights. 3 male subjects got away with approximately $900,000 in jewelry. Conklin said,
That means $40,000 in jewelry. Wealthy victims inflate their losses for the insurance money.
Always the skeptic. Then I came to the last item on the list. There's a missing persons report for a 20-year-old named Amy Phelps, last seen Tuesday at the diner where she works.
Quiet quitting?
That's the best-case scenario. It had me worried. Another young woman. Rich and I needed to follow up on the tip we'd gotten from Allison Weaver about seeing Nicole at the mall. When I suggested we go to Stonestown to see if we could find any video of Nicole Snaff, Conklin was on board. It didn't take us long to find the security office, tucked away next to an empty storefront. The metal door simply said "Security" in black block letters. We knocked, and a middle-aged man with brown hair and a giant walrus mustache opened the door after a moment. We badged him and explained who we were and what we needed. To my surprise, he immediately ushered us into the cramped suite of offices. There were 3 small rooms, 2 of which were nothing but video monitors covering virtually the entire mall. The eerie glow from all the monitors made the rooms look like something out of a sci-fi film. The security chief introduced himself as Bill Simpkins. His Boston accent made him sound like a caricature, but he seemed pretty dedicated.
You will have to excuse me. I'm watching this guy in the food court.
He pointed to a monitor in the bottom corner of the bank. It showed a muscular man with a lot of tattoos standing at the edge of the food court. Most of the restaurants had not even opened yet. Simpkins said,
He's been hanging out there for almost 30 minutes. I go by the old adage, the higher the tattoo is on your body, the crazier you are.
I looked at the monitor a little more closely. The man had tattoos all over his neck and face. That didn't validate the security chief's adage, but I knew what he meant. I repeated what Allison Weaver had told us. We were able to give the security chief a date, time, and the escalator Allie was on when she thought she saw Nicole Snaff. Simpkins set us up on a computer. With a few keystrokes, we were looking at footage from a camera that captured the entire escalator. Then he went back to watching the man at the food court. Conklin said,
This is going to take a while. I might need to visit the food court myself.
I was about to give him a funny response when I spotted Allie's face on the monitor. I mumbled, "No way." That caught Conklin's attention. We both stared at the monitor. I saw Allie turn her head. I followed her line of sight and immediately saw the girl she was looking at. I paused the video and we focused on the girl who might have been Nicole Snaff. There was definitely a resemblance. But was it really her? We called over the security chief, who looked at the monitor too. Simpkins printed out a still photo. I stared at the photo. It could be Nicole. I said to Simpkins, "This is a really good system."
The management bought it when times were better. Now they keep it running because it's cheaper than hiring a lot of extra guards.
My eyes returned to the monitor. I zoomed out and looked at everyone around the girl. It didn't seem like she had been with anyone. Then Simpkins rushed back to his other monitor. I looked over to see 2 people meeting the tattooed man. It was an elderly couple, and the 3 greeted one another with hugs. Conklin, the security chief, and I all realized simultaneously that the tattooed guy was meeting with his parents. I held in my hand a printout of the girl I thought could be Nicole Snaff. It was just one more confusing piece of information dropped into my lap. Chapter 51. Yuki Castellano tried not to jerk the witness's arm as she led him out into a waiting area in the Hall of Justice. The slightly built 22-year-old had just frozen on the witness stand. He hadn't even been under examination yet. All he'd been asked so far was to state his name. Still, the judge had graciously allowed a brief recess. He knew about witness intimidation. Yuki appreciated that kind of practical approach to justice. Yuki had picked this specific waiting area because she knew it was where cops about to testify often congregated. She wanted the witness to feel safe. A quick look around the assorted benches and plastic chairs told her she'd accomplished her goal. The place was positively jammed with young, muscular patrol officers and a few weary detectives. She settled her shaken witness in the middle of a sea of police officers. No one even glanced her way. They all knew who Yuki was.
I don't understand, Carlos. You didn't have any problem talking to me about what you saw,
Yuki said. The young man was sweating profusely despite the air-conditioned courthouse. His dark hair stuck up on the side from a ferocious cowlick. It was so distracting she wanted to pat it down on his head. Carlos nodded his head vigorously.
I know. But you didn't see the way Elio looked at me in the courtroom. It was like he was telling me what was going to happen to me without ever speaking.
Yuki had been through this many times before with other witnesses. Still, she didn't need it during a trial that had already had its share of problems. There were a lot of defendants. Elio Huerta was only one of them, but arguably the scariest of the bunch.
Come on, Carlos. You saw that man shoot the grocer who told him to sell drugs somewhere else. What's going to happen to the kids in your neighborhood if these guys are cut loose and allowed to return?
It took another couple of minutes to calm the witness down. Finally, he said he had to use the bathroom. She told him she'd wait right there for him. Yuki sat for a moment, nodding hello to some of the people who passed by. She didn't even want to look down at her notes. Her brain was already flooded with facts and witness testimony. She overheard a young patrolman behind her telling a detective about an incident the previous evening. It didn't sound like much. He'd stopped to talk to a girl who was walking with a man, and the man had hustled away. The young patrolman said,
You should have seen this girl. She was an absolute knockout. She told me she was in a Toyota commercial for that dealership south of the city. I looked it up online. She really was. She walks up to a pickup truck and sits in the driver's seat.
The detective said,
I think I know the one you're talking about. Does she have long, straight black hair? That's her,
the patrolman said.
But she's fallen on hard times. We had to find her a place to stay for the night. There was something up with the man walking with her, but she wouldn't give us any details. Dude creeped me out, though.
Suddenly, everything the young cop had said seemed to click into place for Yuki. It sounded like the story Cindy Thomas had been working on, and that Lindsay Boxer was also involved in. Yuki turned around and said,
Excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing what you guys were saying. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, counselor. Fire away,
the patrolman said.
Can you tell me what the guy you were just talking about looked like?
I only got a glimpse of him. He was tall, maybe 6'2". I'd say he was probably in his early 40s. Dark hair. Not ugly.
He paused.
Is this a case you're prosecuting?
No, but I'm aware of an ongoing case that involves pretty girls and a tall guy with dark hair,
Yuki told him.
Where'd you take the girl?
We got her into a women's shelter over in the Mission off South Van Ness.
I know the place. You think she still might be there?
Unless she suddenly found a job this morning. She seemed pretty relieved to have a safe place to stay.
He gave her the girl's name and the identifiers he had. Yuki appreciated a cop this sharp. A safe place. Isn't that what we all want? Chapter 52. Rich Conklin and I wasted no time after Yuki Castellano called us with the information she'd overheard at the Hall of Justice. We headed straight over to South Van Ness, looking for the shelter the police officer had mentioned. Traffic made the drive slow and choppy. The young woman's name was Elizabeth Nunez. A quick check showed she had a couple of minor arrests. One for breaking into a car and stealing a purse, and the second for underage possession of alcohol. There were a few citations issued for shoplifting. Nothing that had been worth prosecuting. We found the place easily enough. It wasn't run down, but it was the definition of a basic building. White paint covered blemishes in the stucco walls. A row of windows, a couple with cracked panes, ran along the exterior. The door looked like it was meant for a home rather than a business. Lindsay and Conklin pressed the video doorbell and stood in front of the camera. After a moment, a woman's voice said, "Can I help you?" I held up my badge and said, "Lindsay Boxer, SFPD. What's this about?" "It's a little sensitive. Can we talk to you in person?" I was surprised that there was such a long pause before we got an answer.
I'll buzz the door, but only you can come in. Your partner will have to wait outside or in your car.
I looked at Conklin. He shrugged, understanding the rationale that a male might be disturbing to some of the women in the shelter. Many of them were likely fleeing abusive relationships and didn't need the extra stress of his presence. I told the gatekeeper I was coming in alone, and she buzzed the door open. The inside of the shelter was much more cheerful than the exterior. It was well lit, with artwork on the walls and clean, brightly colored furniture. 2 of the framed artworks were animation cells of the Roadrunner character. The rest were watercolor landscapes. A tall black woman wearing a heavy blue cardigan sweater stepped into the hallway and said,
I'm Laura Chandler, director of the shelter. What's this sensitive matter you need to discuss?
I didn't hold anything back. I explained our whole theory about the missing girls and whether there might be a connection to what had happened to Elizabeth Nunez last night. The director said,
Lizzie didn't say anything about that to me. She just mentioned that she didn't feel safe on the street.
The director paused for a moment, then added,
I have to say I'm gratified to see a detective looking into human trafficking. I see stories on the news and in press releases from some of the federal agencies, but I've never had someone actually come here to our shelter and show any interest in the problem.
To tell you the truth, I'm learning about it on the fly. I even have a man from Interpol coming over from France to give me some guidance.
Why Interpol? Why not the FBI?
It was a fair question, but not one I had expected. To tell you the truth, I started with the FBI, but they directed me to Interpol. Interpol seems to be on the leading edge of missing persons and human trafficking. They assist a lot of law enforcement agencies that then do the footwork in their own jurisdictions and ultimately make the arrests. The Interpol investigator who's coming over here is just stopping by here on his way from a conference in Seattle. Everyone's got a tight budget, so we have to improvise. The director laughed.
Don't tell me about tight budgets. We operate on a grant from the city and charitable donations. The only thing more risky than a grant from the government is charitable donations. We go week to week with our expenses. Most of the food we use comes from a food pantry for the homeless. We get to pick through the stuff left over from the morning disbursement.
The director's words put my police budget woes into perspective. Suddenly, having to write up reports didn't seem like that big of a deal. She led me down the narrow hallway, deeper into the shelter. As we passed open doors, several different women looked up. I could tell they were evaluating me closely. A couple of them turned away. No cop liked to have that effect. But people have different interactions and interpretations. I just went with it. The director noticed it too and said,
I'm sorry, it's not you. Some of these women have faced terrible trauma. Many of them feel that the justice system has let them down. But I appreciate what you're trying to do and the sensitivity you're using.
She gave me a smile, and I felt better. As we turned a corner, the director said,
I saw Lizzie in the computer room earlier. She said she was putting together a resume.
As we approached another open door, a teenager in a pink sweater rushed out of the room. She looked at us and hurried in the other direction. Something about her made my antenna go up, and I took the last few steps quickly. When I entered the computer room, I saw that the window was open, and looking out it, I caught a girl with long black hair running away fast. She already had a head start. I yelled out the window, We just want to talk to you, Lizzie! The girl didn't even turn around. She just raised her right hand and shot me a bird as she continued to put distance between her and the shelter. Now I had one more witness to try to find. This case was getting weirder and weirder. Chapter 53. A pretty good idea had occurred to Yuki Castellano after she talked to the young patrolman in the waiting area. Now she had to see if her idea would work. The recess the judge had given her to talk to the skittish witness had morphed into a long lunch break. She had time to think this plan through. Yuki went back to the waiting area and found the patrolman who was still waiting to be called on another case. She also rounded up 3 other cops who all fit the same general mold: big, muscular, young guys. Plus a friend of hers who worked robbery and wasn't in uniform. But even at 40 years old and dressed in a nice suit, Chuck Hoyer was still formidable looking. He was a good 6 feet tall and looked like he hadn't missed a day in the gym in the last decade. A bullet to the face during his first year as a cop had left him with a menacing scar and a left eye that seemed to move on its own. This was perfect for her plan. Yuki pulled Carlos Katara aside just before court was called into session. She couldn't help running her fingers across the cowlick in his hair.
It doesn't ever stay flat. My mama tried to put it down every day,
he assured her.
Yuki said, "Carlos, look around the room and tell me what you see."
Carlos glanced around the courtroom and said,
"Nothing. Just the same people who were here this morning. And in a few minutes they'll bring in Elio and his crew."
Yuki nodded toward the back of the courtroom.
"I brought my own crew."
Carlos looked toward the rear of the courtroom, then noticed the 4 police officers sitting together. They took up an entire bench. Yuki smiled when Carlos nodded his head.
"They are here for me?"
"No, Carlos. They're here for Elio. They're here because they're tired of men like him ruining families and destroying whole neighborhoods. They're here to make sure he realizes he can't do that anymore. And you're one of the main reasons he won't be able to do it anymore."
Yuki was a petite woman, and Carlos was almost the same height, but she felt him stand up a little straighter and push his shoulders back. She had him take a seat in the gallery, just behind the prosecution's table. One of the cops from the back bench showed some initiative. He walked to the front of the courtroom, then slid in right next to Carlos. It was the perfect move. Yuki thought Carlos might turn and throw his arms around the muscle-bound cop. Even better than that were the looks on the faces of the defendants as they were led back into the courtroom. Especially Elio Huerta, a 35-year-old who looked older. He'd thought the case had been ruined. Now he realized maybe he wasn't so powerful. At least that's how Yuki saw it. And it was remarkably satisfying. This time, when Carlos got on the stand, he didn't falter. He was sworn in, stated his name, then listened attentively as Yuki led him through the initial questions. When the time came, he pointed directly at Elio Huerta and ID'd him as the man who'd shot a grocer for daring to tell him not to sell drugs in front of his store. Elio's wide, square, pockmarked face never even twitched. He crossed his arms, still staring down the witness. His jaw clenched, and it was obvious he was furious. Yuki was saving the grocer for later in the trial. It was difficult for him to get around now because he was confined to a wheelchair. She knew the impact the visual of him being wheeled into the courtroom would have on the jury. Yuki was starting to feel a lot better about this trial. Chapter 54. Rich Conklin and I were on the move again right after lunch. We got a call from a detective from Palo Alto who'd seen our digital composite of the young woman found at Marshall's Beach and said he knew of a young woman who'd disappeared almost 2 months ago. He texted me a photograph of the girl, Donna Harris. Hadn't Donna also been the real name of Missy, the girl our Yerba Buena Gardens informant, Rachel, had told us about? I held up the photo to show Conklin. Does this look like the composite sketch they made of the body from Marshall's Beach? My partner studied the photo on my phone carefully. Slowly, he started to nod.
"Could be. Hard to tell, of course."
When I told him the tip had come from Palo Alto, Conklin did what everyone in the Bay Area does. He looked at his watch to judge the traffic.
Didn't Rachel say the girl she thought might be our victim was from farther down the peninsula?
Like Palo Alto.
Exactly.
Conklin jumped up from his chair.
Let's go right now. Otherwise, we're going to get caught in the crush of techies sprinting home.
Less than an hour from when I'd gotten the call, we were in Palo Alto, in a nice but not stunning neighborhood. Most of the houses were older with simple lines, not like the newer neighborhoods the tech workers preferred, where all the houses seemed to have 3-car garages, gables, and etched glass doors. The house we were visiting was modest but well kept. Single story with a 1-car garage attached to it. The houses on either side looked exactly the same. Some defunct cookie-cutter development company had obviously started this neighborhood. We knocked on the door, and an attractive woman in her 50s opened it. "Are you the San Francisco detectives who called?" "Yes, ma'am." Louise Harris still had a trace of her Georgia accent. I noticed photos of the missing girl, her daughter, Donna, all over the living room. I wasn't sure if it helped ease this woman's grief or reminded her of her daughter. She ushered us into the house, then led us to a comfortable couch where a pitcher of iced tea and 3 glasses were already sitting on the coffee table. We ran through all the standard questions. Things like the last time she'd seen her daughter, if they were on good terms, if her daughter had left without notice before. The long sigh Ms. Harris let out before responding told me the answer to most of my questions. She gazed out the wide picture window. She was perfectly still and quiet. I wasn't going to rush her. Finally, she wiped a tear away with her thumb. She looked at me and said, "Missy could be a little wild." She stopped for a moment. She looked between Rich and me. "Her name was Donna, but everyone called her Missy. It was a nickname her older brother gave her when she was a little girl. It just sort of stuck. She could be a handful. God blessed her with beauty, or cursed her with it. I'm not sure which. But she was so much more than just a pretty face. She was funny. She could make a joke out of almost anything. There's a saying that I've always agreed with: not all smart people are funny, but all funny people are smart. That was my Missy. Smart as a whip and beautiful to boot. Do you know why Missy would have left home? She didn't run away, if that's what you're asking. She told me she was moving to San Francisco. Said she wanted to live in the big city. Wanted to be some kind of stand-up comedian. I tried to tell her she could still live here and commute to San Francisco if she got any gigs. She just got frustrated with me and left. Did she call you after she left? For about the first 2 weeks, she'd call a couple times a week. Let me know she was all right. Said she was working on lining up some gigs at comedy clubs. Then the calls became less frequent. The last time I heard from her was probably 6 weeks ago. When I didn't hear from her for about 10 days, I filed a report with the police. I have a couple of friends in San Francisco who've been looking for her as well. I've been up to the city a couple of times, just hoping to see her walking around North Beach, on Broadway, places like that. I even talked to the managers of a couple of the comedy and improv places she mentioned, and a few I looked up myself. None of them were any help. Ms. Harris excused herself and left the room. Rich Conklin leaned in close to me.
Everything she's saying lines up with what Rachel told us at Yerba Buena Gardens.
I agreed. This is sensitive. She knows we're trying to identify a body. We need to ask for something with her daughter's DNA so we can confirm it.
She may not want to confirm the body in the morgue is her daughter.
I nodded. After a minute or two, Ms. Harris came back into the room, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. We chatted about different things for a few minutes. We wanted to give Ms. Harris a chance to recover. I eventually got around to asking if she had something Missy handled a lot. Something we could use for a DNA comparison. She nodded. She had known it was coming. She stood up on unsteady legs and went into her bedroom, then returned with a small silver box. As she showed it to us, she said, "These are Missy's baby teeth. They mean a lot to me. I'm going to get them back, right?" Now I was a little choked up, trying not to think about how I'd feel if Julie disappeared. "Unfortunately, no. How about you just give us one? I don't have a DNA swab with me, but—" Ms. Harris looked back up at me. "Do you need something from me for comparison? My toothbrush? Hairbrush? Either one." She disappeared and returned quickly with a large, clear Ziploc bag containing both items, which she handed to me. Then she opened the silver box. Rich Conklin gently took the baby tooth from her.
Thank you, Miss Harris.
Chapter 55. Monday morning traffic on 101 was a rough way to begin the week. I was supposed to be meeting Alain Crézy's flight from Seattle. A red Porsche Cayenne had flipped. It was well off the road, but rubberneckers had nearly stopped all southbound lanes. While stuck in traffic, I called one of my friends on the force, Vince Mintus. We had been in the academy together. Now Vince was a sergeant at the airport. He was happy to help me maneuver SFO with a bit more ease. If I could only get there. When I finally reached the airport entrance he had recommended, he greeted me with a big hug. At 6'4" and 260 pounds, any hug he gave was big. Vince escorted me toward the gate, where Alain's flight would arrive. As we walked, I asked, "Did you really ask to work at the airport? You used to love road patrol."
Still do. But the girls are getting older, and with all their activities, I wanted more regular hours. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I coach basketball. Mondays and Wednesdays, I coach softball. I'm out of here by 4 every afternoon. Overall, it's a pretty sweet gig.
Is it? Or do you just keep telling yourself that? I smiled to show him I was joking.
A little of both, I guess,
Vince admitted. We kept walking through the bustling concourse. I noticed how people stared at the giant man in uniform. Vince didn't seem to care. He smiled or nodded to virtually everyone we passed. Once we were at the gate, Vince said to me,
"Do you know what this dude looks like?"
I held up my phone and showed him the blurry photo I'd taken from the internet. It showed Alain behind a podium, addressing a group of law enforcers somewhere in Europe. Vince said,
"That looks like one of the questionable photos I see of Bigfoot or UFOs. You know how tall he is? What's he weigh? You know, the kinds of questions most cops would ask ahead of time."
He gave me a grin.
"How'd you ever make sergeant?"
If we weren't in public, I would have turned around and punched him. Not that it would have any effect. Vince wasn't just big, he was solid. Forgive me if I thought standing next to the biggest cop in the airport might tip him off to my presence.
Maybe you should make up a sign with his name and hold it like a limo driver.
The plane landed, and a few minutes later, the first passengers started to deplane. A tall man in his early 60s emerged from the doorway. I smiled and said, "Alain?" The man shook his head and kept walking. Then a short, fit man came out, and we went through the same dance without success. When a portly man wearing a sport coat walked right up to me, limping slightly, I hardly gave him a second glance until he said with a charming French accent, "Would you be Lindsay Boxer?" When I nodded, he said, "Alain Crézy, at your service." He gave a little bow and shook my hand. My impression of him immediately switched from chubby and frumpy to courtly and charming. Chapter 56. Lizzie Nunez knew where to head if she wanted to find the tall, dark-haired guy who'd offered her a job the other day. She wasn't crazy about hanging around the Tenderloin, but she was thoroughly worn out, finding dark corners to sleep in for the past 3 nights, and the Tenderloin was her best shot at crossing paths again with the man. It was mid-afternoon, so the area was still pretty chill. Most people around the Tenderloin didn't emerge until closer to sundown. This place really needed darkness to get stirred up. Near Hyde Street, Lizzie noticed two boys about her same age. One wore a Warriors jersey, and the other had on a polo shirt that looked like he'd scrounged it from a thrift store. There was nothing unusual about the guys, except that their eyes followed her like security cameras tracking an intruder. When one of them called out to her, she didn't hear exactly what he said. She just ignored them and kept walking. They followed. Lizzie stopped for a moment near some steps to an abandoned building. A frail-looking older woman was sitting on the stairs. Her poorly dyed gray-brown hair was tied in a rough ponytail that fell to her shoulders. Her arms looked like thin, shapeless pipes. She'd been watching Lizzie and the men as they came closer and closer. The two boys didn't even acknowledge the woman when they caught up to Lizzie. The one with the Warriors jersey said,
Yo, why you moving so fast? We just want to talk with you.
The older woman stood up from the stairs and casually stepped onto the sidewalk. Then she swung her right arm with surprising speed. Lizzie thought she'd slapped the guy. Then she heard his cry and saw blood gushing down his face. The woman, who was clearly hardier than she'd initially looked, grabbed Lizzie by the wrist and said, "Come on." Lizzie followed along. When she looked over her shoulder, the boys were no longer behind her. The woman turned to Lizzie and said,
They won't give us no more trouble.
What about that guy's face?
It'll be okay.
The woman held up a box cutter covered in blood.
It was just a razor down his cheek. Nothing vital. A lot less than what would have happened to you if I hadn't stepped in.
She stopped in front of an old, run-down hotel. There wasn't even anything written on the sign. The woman said,
You'll be safe with me tonight. Then we'll figure out a more permanent solution. The city puts us up in this place. It's just a one-bedroom, but I have a couch you can sleep on.
Lizzie was in no position to complain. She followed the woman through the front door. They took sketchy stairs up to the third floor. The woman let out some phlegmy, hacking coughs as they climbed the stairs. Lizzie wondered if they'd have to stop for a moment. As soon as they stepped through the apartment door, an array of odors hit Lizzie all at once. Old cigarettes, beer, and another smell she couldn't exactly identify. Kind of like bug spray? Lizzie noticed stacks of what looked like suitcases. More than a dozen of them. All exactly the same size.
What are all those cases?
The woman turned and smiled. Her yellowed teeth looked as if they could fall out at any time.
Them things? They're what you call AEDs, you know. Defibers. For people having a heart attack.
Defibrillators? The woman nodded.
Where'd you get all of them?
Oh, they're just hanging on walls and bus stations and in some hotels. They're free for the taking. I sell them off at a discount to the places that really need them.
The woman pointed to her couch, sitting on top of bricks under each corner. It was the only furniture in the front room.
You look tired, sweetheart. Go ahead and get some rest. Once you're awake, I can show you a couple places that'll feed us for free.
The woman shuffled to the corner of the room. A dorm refrigerator and hot plate delineated the kitchen. She pulled a plastic cup from the tiny refrigerator and brought it back to Lizzie.
Protein drink. Hold you until we can get some real food.
Lizzie was so hungry, she just grabbed the cup and gulped down the gritty, fruit-flavored liquid. It had been only half full and left a weird aftertaste. But it did seem to curb her hunger. Lizzie gingerly sat down on the couch. It was soft. Then she stretched out and realized just how good it felt. Real food would be even better. A burger with fries. That's what she was thinking, as she started to drift off. Chapter 57. I spent much of the day huddled at my desk with Alain Crézy, going over everything we'd gathered so far. By everything, I meant theories, evidence, and reports. Alain's grasp of English was astonishing. He read reports faster than I did. He had insights that could only come from vast experience. His tortoiseshell reading glasses were held around his neck by a homemade band of white fabric. There were tiny drawings and French words written on the fabric in blue ink. He noticed me looking at it and said, "My granddaughters made it for me for Christmas. It may be a little tattered, but it makes me happy." I think it's wonderful. So personal and fun. After a while, he turned away from my computer monitor. His insights were making me reevaluate how I had viewed human trafficking, which was as something done by a single criminal organization, almost like a corporation with employees. Alain said, "Perhaps that is more how a drug cartel works, but trafficking people is more vague. It is more likely that procurers are paid for each girl they deliver, to disperse the people and cover more areas." Wouldn't that mean there are more people who can give them up to the police if they get in trouble? Alain nodded as he took off his reading glasses. "True, but my experience says that these groups are careful not to tell their stringers anything of value. Usually only one person meets with them. If something happens and they go to the police, they really can't bring down the entire organization. At best, one person will be identified, who will then disavow any knowledge of human trafficking. It's a very difficult situation." I said, "Maybe that explains the murders. If there's no quality control over who they hire, what if one of the stringers also has homicidal tendencies?" Alain appeared to think about this carefully. "That's a keen insight. I can see how you have risen so far in your profession." He nodded like he agreed with his own comment. I had to add in a reality check. That is, if the bodies and the missing girls are even related. "I'm also afraid that the homeless population offers a wide array of potential targets." So far, only one of the victims seems to have been homeless. Missy Harris from Palo Alto never told her mother she was homeless, but our research shows she stayed at several homeless shelters in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. "It is the same everywhere in the world. Criminals prey on the weak. It appears as if each of these girls had troubled home lives that left them vulnerable." I agree. But what can we do to stop it? "My dear Lindsay, no one will ever be able to stop it. Human trafficking has been going on as long as humans have roamed the earth. What we need to figure out is how to stop this group and recover some of these missing girls. I sincerely hope they are still nearby. Once they end up in a place like Russia or some countries in the Middle East, we have very little chance of ever rescuing them." That didn't make me feel any better. Chapter 58. Lizzie Nunez heard an electronic beep that woke her up. It took a moment to remember where she was. She'd slept so long and hard it was already dark outside. What was in the drink that woman gave me? Then she felt panic. She couldn't move her arms or legs freely. She looked down and realized her wrists and ankles were wrapped in gray duct tape. She struggled to sit up a little on the couch. She heard the beep again and turned to look to her right. One of the defibrillators was open next to the couch, and a green light was flashing. The older woman came back into the room and looked at Lizzie. "Did you have a good sleep?" "What are you doing?" Lizzie had given up any pretense of trying to act cool. She had heard the hitch in her own voice and realized she was about to cry. "Well, it's sort of an experiment. You know, science kind of stuff." She put on plastic reading glasses and tried to follow the instructions on the inside of the case's lid. Lizzie jumped when she heard a loud electronic voice say,
Unit is powered on. Clear the immediate area. The woman looked up and calmly said, "It's like this. I sell these things and make a few bucks. But if I can prove that they make it look like someone died of a heart attack, I could sell them to the gangs for a whole lot more. It's nothing personal, sweetheart. You seem like a nice enough girl. But I've got to make sure this works before I start running my mouth." She grasped the paddles and turned toward Lizzie. "You're going to electrocute me?" That made the woman pause. "I never looked at it like that. I guess that's what I'm going to do. You should only feel a jolt. Then you won't have to worry about men chasing you on the street no more, or where you're going to get your next meal." Lizzie's head was spinning. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The woman awkwardly got to her feet to take the last 2 steps toward the couch. She was holding the paddles out in front of her. "I'm gonna put one just above the top of your blouse and the other on your belly. Might feel a little cold to the touch." Lizzie flat out panicked at that point. She swung her whole body so her taped-together legs struck the woman right at her belt line. It was a clumsy move. She felt like a walrus trying to fling its entire tail at something. But it worked. The blow made the woman step back, then she tripped over the defibrillator. The paddles dropped from her hands. One of them struck the defibrillator and the machine sparked maliciously. Lizzie wasted no time in jumping off the couch, then hopping across the room toward the front door. The woman reached out a hand and grabbed Lizzie's ankle just firmly enough for her to lose her balance. She fell to the ground, barely able to break her fall with her taped arms in front of her. She slipped out of the woman's hand. Lizzie crawled like an inchworm toward the corner of the room that served as a kitchen. She used the counter to pull herself off the filthy floor. A couple of old Cheerios were stuck to her face. When Lizzie looked behind her, she saw the woman was gathering up the paddles again. She was still trying to go through with her crazy plan. The woman paused and looked down at the machine. It was now flashing a red light. She stopped for a moment to read more instructions on the inside lid of the defibrillator case. The woman mumbled, "Do I have to reset this whole goddamn thing?" As soon as Lizzie was standing up straight, she saw the bloody box cutter sitting on the counter just a few inches from her. She reached over and struggled to maneuver it enough to cut the tape on her wrists. She managed a little cut, then was able to rip the tape the rest of the way. Lizzie looked up to see the woman lunging toward her with both of the paddles extended. The electronic voice said, "Prepare to deliver shock." Lizzie blindly slashed the air in front of her with the box cutter. She caught the woman's arm and heard a yelp. But she was still right there, with the defibrillator paddles in front of her like 2 tiny high-voltage shields. Blood poured from a gash in her right forearm. Lizzie hopped back. She'd put a few more feet between her and the crazy woman. Just as she risked leaning down to cut the tape around her ankles, the woman marched toward her, the cables from the paddles dragging the defibrillator case across the gritty, nasty floor. Then the machine made several more noises, and suddenly, all the lights in the case went out. The woman paused and looked behind her to see what the cause of the power outage was. Lizzie didn't give her a chance to figure out the problem. She lunged forward. Her full weight hit the smaller woman. She used the box cutter to slash the woman across her upper chest and shoulder. The woman let out a shriek like an ambulance siren. Lizzie rolled off her and slashed the tape from around her ankles. She rushed to the front door and opened it. Before she ran out, Lizzie stopped to look back at the woman. She was rolling on the ground and whimpering. There was a lot more blood on the floor than she had expected. The woman's dress was almost completely red above the waist. She was making no effort to get off the floor. Lizzie wanted to deliver some parting insults. Instead, she closed the box cutter and slipped it into the pocket of her jeans.
Something made her take an old rag from the counter and wipe the doorknob as she left. Chapter 59. It didn't take much arm twisting to get my friends to agree to come meet Alain at Susie's. Claire, Cindy, and Yuki were all eager to be introduced to the Interpol officer. The place wasn't too crowded. Of course, it was a weeknight, and we were here a little earlier than normal. Almost as soon as we strolled through the door, the house band stopped playing a Caribbean tune and switched to La Marseillaise, the French national anthem. It felt like the scene from Casablanca. At first, Alain was taken aback. Then he smiled and began singing along as the band played the entire song. Which of my friends set up that little ploy, I wondered. I thought it was kinda over the top, but Alain loved it. Claire, Cindy, and Yuki were already seated at our favorite booth in the back dining area, and they all welcomed my visitor warmly. Cindy said,
The band had been practicing La Marseillaise before their first set. We felt it was the best way to welcome such a distinguished visitor.
Alain smiled and gave Claire a little bow. It is a welcome I could have only dreamed of. Thank you all so very much. I gave Yuki a quick look. How was she out of work before nightfall? I knew my telepathic glance would get my question across. She smiled.
The judge had a personal issue and adjourned early. I am not complaining about it.
I introduced my friends individually, and we explained to Alain how we tended to work together. He found it fascinating that the four of us trusted one another so much. Alain said, I admire your teamwork, and it seems you all take your jobs quite seriously. I wish I could arrange such a group in France. I am consistently impressed by how effective medical examiners can be in determining details of a death. Of course, prosecutors are vital in any democracy. It's only under a tyrant that there's no need for prosecutors. And the Fourth Estate is also essential to any democracy. As earlier, Alain spoke of his work and his family, especially his grandchildren. By the time he was done, they all knew the children's names, the games they liked, and how smart they were. Yuki asked how he felt crime here compared to the crime in France's cities. Alain gave her a wave of his right hand. All big cities have issues, especially cities and countries with diverse populations. There is nothing here that I would consider unusual. I'm in Lyon now, but even when I was in Paris, there are enclaves I consider virtually impenetrable. Cindy had been waiting patiently to ask,
How'd you become an expert on human trafficking?
Alain took a moment to gather his thoughts. While working as a detective in Paris, I had a simple missing persons case. A 16-year-old girl who everyone thought ran away from home. I kept looking, but had no luck. Then a few years later, there was an attack at a theater in Moscow by Chechen separatists. I read about it, saw the news. Dozens dead, many more wounded. But it was far away and barely registered with me. Until I learned that one of the dead was the same missing girl. She was 20 at the time she was killed.
How did she end up in Russia?
It turns out she had been lured into prostitution at 17 and sold off to a Russian oil baron. I still feel like I could have done more, done something different. It's the worst regret a police officer can have. I agreed. Alain looked like he might cry. He was still so affected by the case. I felt his anguish. Chapter 60. The next morning didn't start out well. Julie had a little bit of a meltdown because we didn't have the right cereal. Martha looked distraught, sitting by the refrigerator every time Joe opened it and didn't give her a treat. And Joe grumbled about not having gotten an invite to Susie's, too. You're not a charming French grandpa with a great accent. Joe just grunted and shuffled into the bathroom. Driving to go pick up Alain at the Marriott where he was staying was a relief. Alon had asked if he could visit the youth center where Eric Snaff worked. It wasn't hard to get Cindy Thomas to contact Gina Scritori and arrange everything. I wanted Alon to see something other than just downtown San Francisco anyway. The ride out to San Julio was fairly easy. It was still pretty early and traffic was coming into the city, not headed out to the suburbs. Gazing out the car's windows at the giant Lafayette Reservoir area, Alon said, "It's sometimes difficult to comprehend the sheer size and space the United States occupies. Even in a state as populated as California, you have such vast stretches of open area. It takes my breath away." "But you have the Louvre." "You're right. It's probably an equal trade." He gave me a sly smile. Even if I didn't hear his accent, I'd assume he was French. I wondered if I should have informed Eric Snaff that we'd be at the facility. I didn't want a confrontation. I still wasn't sure whether he was a grieving father or a batshit crazy human trafficker. Either way, there was no benefit to engaging him at this time. Gina Scritori was waiting for us on the sidewalk in front of the youth center. She looked like a model as she leaned against the outer wall of the facility in a leather jacket and knee-high boots. I introduced her to Alon, who was as courtly as ever. When he bowed his head and introduced himself, Gina said, "C'est un plaisir de faire votre connaissance." Alon looked delighted. "Oh, c'est magnifique! Vous parlez français! Où avez-vous appris?" Gina smiled, then said, "I studied French in high school. I thought it'd be cool. To be honest, it would have been a lot more useful if I'd learned Spanish." I'd also taken French in high school, but only for 1 year, and I remembered absolutely nothing. I only did it because my friend Carol Wong liked a boy who was also taking the class. I spent basically the whole year seeing the back of Carol's head and learning about 3 phrases, none of which I had retained. I glanced at the glass front door of the building as Gina and Alon had a long and involved conversation in French. Finally, I interrupted to ask Gina, "Is Eric Snaff working today?" Just then, the front door opened. I froze in place as Eric Snaff stepped onto the clean sidewalk. He looked our way for a few moments, shifting his glance between Gina and me. I couldn't read the emotions behind the look. Could be anger, could be hurt. Eric said, "I'd ask what you're doing here, but I doubt you'd tell me. Am I wrong?" I took a moment, then said, "You should be happy to hear that we're working on the case of your daughter and the other missing girls. That's what you want us to do, right?" Eric didn't respond right away. It was both awkward and tense at the same time. He looked at Alon but didn't say anything. Then he stormed away, cutting across the street and disappearing behind a building. Clearly, Gina was surprised by his reaction. She tried to cover the uncomfortable feeling that had descended upon us. She said, "Let's get this show on the road." The tour didn't take too long. I noticed Alon didn't ask any questions, but he was keeping his eyes open. I could tell he was looking for something. I didn't have enough experience to know what. We both watched as Gina interacted with different young people. As we were getting ready to leave, Alon asked Gina, "In general, do female youth workers deal with female students and males with males?" "That's only important in the dormitory area. Not all of the kids live here. About 60% just go to school here during the day." We paused by the front door for a few minutes. Gina asked where we were going next. "I heard some runaways hang out on Geary Street in the Tenderloin. Do you know it?" She shrugged. "Not really. Just enough to say that it's about as far from San Julio as I ever want to get." I looked down the quiet street with the hills in the distance. I could understand why she felt that way. Chapter 61. I'd enjoyed showing Alain Crézy the beautiful areas outside San Julio, seeing the appreciation in his eyes when he gazed at the rolling hillsides dotted with trees. Now, I was almost embarrassed when we drove into the Tenderloin. Literally, the first thing we saw was a fat guy with a shaved head peeing on the side of a building in plain view. I was hoping Alon didn't notice, but he chuckled and said, "To be honest, I was expecting worse. There is a joke about people in the US defecating on the sidewalks. I don't know if it's true, but I've been preparing myself for it." I'm sorry to see any of it. I grew up in San Francisco. It hasn't always been this way. But it's not quite as bad as TV news reports would have you believe. As a whole, San Francisco is one of the most beautiful big cities in the country. I found a place to park near the diner where I thought I'd find the Duke of the Tenderloin. Alon said, "This person we wish to meet is, how should I put it, an aristocrat?" I didn't mean to snicker. It just struck me as funny. And no, it's just a nickname he likes. He's been helpful, and it's not a big deal here to call him Duke. He's just a smart guy who flamed out of mainstream life. Flamed out? Overcome with stress. Now he lives on the street, but he sees everything. An informant? Yes and no. He's not looking for money, and he's not a criminal who needs to barter information. I respect that he doesn't hurt anyone, and he has a sense of right and wrong. I think he really is trying to make the neighborhood better in his own way. So this is more than just part of my San Francisco tour. You are actually conducting an investigation here? We need to talk to the Duke, but I'm also looking for a girl named Elizabeth Nunez. I stopped and pulled her photo up on my phone. I showed it to Alon, who nodded. I told him her story. Alon said, "I see. Pretty, approached by a tall man. You could be right. She could be a missing part of your investigation." We continued on our trek. I was surprised that Alon was able to keep up a very fast pace, despite his belly and a slight limp. I was having trouble reconciling his cop background with his grandfatherly tourist behavior. He wore a vintage-looking checked jacket that could have come straight from one of his beloved old TV detective show costume departments. And he kept looking up at the taller buildings and following all the pedestrian traffic rules. It was all I could do not to hold his hand like I do with Julie when we're walking through the city. It was maddening. We checked in a couple of places for the Duke. In one alley, 3 men gave us the stink eye as Alon looked over to see what they were doing. Just as I was about to turn him around, one of the men shouted, "What the fuck are you doing in here?" I tried to pull Alon in the other direction, but we were too late. Chapter 62. As the 3 men approached us, Alon said to them, "We are sorry to intrude." Now the men spread out. The biggest was a guy in his early 40s, around 6 feet tall with a shabby mohawk. He wore a loose red flannel shirt over a t-shirt. He said, "Tourists. Great. Just what the city needs." I debated identifying myself or reaching for my pistol under my jacket. Somehow I didn't see either one de-escalating the conflict. Besides, I preferred to maintain my anonymity when in the Tenderloin. Then the man in the flannel shirt said, "All tourists have to pay a tax." Alon looked at me for a moment, just to confirm this was a shakedown. Then he shuffled slightly to the side, away from the men. I shadowed his retreat. He stopped when a building's wall and a stack of old empty crates blocked any further progress. All 3 men closed in on us at once. I didn't like how this was unfolding at all. My right hand dropped to my side. I started to reach for my pistol. The man in the red flannel shirt reached for Alon's arm. Just before he'd extended his hand completely, Alon grasped the man's hand and twisted it backward quickly. The man squawked in pain and turned awkwardly. Alon released him, and the man tumbled onto the grimy asphalt of the alley. A second man rushed Alon. The Frenchman simply pushed the stack of crates a few inches with his foot. The ruffian tumbled over it and also fell on the alley's rough surface. Alon calmly looked up at the third man, who shook his head, then simply turned around and left the alley. I was hoping the entire confrontation was over. Clearly, Alon had been in a scrape or two during his long career and knew how to handle himself. But of course, these remaining two nitwits didn't know when to quit. The jackass in the flannel shirt stood up and glared at us. A trickle of blood ran down his wide forehead. He balled his hand into a fist.
"You're going to regret that, you frog piece of shit."
Alon held up his hand at the man like he needed a break. He turned to me and said, "I'm not sure what that insult meant. Is he calling me excrement or a small amphibian?" I realized Alon had been toying with these guys all along. If he had time to make a joke, he wasn't too worried about these morons. I was still a little concerned, though. The second man was off the ground now and standing shoulder to shoulder with his friend. From the end of the alley, I heard a booming voice.
"Cal! Marty! Leave those people alone. They're friends of mine."
I turned and saw that it was Barry Seifert, the Duke of the Tenderloin. Chapter 63. Gina Scritori had come into San Francisco for the afternoon, and Cindy was happy to see her. Gina told her all about the tour of the youth center she'd given Lindsay Boxer and her new French partner. Gina said, "He's an older dude, but that accent? Holy cow, is it great?" Cindy nodded.
We had fun with him last night.
Ooh, do tell.
Just a night out, listening to his stories. He seems like a good guy.
They were standing near Pier 39 on the Embarcadero. Cindy figured that the Tenderloin was pretty thoroughly covered. This was another area where there was a lot of activity. Granted, most of it was tourists, but the people who worked at the restaurants, shops, and kiosks saw a whole lot. Maybe someone would recognize Nicole from her photo. Cindy had gotten lucky on stories over the years by talking with local workers. One waitress had witnessed a big-time attorney meeting with a candidate for mayor. It had turned into a major story of the candidate trying to hide a past arrest for indecent exposure. Cindy had published the story a week before anyone else. It was a bright day, and Gina squinted in the sunlight as she said, "So what's this big lead you have on Nicole Snaff?"
One of her soccer-playing friends saw her at a mall here in San Francisco.
When?
Just a couple of weeks ago. Lindsay Boxer confirmed it with videotape from the mall.
That's incredible. Is she okay?
It looked that way according to Lindsay. I just talked to the witness. I didn't see the video.
Gina looked excited. Are you and I going to look for her today?
If that's something you'd like to try. I have other avenues to investigate.
Like what?
Eric Snaff gave me a list of people he thinks could be suspects. Maybe he's trying to throw the scent off himself. It's still something I need to look at if I want to be thorough.
Gina asked to see the list, but Cindy wanted to concentrate on looking for witnesses who might have seen Nicole. The two women worked as a team. Cindy didn't think it was safe to do it any other way. The duo started right near the Hard Rock Cafe. Cindy was strategic in not asking random people walking down the street. She went for local vendors and workers. A few people blew them off, but most people took the time to look at the photo. They stopped at a hot dog stand, a store that sold touristy junk, and even a couple of the open-air restaurants. They were coming up empty, however, until they found a young woman who seemed to have parked herself beside the back wall of a family restaurant that sold mostly fried food. She was probably in her late teens, with straight dark hair that went just a little past her shoulders. When they asked her if they could show her the photo, the first thing the young woman said was,
You guys cops?
Gina said, Do we look like cops? The girl gave Gina a critical look up and down, then said,
You kinda do, but your clothes are too expensive.
Then she looked Cindy over and said,
Even in a uniform, you wouldn't look like a cop.
The girl stood up from her place on the concrete and glanced past them, toward the busy lanes of the Embarcadero, gauging traffic and people.
Look, I've got places to be. If you guys want to show me the photo, make it quick.
She grabbed the strap of a small canvas pack and slung it up onto her shoulder. Cindy held up her phone with the picture of Nicole Snaff. The young woman did a double take. Cindy said,
You recognize her, don't you?
She took a moment. She was still staring at the photo. Hesitantly, she said,
I might.
After another 10 seconds, she said,
She looks like a girl I see around sometimes.
Cindy's pulse started to race. She almost barked at the girl.
Where? Where did you see her?
Gina crowded in on the girl and said, Are you certain? We don't need to be sent off on wild goose chases because some local chick on the pier thinks it's funny. Gina's tough act definitely wasn't helping things. The girl looked rattled. Cindy said,
Do you work here?
She nodded toward the small restaurant.
No, I work.
She backed away from Gina, who was scowling at her.
I don't know that girl. I need to get going.
The teenager bolted past them. It may not have been a run, but it was close. When Cindy started to follow, Gina put out a hand and held her. That girl was working a scam. Believe me, I know one when I see one. Especially a scam a teenager is trying to pull off. Cindy stood there, watching the girl disappear into the crowd. She glanced out over the water, where she could see Alcatraz in the distance. She looked at Gina and said,
What was that all about?
Just trying to use my experience to contribute to this investigation. I'm around kids all day, every day. She didn't know shit.
I thought it was a little heavy-handed.
Gina shrugged. Sorry, that's just my personality. Cindy wasn't sure if welcoming Gina into her investigation was going to work out. Chapter 64. The Duke strolled toward me and Alain Crézy. For their part, the men who had confronted us apologized, then hustled out to the street and out of sight. The former tech guy wasn't a big, imposing figure. How had he called off random street thugs? I turned to the Duke and said, Why are they afraid of you?
Because unlike the drug dealers, I have friends everywhere. I don't rely on fear or money. It just goes to show that if you treat people right, they respond. Those guys don't want the entire population of the Tenderloin coming down on them, either shunning them completely or maybe ratting them out to the cops.
Sounds like you don't need the police as much as you think you do.
That's not true, Sergeant. You know as well as I do most people don't treat others well. If we didn't have police roaming the streets, we wouldn't be able to roam the streets.
I said, Duke, this is Alain Crézy from Interpol. Alain smiled at Barry and said,
Hello. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir.
The Duke of the Tenderloin smiled broadly. He nodded his head and said,
Ah, vous êtes français? Bonjour. Comment allez-vous?
The Duke's easy switch into French caught me by surprise, but seemed to delight Alain. After they'd chatted for a while, I had to ask Barry where he'd learned to speak such good French.
In another life, or should I say in my previous life, I had to talk to international customers quite a bit. It's too hard to explain technology in a language you don't understand. While sewing up the French market, I worked very hard at picking up the language.
It made me more curious than ever about the man he used to be. I told the Duke that we had a possible ID on the body from Marshall's Beach. The Duke bowed his head and said,
What was her name?
Donna Missy Harris. He was quiet for a full 30 seconds. When he looked up at me, I saw a tear on his cheek.
I will remember her every day. It's too easy to forget the people cast aside by society.
The three of us sat down on some crates in the alley. The Duke said,
Odd things have been happening in the Tenderloin. Strangers have been talking to young women. Some of the young women who lived here have moved on without a word. It's all very concerning.
He mentioned a residential hotel a few blocks away that seemed to be a hub for this activity. I knew the place. The Garden Spot. A 6-story ramshackle building with about 60 rooms. Not exactly a tourist attraction. The city administrators had used it to house homeless people, but unfortunately it had been corrupted over the years. Now it was apparently a center for prostitution and drug dealing. After we said our goodbyes, Alon and I turned and started walking toward my car. It was late afternoon and there were a lot of people around. We stopped for a minute in front of the Luz Hotel. Suddenly, we heard a clear gunshot. A bullet impacted about a foot above Alon's head on the side of the hotel, close enough to spray concrete chips onto his head. We both jumped forward and ducked behind a parked car. Alon was remarkably calm. I pulled my duty weapon in case someone tried to come closer to finish the job. After a second, I took a quick peek over the hood of the older Chevy. Only a few people on the street had even realized what had happened. Most people went about their day. I looked but couldn't see who'd fired the shot. I wasn't even sure exactly where it had come from. Was this a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or were we getting too close to something? Chapter 65. The rest of the day was a whirlwind after Alon and I left the Tenderloin. I dropped Alon back at his hotel, and we made plans for him to come over tomorrow evening to meet Julie and Joe and enjoy a home-cooked meal. Back at the office, I got stuck writing a report about the single gunshot. It felt like a dozen bosses asked me about the shooting incident near the Luz Hotel. Word gets around a police department quickly when there is even a hint of a shot being fired at a cop. It was almost as draining as the event itself. We all have days like this. I'd had no time alone because I'd been driving around with Alon all day. I was worried about the investigation. And most importantly, I had no idea why someone had taken a shot at us. Although I tried to play it down to anyone who asked me about it. Plus, I still had to talk to Joe about it. I dreaded that as much as administrators asking me about the incident. I finally made it home, feeling like a prisoner in the Russian gulag as I trudged up to our building's front door. Even running into Gloria Rose, our beloved neighbor and part-time sitter, didn't perk me up. I barely managed to get out. "Hey, Gloria." The elderly woman stopped me and said,
Are you all right, sweetheart?
"I look that bad?"
You look exhausted. Everything okay?
I nodded and assured her it had just been a very long workday. Inside our apartment, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was like entering a comfortable bunker. I like to pretend nothing can bother me inside our own apartment. Joe and Julie were in the kitchen. I saw that Joe was wearing the apron Julie had made him back in preschool, white with a purple crayon portrait of what I thought was a dinosaur. I could tell by the look he gave me that he had a lot to say but was holding back for now. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and then turned to catch Julie mid-flight as she leaped into my arms. After I took a quick shower and changed into jeans and an oversized SFPD t-shirt, we had a dinner of chicken parmesan and a quick game of Go Fish. Then Julie changed into her lavender unicorn PJs, and I read her a chapter from A Bear Called Paddington. Before I'd even finished half of the short chapter, she drifted off. One arm cuddled her beloved plush stuffed cow, Mrs. Mooey Milkington, and the other dangled off the side of the bed. Martha lay on her favorite dog bed directly under Julie's tiny hand. It made me smile. It was time to gather my courage. I knew Joe expected a serious conversation. I crept out of Julie's bedroom and stepped into the living room. I found my husband sitting in the recliner we called his dad's chair. I dropped into my mom's chair, an oversized easy chair, and we turned them so we were facing each other. Somehow my comfortable mom's chair didn't feel like any protection. Joe simply said in a calm voice,
Tell me about the shooting.
"It wasn't really a shooting."
Was there a gunshot?
"Well,
Yes.
Did the bullet impact anywhere near you?
Yeah. Sort of. Joe sighed like a weary schoolteacher.
Then tell me about it.
I couldn't blow off my husband like I blew off some of my coworkers. I started with a very weak, "It was nothing."
Come on, Lindsay. Someone shooting at you is a big deal.
It could have been a coincidence.
Or it could have been a warning.
A warning about what? I'm nowhere on my homicide cases. No one knew we'd be in the Tenderloin. It's just too far-fetched. Joe said,
Don't tell me it's just part of the job.
I know the public thinks that. No cop views being shot at as a regular part of the job. I'm taking it seriously. I had raised my voice without meaning to. I'm not sure what else you want me to do. There were no witnesses who saw anyone with a gun. The bullet impacted 3 feet above our heads. I don't have time to canvass the area and look for security footage. Joe took a moment. He was treating this more like an interview with a suspect than a conversation with his wife.
Is there any chance that Alon Creasy could have been the target?
I considered that, but really, why would someone target him 8,000 miles from home? Joe nodded solemnly.
I guess that makes sense. But ignoring the whole incident isn't a good idea.
He let out his breath, clearly unsatisfied. Finally, he said,
I'll settle for a little more care and concern about your surroundings. Just for me and my sanity.
I gave him a smile. For you? Anything. Chapter 66. Cindy Thomas was sitting in a booth under the glaring lights of a diner a block off the Embarcadero. Gina Scritori lounged on the brown vinyl seat across from her. At the moment, Gina was fending off the second guy who'd stopped to flirt with her. This guy, in a Porsche jacket with Ray-Ban sunglasses on top of his head, looked like a player. He oozed casual coolness. She never actually told either of the men to leave her alone, but both of the men got the message quickly. As this man strutted away, Gina looked at Cindy and said, It never ends, does it?
You mean guys hitting on women? No, it doesn't.
Cindy managed her tone with some effort. She was still pissed off at the way Gina had scared away the only witness that had seemed to recognize Nicole Snaff in the photo. They'd spent the last few hours scouring the pier and surrounding areas, hoping to find the girl again. They'd shown Nicole's photo to dozens of other locals. But no one else had expressed any hint of recognition. Cindy pulled out the list of suspects Eric Snaff had given her. It was an aspect of her investigation that she hadn't really taken seriously, until now. Cindy hesitated to show the list to Gina. She was the only person other than Eric who might recognize any of these names, but Cindy was starting to question how much she wanted Gina involved in the rest of the investigation. A guy dressed in a nice suit walked by and gave Gina a smile and a nod. Gina actually looked interested in this one, but he kept walking to the front door. Cindy got Gina's attention by clearing her throat. She handed over the crumpled sheet of paper Eric had written several names on.
Do you recognize anyone on this list?
She asked Gina. Are these the people Eric thinks might be involved in his daughter's disappearance? Cindy sidestepped the question.
Do you know any of them?
Gina studied the list carefully for a moment, then looked up and said, I know all of them. San Julio isn't San Francisco. Everyone knows everyone.
Does anyone stand out to you?
This guy, Jason Cortland, used to work at the youth center. He's harmless. He's also salty with Eric Snaff.
Why's that?
He thinks Eric got him fired from the facility. Jason had kind of a loud exit. It was uncomfortable, but also a little entertaining. She looked up and smiled at Cindy. Know what I mean? Cindy took the list back, but didn't respond.
What else can you tell me about him?
Gina shrugged. I don't know. He's in his late 30s. I know he was in the army at some point. I always thought he was a bullshitter. I never believed anything he said. I haven't seen him in a couple of months. Pretty sure he moved out of San Julio after he left the youth center. I wouldn't waste your time looking for him.
Cindy made a few notes on the paper. Gina said, "Want me to come with you on any of these interviews?"
No, that's okay. I don't know when I'll get around to it.
Cindy had tried to be measured in her response. She was pretty sure that she didn't want Gina investigating anything else with her on this story. Unless she had no choice. Chapter 67. I needed to stay ahead of the game today. The first thing I did to ensure this was to drive past the Garden Spot Residential Hotel, where the Duke of the Tenderloin thought the odd things happening in the area had been centered. The Garden Spot sat in the middle of the block on Ellis Street, near Hyde Street. Some people called the area Little Saigon. At night, the neighborhood had quite a bit of traffic, both pedestrian and vehicular. It was one of the places where tourists mixed with the people who lived on the fringes. Neither group seemed to appreciate the other's presence. I pulled to the sidewalk and sat in my Ford Explorer. There wasn't a lot of trash on the ground, but the place didn't feel neat and tidy. And there were still people wandering around who looked like they'd been out all night. I could see the hotel clearly. The red brick with streaks of black mildew, the ancient fire escapes that looked more dangerous than facing a fire. The hotel's original logo featured flowers and vegetables in a garden, but it had long since faded, and someone had painted a face on one of the tomatoes and turned a bushel of carrots into a bunch of orange penises. Both changes looked like they'd been there a while. If I were the hotel's manager, that's something I would have taken care of immediately. But perhaps the manager had more urgent issues to deal with. I heard some loud voices and looked in the rearview mirror. I saw a glittering dress and someone in jeans and a dark red long-sleeved shirt. Then the loud voices turned into shouts. Shit. It's not my job to get involved in arguments, unless they turn violent. That's why when the man grabbed the young woman by her arm, I slipped out of the car to appraise the situation. I saw a tall, pretty black woman in her late teens or early 20s arguing with a man who was the epitome of average. He was about 5'10", medium build, and probably in his mid-40s. His hair looked ruffled. This was not what I had intended to get into before I'd even picked up a Lancrisi. I took a quick glance around to make sure there was no one else involved. Pedestrians on the sidewalk were giving the man and woman a wide berth. A few people were starting to gather to watch the conflict. I considered jumping on my police radio and calling it in. My concern was that by the time a patrol car arrived, the girl might be injured, or worse. Then the man made up my mind for me. He balled his right hand into a fist. He held it up like he was going to punch her in the face. No way was I going to let that happen. Chapter 68. I tried to move quickly, but before I could get closer, the young woman threw a quick jab that caught the man right on the nose. I was impressed with the form and the speed of her punch. Then she threw another. The man stumbled back a couple of feet. I wasn't quite so worried about the girl's safety now. Now I had to worry about the man's. That's when she took a step forward and launched a right cross that snapped the man's head back. Some blood and a tooth fell onto the sidewalk. The young woman stood there in a perfect boxer's pose, with her left fist out in front and her right fist cocked and ready to fire. The man turned and ran down a gap between two buildings. I was about to consider the incident closed when the girl stormed after him in her high heels. I couldn't in good conscience let her continue to beat him to a pulp. I started jogging toward the gap where the man had fled. I trotted past a crowd of about a dozen gawkers who'd been watching the fight, none of whom had the nerve to follow. When I got to the narrow alley, I was surprised to see that it was simply an access to the building behind the garden spot and to the building next to it. There was no graffiti on the walls, no trash on the ground. But there was the man, now doing his best to evade the woman who'd punched him several more times. In a reasonable voice, I called out, "Okay, that's enough." The girl glanced toward me but didn't cease her attacks. The man was just trying to get away from her at this point. She connected with a punch now and then, but mostly he was bopping out of the way. This time I shouted, "Police! Step away from the man!" The girl froze mid-punch. She stood up straight, adjusted her flashy dress, and turned toward me. She faced me without concern, like she was meeting a friend at Starbucks. The man said,
How do I know you're a cop?
I didn't draw a gun or even pull my badge. I just glared at him. The young woman said, "Oh, she's a cop, all right." I couldn't help but smile a little. Her street smarts and intonation told me she was no dummy. She mumbled, "Sorry, I figured you for just a nosy tourist at first." I eased closer to them. The man was standing about 3 feet away from me. Blood leaked out of his nose and mouth and was smeared across his shirt. I noticed a gap in his upper row of teeth. I knew where the missing tooth had gone. The woman in the glittery dress said, "You going to arrest me?" I looked toward the man and said, "Do you intend to make a complaint?" He glared at the woman. He took another few seconds, then slowly shook his head. Then probably not. I looked back at the young woman and said, "I can probably guess what happened." She shook her head. "I'm not a prostitute if that's what you think." I said, "Okay, but I need to know what happened before I just let you two wander off. Why don't you enlighten me as to what caused this fracas?" The girl said, "I met this moron at a club last night. I gave him some zsa-zsa. He took it all, then refused to pay me. It was like $300 worth." "Excuse me, you sold him what?" Now the man interjected.
She didn't sell it. She gave it to me.
"I gave you a sample. That's just good salesmanship. But you owe me for all the rest of the gummies you gobbled down. If you hadn't acted so goofy all night and kept telling me you had money back at your shitty hotel, I wouldn't have given it to you." She looked like she was going to hit him again. I said, "You guys are going to have to excuse me. I work in homicide. I have no idea what zsa-zsa is." The man blurted out,
It's a scam is what it is. It makes you feel great for about 5 minutes.
The girl was much more sedate in her answer. "It's a synthetic form of marijuana. There is no law against it, and it's expensive." I didn't have time to get embroiled in a long dispute with these two. I held up one finger, pulled my phone out, and made a quick call to our narcotics division. One quick conversation with a detective confirmed the truth. It wasn't a crime. At least not yet. A bill in the California legislature might change that soon. That's all I needed to know. I waited until the man was safely out of the alley. I saw him turn at the corner and start to run. I hoped he noticed his tooth on the sidewalk and picked it up on his way. I turned to the girl. "You seem way too smart to be doing things like this. And you seem way too reasonable to be a cop. Sometimes appearances can be misleading. Why sell that stuff? Like you said, I'm smart. I got one more semester at SF State. But I'm too lazy to get a real job and not tough enough to go to jail. This is a good compromise for now. I'm hoping to land a job in marketing. If not, I'm making pretty good money, at least until they turn this into a crime." That was logic I had a hard time refuting. Chapter 69. Yuki Castellano sprang to her feet and said in a strong voice, "Objection!" Judge Robert Cousins turned his head slowly toward the defense attorney. The cross-examination of this prosecution witness felt like it had been going on for 2 days. In fact, it had only been about 45 minutes since the start of the trial this morning. Court had convened especially early today. The judge said in his calm and monotone way,
Ms. Torres, please avoid leading the witness. I know it's cross and you have some leeway. Don't abuse it. I would prefer not to have to mention this again. Is that understood?
The defense attorney, Angela Torres, flipped her jet-black hair over her shoulder. "Of course, Your Honor. My apologies." Yuki sat back down at the prosecution's table. Nick Gaines, her second-chair attorney, leaned in and said,
Could she be any more full of it?
Yuki mumbled.
Not even if she was a septic tank.
She glanced over her shoulder and noticed the crowd in the courtroom was growing. Spectators were shoulder to shoulder. Word was getting around the Hall of Justice that this was a heavyweight bout. She was gratified to see that the 3 young, muscular patrolmen she'd coerced to help with a witness had come back to watch the trial on their own. They sat together in the very front row. 2 of them were in uniform and must have been there with permission from their sergeant. The third one was off-duty and dressed in civilian clothes. Yuki acknowledged them all with a little nod. Angela Torres was taking her time before she got back into the cross-examination of the witness. Torres was the narcotics attorney in San Francisco. Ever since she'd gotten a serious crack dealer released on a technicality, she'd shot to the top of every drug dealer's contacts list. She was young, good-looking, and seemingly without any conscience whatsoever. A Stanford law degree also helped. Torres turned back to the witness.
Mrs. Ortega, you said that you'd spoken with detectives and with ADA Castellano. Is that correct?
The older woman nodded her head. She said with a heavy accent,
Yes, that is correct.
Her gray hair fell to her shoulders, and her left hand had a slight tremor where it rested on the edge of the witness stand. Torres leaned in as if gossiping with a relative.
You didn't know the name, Elio Huerta, until you spoke to the detective and ADA Castellano. Is that also correct? Yes.
Mrs. Ortega's reedy voice didn't sound like it could say much more.
You're not in any trouble, Mrs. Ortega. I just want to know if it was ADA Castellano who suggested that Mr. Huerta was who you saw with a gun.
Torres had used exaggerated air quotes around the word suggested. Yuki sprang to her feet again.
Objection, Your Honor.
Torres turned and opened her eyes wide, like an innocent kitten. It was almost comical, Yuki thought. The problem was she knew some of the jury would eat it up. Judge Cousins said,
I'd like both the prosecution and the defense to approach the bench.
His command had an edge to it, unlike his usual neutral tone. When both attorneys stood in front of the judge, he shut off his microphone and leaned forward for the sidebar conversation.
I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish here, Ms. Torres.
I'm trying to show that the police and prosecution influenced this witness.
Yuki cut in.
What are you getting at by saying I suggested the name Elio Huerta? Of course I brought up the name. She didn't know his name. She just saw him with a gun. You're purposely trying to muddy the waters.
Angela Torres looked directly at Yuki and said,
Hello, I'm a defense attorney. That's my job.
Judge Cousins let out a quiet laugh, but regained his composure quickly.
Perhaps you can do your job without impugning the integrity of a respected prosecutor,
he chided Torres.
Of course, Your Honor, but I'm concerned that this is just a witch hunt. I'm told the witness who was scheduled for this afternoon won't be appearing.
Yuki said,
You mean the witness who got in a fight?
She used her own air quotes around the word fight.
And is currently in the hospital?
Torres spread her hands out in front of her and said, I have no control over what goes on outside this courtroom.
You can't convince your client to stop attacking witnesses?
There is no indication my client had anything to do with your witness. Like I said, I have no say in what happens outside. I barely have a say in what goes on inside this courtroom. Judge Cousins said,
But I do, and we're going to quit this minor bickering. We will get on with this trial, and we will do it in a professional manner.
Yuki and Angela Torres both responded, Yes, Your Honor, at the same time, then were dismissed and returned to their respective seats. Yuki still had her best witness ahead of her. Roberto Paz was the grocer who Elio had shot and who was now a paraplegic. She knew the defense was not looking forward to seeing a man in a wheelchair tell the jury who shot him. Yuki couldn't wait. Chapter 70. Cindy Thomas was farther east than San Julio, in an area on the outskirts of Concord. The sun felt brighter out here. On her way here, still feeling anxious about her upcoming interview, she'd taken a wrong turn and ended up winding through a valley crowded with native oak and walnut trees against the backdrop of Mount Diablo. Eventually, though, she'd found her way to her destination, much less bucolic but oddly quiet at the moment. She'd done a fair amount of research on the suspect, Jason Cortland. He was the only name on Eric Snaff's list that didn't seem like a dead end, even if Gina Scritori thought this guy was harmless and a waste of time. Cindy parked on a gravel road that led to what appeared to be a concrete production facility. It almost looked abandoned. A tall building to her right had no windows. It reminded her of a set in a horror movie. As soon as Cindy stepped out of the car, she started coughing from all the particulate in the air. She was glad she'd worn her old tennis shoes as she navigated the dusty gravel to the unlocked, rusty gate. An older, beat-up white Chevy truck with faded blue stripes along the hood was parked in front of the building. A bright bumper sticker said, "People suck," in bold letters. It was the only vehicle visible at the facility.
Hello?
Cindy called out. No one answered. She started crunching across the gravel toward the truck. When she had just reached it, a metal door opened in the side of the building. A man in a sweat-stained t-shirt, dusty jeans, and work boots stepped out onto the gravel. He appeared to be in reasonably good shape, with brown hair that was cut very short. She knew him to be in his late 30s, but he had the weather-beaten look of an older man who'd worked outside for most of his life. The caked cement in the creases of his face didn't help the perception. He gave Cindy a look that lasted just a little too long. Then he said, "I'm going to bet you're in the wrong place, lady."
Jason Cortland?
She recognized him from photos she'd seen online. But he didn't answer immediately. The man said, "Why are you looking for him?" Cindy took a few more steps until there was only 5 feet between her and the man. Cindy said,
Come on, Jason. I know exactly who you are. I just want to ask you a few questions.
You at the VA?
No, I'm a reporter. I'm working on a story about missing girls. Your name has popped up in my research.
Popped up? How did my name just happen to pop up?
Before Cindy could answer, he added,
Let me guess. That weasel Eric Snaff said I had something to do with his daughter's disappearance, right?
I got your name from several people.
Cindy lied.
Listen, I can't force you to talk to me. I just want to find out the truth. Are you interested in telling your side of any story?
She waited almost 30 seconds before Cortland gave her a slight nod. He stepped around his truck and lowered the tailgate, then sat down on it and let his legs dangle off the side. His heavy work boots brushed the gravel. He just sat there and didn't say a word. Cindy eased herself onto the tailgate as well, but as far away from Cortland as possible. She pulled out a pen and her favorite reporter's notepad, an old-fashioned narrow one with a firm backing so she could write while she held it. Jason Cortland started by saying,
I guess you heard I used to work at the youth center in San Julio. Technically, I resigned. Only because I knew they were going to can me.
Cindy said,
Do you want to tell me about it?
Nothing to tell. That asshole Eric claimed I had a relationship with one of the girls in the program. True or not, once that sort of thing becomes an official inquiry, no one will ever trust you again. It was easier for me to just walk away. But it doesn't change the fact that I've only been able to find odd jobs ever since. This place pays okay, but it's tougher on my body than my army boot camp days. I coughed up some blood the other night.
Cindy asked him some general questions. Cortland gave one-syllable answers. Never married, not much family, originally from Ohio. When she felt like he was comfortable, she asked,
Did you know Nicole Snaff well?
No. I've met her, but that's all. I didn't have anything to do with her disappearance. I can prove it, too.
How can you prove it?
I was an inpatient at the VA hospital in San Francisco at the time she disappeared. Complications with a kidney issue kept me at the facility for almost 2 weeks. So there's no way I could have had anything to do with her going missing.
I'm not sure how I can confirm that without violating HIPAA.
If it'll put this bullshit to rest, I have paperwork I can show you. I'll also give permission to the VA to talk to you. But you have to promise that you'll treat me fairly in your story.
I treat everyone fairly in my stories.
Said every reporter ever.
Cindy had to smile at the gruff man's attempted humor. Jason Cortland asked,
How close have you looked at Eric himself? He's a weirdo. God knows what he's capable of. Instead of harassing a working man like me, maybe you should spend a little more time checking him out.
Cindy wrote down the quote exactly in her notepad. Chapter 71. I met Alain Crisy in the lobby of the Marriott where he was staying. With its clean, sleek interior, it was a world of difference from the garden spot. Bright sunshine poured through skylights in the giant lobby. Well-dressed people rushed past me. And I witnessed no fights. Nice. I was impressed at how alert the older man looked, even after a long couple of days. Today he wore a nice button-down shirt and a colorful floral pattern and blue slacks. I halfway expected him to be wearing a pork pie hat, the kind that looked ridiculous on hipsters, but would fit Alain's aesthetic perfectly. After pleasantries and a little conversation, I said to Alain, "My husband was concerned that someone shot at us yesterday. I just want to make sure you're okay. I know that sort of thing doesn't happen in Europe very often."
How thoughtful of you, Lindsay. I would expect nothing less. But I assure you, I am fine. And it is not so rare as you might want to believe. You would be surprised how many times I was shot at in my career before Interpol. It almost makes me hopeful that we are on the right track.
I appreciated his attitude. That's a great way to look at it. And you're right, I didn't realize you'd been in situations like that before. I'm afraid to admit that most of what I know about French law enforcement in particular comes from the movie French Connection 2. Alain let loose a broad and infectious laugh. Then he waved me off and said,
Have no fear, Lindsay. That is in fact a great film, as is the first French Connection. I must confess, I also learned quite a bit about US law enforcement from that film. I once even took a tour of where the chase scene was filmed near Coney Island. Amazing cinematography. Questionable police work. But I found it compelling and exciting just the same.
I thought we could check out that residential hotel the Duke of the Tenderloin told us about. Are you willing to risk it?
I am,
Alain said.
But I wonder if first we might be able to visit the mall where Nicole was last seen. I would like to see the kind of place she might frequent. Maybe we'll pick up on something new.
I agreed immediately. Traffic was reasonably light, so I took the turns that would eventually lead us to the Stonestown Galleria. Alain and I looped around the Stonestown Mall, showing Nicole Snaff's photo to the occasional shop worker. None recognized her. Next, we aimed for the food court on the second level. I said to Alain, "When I first started on the force, I always heard that a good cop should never get wet or go hungry." Alain laughed.
Our French police have a similar saying. A good cop is well fed and well treated, but can drink only well alcohol.
That's very clever. Brings light to law enforcement salaries without preaching to people. I chuckled. The choices at the food court were sparse. Luckily, Alain claimed to adore Asian American food, specifically bourbon chicken. I grabbed a burrito from Chipotle. We took up 2 tiny round tables with our food and belongings. There were some people around, but it felt like we could speak freely here. A couple of times we had to shift so someone could slip past us. A teenaged black kid in a dark hoodie said, "Excuse me," as he stepped between our 2 tables and back into the mall. A few seconds after the kid had slipped past us, Alain said with some urgency,
"I think he just took my phone."
When I turned my head to look at the teen, he broke into a sprint toward the bank of escalators. Chapter 72. Before I could even stand up, the kid started flying down the crowded escalator. I knew I'd never catch him. That's when I heard the ding of the elevator and saw the door opening. Somehow I managed to shift my momentum and slide on board the elevator before the doors closed. Still, it felt like the elevator crept down. When the doors opened, I burst out onto the ground floor, but I had little hope that I'd even see the kid who ran away with Alain's phone. A quick glance told me he wasn't anywhere near the main entrance. Then I looked around the corner to where Rich Conklin and I had visited the security office just days ago, searching the video for Nicole Snaff. I froze in place. Bill Simpkins, the chief of security, was standing next to the teenager. Simpkins smiled. It made his giant mustache spread out like some sort of party favor. He could tell by the look I gave them that I was thoroughly confused.
I saw the whole thing on video, Sergeant. All I had to do was walk outside and wait. He didn't give me any trouble.
I held out my hand. The teenager didn't hesitate to pull Alain's phone from his backpack and slap it onto my hand. I gave him a thorough appraisal, then asked the kid, "How old are you?" He mumbled, 16. He told me his name was Jake Hunter. Then he said,
I'm really sorry.
I thanked Simpkins for his assistance and told Jake to follow me. I wasn't going to arrest him. I just wanted to see if he'd follow my instructions. If he ran, so be it. But if he followed me all the way back to our table, maybe there was some hope for him. To his credit, the teenager followed me the whole way back to where Alain was sitting. I motioned to a chair and Jake dropped into it. I introduced him to the Interpol investigator. Alain looked at me and said,
That was an impressive chase.
I explained how the security chief had actually nabbed the thief as I handed the phone back to Alain. Then I turned my attention to young Jake. You have anything to say for yourself? Jake gave a hint of a smile.
That's exactly what my grandma says to me all the time.
Are you saying I'm old enough to be your grandmother?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Relax, Jake. I was just having a little fun. I appreciated Alain's chuckle. Jake said,
I said I was sorry. I mean it. I just could really use a European iPhone.
Wait, what?
A phone, issued inside the European Union.
The young man gave me a look like I'd just fallen off the turnip truck. Alain said,
How did you know it was not an American iPhone? I heard you speaking French on it while you were in line. I saw how you're dressed a little differently. You know, funny leather loafers, shirt that's cut a little different with the flowers on it. The way you keep your reading glasses around your neck with that white strap.
Alain said,
The flowers are a nod to Van Gogh.
The kid said,
They look more like something Cézanne might paint.
Alain and I both gave our guest an appraising look. Interesting observation for a 16-year-old petty thief. I said, You're pretty observant, Jake. Please tell me you're still in school.
Yes, ma'am. Honor roll. I do a little tech work on the side. There's nothing I can't do to or with an iPhone. Are you going to arrest me?
Should I?
I broke the law, but I wanted a European iPhone.
That's the second time you've said that. What's so special about European iPhones?
They're like a lot less hassle to break into. And I need something I can use to bypass the security glitch at the housing office so my grandma can stay where she is.
I cut my eyes to him and said, Is this a load of crap?
No, ma'am.
I believed him. He was clearly very bright. I looked over at Alain, who gave me a little nod. Then I looked back at Jake and said, I'm going to take down your information. And if I get stuck sometime with a technical issue on an iPhone, you're going to fix it for me. Does that sound like a fair sentence? Jake gave me his phone number and address, then said,
Anytime you call me, I'll do whatever you need.
Despite how we'd met, I had to admit, I really liked this kid. Chapter 73. Yuki Castellano sat at the prosecution's broad walnut table as the judge called for recess. Her second chair, Nick Gaines, gathered up the papers on the table. The last witness of the morning, a weapons expert, had explained what kind of damage a 9mm bullet would do to a victim. It had been graphic and had left Yuki a little queasy. Fortunately, the judge had just released them for a little over 2 hours. Yuki stood and started to head out of the courtroom. Most of the spectators had already bolted for lunch. Leaning against the rear wall was a hulking figure she knew all too well. She noticed his new Brooks Brothers suit. It was rare he could wear anything off the rack. At 6'4" and generally over 300 pounds, Yuki's boss, District Attorney Leonard Red Dog Parisi, usually had a hard time buying off the rack. But following his last heart attack, Parisi had dropped a little weight and was probably sitting at somewhere around 280. As Yuki approached, Parisi said,
Big cases, big problems. Little cases, little problems.
She smiled at the old saying.
No cases, no problems.
I'd say you're doing a pretty good job,
The DA told her.
Drug cases with multiple defendants are never easy. And having Angela Torres leading the defense only complicates things. I don't think I've ever met a lawyer with a more misleading first name.
That comment made her smile. Parisi in general tended to make her smile. His wiry red hair had a certain effect, too. He wasn't necessarily paternal, but somehow he still gave her that comfort. Parisi stepped to the side and slipped onto one of the spectator benches. He motioned with his head for Yuki to join him. She glanced around the courtroom to make sure no one was still there. They were alone. Parisi said,
I had a drug case years ago that lasted 3.5 weeks. The Chronicle blasted me constantly, claiming I was unfairly targeting the dealer. I took it on the chin almost every day.
Was this the Ronald Jackson case? Jackson was convicted. You were vindicated.
My point is, you can never tell what's going to happen in a trial, or how people are going to perceive it. You're doing a good job here. Don't change how you approach it.
Yuki sighed.
I've just never had so many witnesses change their minds about testifying.
I heard you figured out a workaround on one of them. Did you really bring in cops just to make him feel safe on the stand?
I did. And the really gratifying thing is that the cops have been coming back every day. This morning, they even had their buddies in the rear of the gallery. I hope it's because they like the interaction in court. My fear is that they're just coming to get a look at Angela Torres.
Parisi laughed at that.
She's attractive, no doubt. But she's not attractive enough to pull cops into a courtroom. They prefer being on the street and in the thick of things. The guys coming in here every day could find a pretty woman to look at elsewhere. The ones here are the cops preparing themselves for when they become detectives or narcotics agents, or maybe just the ones wanting to be better street cops.
Yuki gave Parisi a sidelong glance.
Admit it. Did you hear the trial's going so badly you felt like you had to give me a pep talk?
I heard that you're doing everything a prosecutor should do. I heard that you may or may not have been threatened the other night. And I know for a fact you're a dynamite prosecutor. I came down here just to tell you that.
Yuki smiled. She restrained herself from giving this big, red-haired mountain a hug. But she did manage to say,
Thanks for the support, boss.
Chapter 74. Claire Washburn considered herself a working medical examiner, one who spent equal time in the lab and even occasionally at crime scenes. She enjoyed interacting with other professionals like cops and prosecutors. But sometimes she needed to do paperwork. She looked at a recent lab report. It was a drug and chemical scan for Tina Barnes, the Golden Gate Park victim. Claire felt a particular connection to this victim since she and Edmund had been there when the body was found. She read through the drug test first. It was about what she had expected. Marijuana, a trace amount of cocaine, an anti-inflammatory, and an over-the-counter weight loss drug. The weight loss supplement was really just a form of legal speed. On the next page, she read the analysis of a scraping taken of the odd material she'd noticed on Tina's face. She'd suspected that a homemade pepper spray or mace was used on Tina before she was struck in the throat. The analysis confirmed it. Capsaicin oil made from chili peppers and a few other over-the-counter chemicals. One of them, she noticed, was lecithin, an emulsifier. Whoever had mixed the concoction probably used the lecithin to make sure the capsaicin oil stayed well mixed with the water and stuck to whatever it was sprayed on. Something pinged in Claire's brain. She stared at the report for a full 10 seconds, silently. Then she leaned down and opened the bottom left drawer on her desk. That's where she kept all her hard copy notes on active cases. She rummaged through the drawer. Under a dozen other files was a 14-inch manila folder Claire slid out. The folder's typed label of unidentified white female was crossed out, and Donna Missy Harris was handwritten in blue ink over it. Harris was the girl who'd been found washed up on Marshall's Beach, another potential victim in Lindsay's wide-ranging investigation into some missing girls. Claire turned immediately to the drug scan on the right side of the folder. There hadn't been much in the report because of the length of time the body had stayed in the ocean. The body's deterioration by the elements hadn't stopped Claire from taking scrapings anywhere she could. That included the insides of the eyelids. She was being wildly cautious to send in scrapings like that to the lab. But she remembered something from that report. She just had to verify it. She flipped through the drug scan pages and found it.
There you are,
she shouted to the empty room. It was a reference to lecithin. She hadn't really thought much of it when the results of the scan had first come in. But it was from the scrapings she had taken of the eyelids. Somehow the salt water hadn't managed to wash it all away. What were the chances of an emulsifier like lecithin being found on the bodies of two different homicide victims? It was a physical link between poor Missy Harris, who'd washed up on Marshall's Beach, and Tina Barnes, who'd died in Golden Gate Park. Claire grabbed her phone and started dialing Lindsay Boxer. Chapter 75. The garden spot looked like a different place in the early evening. Maybe it was the setting sun that gave it more of a cheerful atmosphere. Or maybe it was a happier crowd than had been out here yesterday. After confirming with Security Chief Bill Simpkins that there had been no new sightings of Nicole Snaff at the Stonestown Galleria, I had taken Alon on a detour out to Ocean Beach for a view of the fog already rolling in, and then over for the requisite view of Golden Gate Bridge from Torpedo Wharf with its sea lions. While we were making our way south on Van Ness Avenue, back to the Tenderloin, my phone rang. Claire Washburn.
I've found a definitive link between the bodies of Tina Barnes and Donna Harris, she told me. This case is a lot larger than just the two of them.
So now I was on my way back to the Tenderloin this evening. Alon was game to follow the leads with me. I could see exactly what the Duke of the Tenderloin had been talking about. I noticed a number of attractive girls who all seemed to just be wandering around aimlessly. It didn't take me long to realize most of them were waiting for someone to pick them up. I felt a tingle in my spine. This could be ground zero for my investigation. It checked all the boxes. Attractive young women who looked like they were doing escort work. If they all lived at the garden spot, it could mean that someone, somewhere, might be missing them. I found a place a few blocks away to park. Alon and I ambled along the sidewalk. I gave him time to take everything in. As we approached the hotel, he looked up at the faded logo. I heard him snicker when he saw the carrots that had been turned into penises in a wicker basket. Alon said,
I'm not saying I agree with defacing property, but that artwork is very good. The whole idea is clever.
He looked at me and added in his wonderful accent,
I realize I am in the minority on this issue.
As we got closer to the hotel, the same girl I'd seen this morning smiled and said hello to me. She was wearing a different dress, less flashy but more revealing. She also had her hair up in two perky pigtails, which made her look even younger. How are sales tonight? She flashed a spectacular smile. "Let's put it this way. I might not need to look for that job in marketing." She strolled on in the opposite direction. Alain waited a beat and then asked, "How do you know that young lady?" "We bonded earlier over a woman's need to be self-reliant."
Ah, the best possible subject to bond over.
After we had walked a few steps more, Alain turned to me with a serious expression.
I'm somewhat surprised not to have seen any uniformed police presence here. This is quite an active area. I would think the SFPD would want to ensure everyone's safety.
"Actually, this is exactly where I patrolled back when I was a beat cop," I told Alain. "But over recent years, people have become uneasy with the number of arrests of individuals who simply don't have a place to sleep or are struggling with mental health or addiction, prevalent in the Tenderloin. Plus, police are overstretched. We all just do the best we can." We stood and watched more of the activity. There was a sizable crowd in front of the hotel and on the sidewalk. Not thick enough to block your way, but it was definitely busy. I said, "Do you think any of these girls will speak with us?"
Will we lose anything by asking?
"Maybe our anonymity."
Let's see if we can talk to someone off to the side. But I don't know how we do that without making it look like we want to hire them.
I saw a girl with a serious purple streak in her otherwise bleached white hair. She was sitting on the farther end of a 2-foot-high wall around a raised garden bed. Or what would be a garden, though of course there was nothing growing in it. Its soil didn't even look like potting soil, just black, sandy runoff. The bed ran along the patch of ground between the sidewalk and the front of the hotel. I pointed the girl out to Alain. He said,
You mean the girl on the potager?
"The what?"
Well, a potager is more of a kitchen garden, but it's usually raised with a wall around it like that one.
I said, "Then yes, the girl on the potager." Alain rubbed his hands together and said,
Now we are speaking the same language, literally.
We turned toward the bleached blonde girl. Chapter 76. Cindy Thomas had the lights down low. She thought it made the apartment feel like a cave. Dark, quiet, empty. She would never admit it, but she was currently pouting in her apartment. She knew Lindsay Boxer and Alain Creasy were working on her investigation. She understood it wasn't safe or commonplace for a reporter to tag along with detectives. But those facts didn't make it any less frustrating. She glanced at the cherrywood dining room table that doubled as her desk. She made a point to keep it in order. When she lived alone, that sort of thing had never occurred to her. Living alone had been quite a while ago. She tried to match her husband's considerate behavior. Cindy already had a stack of filled notepads on this case. Somehow she had to turn them into a full-blown book. She hadn't worked out a title yet, but she supposed that would come when she had some kind of resolution of the investigation. For now, the stack of notepads was nothing but a giant question mark. And it gnawed at her. Her phone played Katy Perry's Roar. Cindy answered it immediately. There was silence after she said hello, and she heard someone say something. Finally, she asked,
"Who's this?"
After another moment of confusion, a male voice said,
It's me, Eric,
Eric Snaff?
the one and only.
The words were slurred.
Are you drunk?
Yes, I believe I am. I believe you would be too if you went through everything I have.
Then he started to sob. Cindy listened patiently as, in between bouts of crying, Eric tried to explain how desperate he felt. Cindy wanted to get some direction in this conversation. She said,
"Tell me about Jason Cortland. I interviewed him, and I'm curious to get your opinion about how you guys fell out."
There was a long sigh on the other end of the phone. Slowly, Eric said,
He didn't work at the facility for that long, maybe a year at most. He was sloppy and inattentive. A disaster waiting to happen.
He had stumbled over the word disaster.
I don't even know why the guy worked there. He didn't seem to care about kids.
Eric took a moment to gather his thoughts.
But I let all that slide for a while. It's hard finding people to work at a youth center like ours. Until I found out he had started living with a girl from the facility. She'd already graduated, but it was still wrong. I reported it, and he decided to quit instead of answer touchy questions.
And you think that's enough of a reason for him to take Nicole?
I'm not saying he kidnapped her. He just got into her head. He introduced her to a fast crowd. She got a little wild.
It was the first time Eric had admitted that his daughter wasn't a perfect straight-A student. He continued.
Nicole never seemed satisfied in high school. She was always looking ahead to something else. When I saw Jason Cortland had called Nicole on her cell phone, I asked her about it.
He just stopped talking. Cindy waited and finally had to prompt him.
What was her answer?
Nicole's answer was to buy a burner phone on her own. It was really a first sign she was shutting me out of her life.
He was quiet again.
Don't do anything stupid,
Cindy told him. Eric said,
What about something drastic?
Chapter 77. Alon Creasy and I sat down on the low wall that surrounded the garden spot's empty garden plot. I could have called it a large planter, but I liked Alon's description of it as a potager. The atmosphere around us was almost festive. Mostly young people with some competing music blasting from two different directions. We tried to fit in. Before leaving my car, I'd grabbed my oversized Giants zip-up sweatshirt, which covered the Glock in my shoulder holster. Alon was wearing another colorful shirt today, this time short-sleeved. He hadn't yet seemed bothered by the growing nip in the evening air. I nodded hello to the blonde girl seated next to me, and we started to chat comfortably. Her name was Valerie. She had a very pretty face with crystal-clear green eyes. Wearing a blue windbreaker over a party dress, she looked like a high school girl after prom, wearing her date's jacket. It was apparently a little too chilly to be showing off the goods tonight. When I asked her what she was doing here, her response was,
You guys cops?
I cocked my head to the side and said, Do we look like cops? She studied both of us. Alon was sitting on my other side, but she could still see him plainly. He gave her a charming smile as she eyed his floral print shirt and said,
I probably do.
Valerie returned his smile and leaned across me. She literally pinched Alon's cheek and said,
You are so cute. I love that accent.
Alon actually blushed. I got a kick out of that. Then I looked at Valerie and said, What's with the crowd? She shrugged.
You know, it's a party. We're all ready to party.
I wasn't sure how to phrase it, so I just said, Are some of these girls escorts?
Some are escorts, some have product.
Alon asked,
Product?
You know, H, Molly, Pot, Jaja.
Jaja?
He repeated. I had to jump in and prove I knew something. Synthetic marijuana. Valerie looked at me and said,
You're on top of things.
I was so happy she hadn't added, for someone your age. I said to Valerie, You seem way too smart to be out here.
You mean too young.
That too. Valerie crossed her legs and said,
I'm 20. I've been here over a year.
Where are you from?
Bernal Heights.
I mean originally.
Bernal Heights.
No kidding. Where'd you go to high school? I'd explained to Alon that in San Francisco, the high school someone went to told people where you lived. That's how everyone local identified one another. Valerie and I chatted for a moment about our high schools. I decided to leave out my graduation date. As we were talking, I noticed a big guy in a brown suede cowboy hat. He moved from group to group in front of the hotel, almost like the maitre d' at a restaurant. I asked Valerie about him. She said,
That's Tex. He sort of keeps an eye on everything around here. I mean, when the cops aren't around, he's all we have.
He's got good beach muscles. Alain said,
Beach muscles?
arms and chest. I watched the man make his rounds. He looked to be doing his best to be friendly. I turned to Valerie and said, Do you work for him?
Sort of. He gets me gigs and I give him a cut. The product sellers give him a cut too. He keeps everyone safe.
Sounds more like he's making everyone pay protection. Alain added,
That is the worst kind of predator. He's just a bully.
Valerie bit her lip.
Yeah, I guess he can be a little rough sometimes.
As if Tex could hear us, he looked directly at Valerie just then and started marching our way. Chapter 78. I stayed seated on the wall as the burly man in the cowboy hat approached. His boots clicked on the concrete. I'll admit, Tex made me nervous. I tried to act casual, but the closer he got, the bigger he seemed. He came to a stop a few feet in front of us and stood with his hands on his hips.
Hey, Valerie. You working or chatting with tourists?
Valerie looked down and mumbled,
Sorry, Tex. Just taking a quick break.
I'd heard interactions like this 100 times in my career. It never failed to make my blood boil. I knew exactly who this guy was and his role in the neighborhood. Alain said,
Please forgive her, Tex. It was entirely my fault. I just wished to speak to a local for a few minutes.
Tex did a double take at Alain's accent. He didn't comment on it.
You can speak to anyone you want, but time is money, and we don't waste money here. Lay down $100 and you can have 15 minutes of conversation, you feel me?
Alain appeared confused by the idiom. He looked at me for clarification. I'd had about all I could take. I stood up to face the pimp. Yes, he was big, but I was sure he didn't expect me to do anything crazy. That was his mistake. He looked at me and laughed.
What are you going to do? This isn't a mommy and me class.
We weren't hurting anyone. We were just talking to Valerie. I always start off reasonable. At least I'd tried to sound reasonable. Tex smiled. He had shockingly straight white teeth.
Well, little lady, I already said you can certainly speak to our lovely Valerie, but it will cost you a C-note.
Now Alain stood up and joined me.
Perhaps we can come to an agreement. God damn, I already told you the agreement.
Tex turned his head toward me again and said,
Come up with some cash before I stuff your little frog grandpa in a garbage can.
Alain shook his head.
That's twice in 2 days someone has called me a frog. You know, it's not really an insult anymore. At least not one to care about.
Alain looked up at the big man and edged away from him slightly.
Perhaps if you traveled more, you wouldn't sound so ignorant.
Even I was surprised by Alain's comment. But I had no doubt what was coming our way now. Chapter 79. Lizzie Nunez was still searching for the tall man who'd offered her a job. At the moment, she was roaming the Tenderloin looking for him. But she was jumpy. She'd been a lot more careful since that nightmare with the old lady and the defibrillators. Lizzie had spoken to only 2 people since the incident. One of them was at a shelter for runaways where she'd spent the night but couldn't fall asleep. She kept seeing the lady's face and dreaming about the beeping noise the defibrillator made. She couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if the old lady had been successful. Lizzie wasn't used to being spooked. She'd gotten pretty tough living here in San Francisco. But it also made her more determined to find the tall man who'd offered her a job. Sure, she knew it was essentially an escort job. She wasn't naive. She understood that she'd have to sleep with clients. It wasn't something she wanted to do, but at this moment, she needed stability. She needed somewhere to live. She needed some cash. Lizzie had gone back and forth, thinking over her best strategy to find the man again. She knew the Tenderloin was the most likely place for someone like him to show up. What she couldn't figure out was if it was better to stay in one place and let people pass her by, or keep moving and see as many people as possible. Lizzie had never noticed how many tall men with dark hair lived in the city. She'd had so many false alarms over the last couple of days, it wasn't funny. She'd even walked right up to one man coming out of a Starbucks. She'd stopped short when she realized it wasn't her man. Walking along a somewhat crowded block of Turk Street, Lizzie caught a glimpse of someone. She stopped and looked across the street as a man slipped into a white SUV. Then she saw his face through the driver's side window. It was him. No doubt about it this time. She felt some energy for the first time in days. She yelled to the man, "Hey, it's me, Lizzie!" She realized it sounded lame when she didn't even know his name. The man probably hadn't even heard her from inside the car. She had to get his attention. She tried to slip through the pedestrians on the move. No one was letting her through. Finally, Lizzie bolted into the street, just as the car pulled away. She even tried to slap the rear of the SUV to get the man's attention. She wasn't even close. She watched her future disappear as he turned right a block ahead. Maybe he was headed to another place in the Tenderloin. Maybe he was going over to the garden spot. That place was always hopping at night. Lizzie started walking that way. Chapter 80. Tex didn't waste any more words on Alain Crézy. He balled his fist and started to take a swing at the Interpol investigator. Somehow, I managed to grab his arm to keep it from its trajectory. The big man turned and shoved me with his left hand. I stumbled back a few feet, then hit the low wall. It made me sit down ungracefully. Alain shouted at the man in French. I wasn't sure what he'd said, but it hadn't been with his usual good humor. Even though I'd seen Alain handle himself well, this fight looked unwinnable. It was time to identify myself. I was hoping it wasn't time for me to draw my duty weapon. Tex took a wild swing. Alain ducked the fist easily, then threw 2 quick punches into the man's midsection. I could hear Tex grunt from my place on the low wall. It almost looked like Alain was playing with him. The big man never laid a hand on Alain. I stood up, reached under my shirt collar for my badge, hanging around a chain on my neck. That's when another wild swing by Tex made me take a step back. When the wall hit the backs of my knees, I sat down hard again. But it caught Tex's attention. When the big man turned to look at me, Alain dropped down on one knee. He reached up and grabbed the man by the testicles. Even through jeans, Alain's grip must have been substantial. The pimp groaned and went down onto his own knees. Alain leaned in and said,
Lay down on the ground and spread your arms out to each side.
He had just enough edge in his voice to show that he wasn't fooling around. I was amazed at how well Alain had handled the situation. He had avoided disaster. I was a little worried about the crowd that was starting to notice us. It would only be a moment before they gathered around. That's when I heard a gunshot. Chapter 81. As soon as the gun went off, I instinctively crouched and drew my duty weapon from my shoulder holster. The crowd that had been gathering around us instantly turned and fled. People were running in every direction, and most of them were screaming. I scanned the area quickly. Valerie had disappeared. No one right around us seemed to be a threat. Tex was still lying prone on the concrete. That's when I noticed Alain. It looked like he was on his knees, pinning Tex to the ground. I instantly realized something was wrong. It was the way Alain was bent forward. Then I saw blood start to appear on the front of his colorful shirt. Alain collapsed on top of the big man. I wanted to check Alain's wound, but first I had to locate the shooter. I looked up and spotted a thin man standing at the main entrance to the hotel. He held a semi-automatic pistol in his right hand. I pointed my Glock at the man in the doorway. I shouted, "San Francisco PD, drop the gun! Do it now!" My voice had cracked at the end. These situations could be overwhelming. The man in the doorway looked shocked. He was frozen in position. The gun was pointing at the concrete in front of him. Even an accidental discharge could send fragments flying in every direction. I started walking toward him with my gun aimed at his chest. My finger was on the trigger now. The finger seemed to tighten on its own. The man still hadn't moved. I shouted, "Police! Drop the gun now, or I will shoot you!" I was less than 20 feet from where he stood at the door. It was a moment of truth. Too many cops were forced into this position. I started to squeeze the trigger. Just then, the man dropped his pistol. The sound of it clattering onto the hard concrete broke through my tunnel vision. I eased off the trigger. I quickly shuttled forward, at the same time telling the man to lie down on the ground in front of the doorway. I scooped up his pistol and stuck it in my waistband. I yanked out the handcuffs I had stuffed in one of the sweatshirt's pockets. I had the man on the ground handcuffed and patted down in record time. I jerked him to his feet and shoved him along so I could go back and check on Alain. I pushed the man onto the ground near the garden bed. I held onto his arm so he didn't fall face first. By now, Tex was sitting up, trying to figure out what had happened. I barked at him, "Get out of the way!" He looked at me with groggy eyes. I shouted, "Move!" I holstered my pistol, grabbed my phone, and checked Alain. It felt like I did all three things at exactly the same time. When I rolled Alain over to face up, I saw he was still breathing, but there was a lot of blood soaking his shirt. I ripped open his shirt and saw the sucking chest wound. I didn't like it, but the only thing available was the palm of my hand. I needed to stop the bleeding. I pulled out my phone with the other hand and tapped the speed dial button I used all too often. As soon as the dispatcher came on, I gave our exact location and said, "Officer down! Officer needs assistance!" I knew that would get a quick response. Chapter 82. Lizzie Nunez had to stop and catch her breath about halfway to the garden spot. It may have only been a couple of blocks, but she was trotting as best she could in hiking boots. When Lizzie was leaving the runaways shelter, she'd seen the boots in the back corner of the closet. They fit her perfectly. Nice red and black Columbia boots that went over her ankle. But she hadn't accounted for the extra weight. She figured that's why she was so winded. Soon she was back on track. The front of the garden spot always looked like a music festival at night, with a lot of young people around and usually music blaring from somewhere. As she hurried along, a rowdy group of guys in their early 20s rolled out of an Irish pub. At least that's what it looked like. They were laughing when they stepped onto the sidewalk. They looked up and saw Lizzie. The tallest of the men, a blonde guy in a nice casual jacket, held out his hands to stop his friends. He looked at Lizzie and said,
"Well, hello, beautiful."
He looked to each of his friends and said,
"We gotta take this one with us to Hooligans for our next round of beers."
He waggled his eyebrows at Lizzie. Lizzie said, "Sorry, can't." She tried to squeeze past them. The guy closest to her moved to block her path. Lizzie backed up a step, getting ready to try the other side. Then all the frustration in her built up. Instead of moving to the side, she kicked the man who blocked her path between the legs. He instantly doubled over, and she skittered past him quickly. She didn't turn around to answer any of the shouts being directed at her. She almost wanted one of them to follow her so she could deliver another kick. It revitalized her. It made her feel powerful, at least for a few seconds. She finally made it to the block of the garden spot. But when she turned the corner, she noticed people running. A lot of them were shouting. What's going on? She realized in this wild melee of people, she wouldn't be able to find Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. She'd failed once again. She might as well see what was going on at the garden spot. Lizzie waited in the doorway of a hipster clothing store, with tie-dyed tees and bowling shirts in the window, watching as the flood of people ran past her. When it slowed to a trickle, she stepped onto the sidewalk. Lizzie saw a girl about her age walking by and asked her what had happened.
Someone shot up the garden spot. It was crazy.
Then the girl just walked on. Lizzie peered down the street and saw that people were starting to gather again on the sidewalk in front of the old hotel. It looked like the action was over. She decided to walk down and check it out for herself. She slipped into a group of people standing directly across the street from the hotel. Lizzie could see a couple of people on the ground. At least one of them looked like he was handcuffed. A big guy with a cowboy hat in hand was sitting a few paces away from the people on the ground. Just as she was thinking of going back in the direction she'd come from, Lizzie noticed the men who had blocked her way. The one she'd kicked in the balls was walking funny. The others were scanning the area, probably looking for her. Lizzie decided she was safer right here in the big group, where she could hide behind people if she had to. She also wondered if maybe it was time to move back to San Antonio. Chapter 83. I kept my eye on the handcuffed man who'd shot Alain, but I was still focusing on trying to stop the bleeding with the palm of my hand. I kept trying to speak softly to Alain. He faded in and out of consciousness. A fit man in his early 40s jogged up to me from the crowd. As he approached, he yelled, "I'm a paramedic. Let me help you." I did a double take when the man took a protein bar from his backpack and carefully stripped off the packaging, then put the wrapper directly on the wound and held it in place, shouting to a kid in the crowd to go into the hotel and get him some tape. He gave me a quick, reassuring grin. "Don't worry, I'm legit. This is a tactic I learned in the Army as a field medic to help stop a sucking chest wound. Without a first aid kit, you have to improvise." It worked much better than just my palm alone. As Alain still labored to breathe, I tried not to think of the damage a 9mm slug might do to his lungs. At least there was no blood coming from his mouth. With the paramedic taking care of Alain, I was free to turn and talk to Tex for a moment. I used my head to nod toward the handcuffed man. "Who the hell is this?" Tex realized he could be in real trouble. He wasn't going to waste time with lies. "He works at the hotel. I kick money to him most evenings. I guess he thought I needed the help." At that moment, I really wanted to punch Tex. I swallowed my emotions and checked my watch. It felt like 4 hours had passed since Alain was shot. In fact, it had been only about 4 minutes. I glanced around the area. The crowd had stayed back a respectful distance. There were still no cops on the scene, but I could hear sirens in the distance. The ambulance arrived at exactly the same time as a couple of marked patrol cars. I told patrol officers to keep the crowd in check. One of them took my prisoners, and I gave my car keys to another so he could bring my Explorer to the hospital. I jumped into the back of the ambulance with Alain. Just as the ambulance pulled away from the sidewalk, I glanced out the rear window. Standing in the crowd, with her long black hair draped down over her shoulder, was Lizzie Nunez. There was nothing I could do about it now. Chapter 84. If waiting for the ambulance had felt like it took hours, waiting at the hospital actually took hours. I was put in a comfortable family room on the same floor as the emergency room. There was a blue microfiber couch, 4 padded recliners, a couple of small tables, and a box of toys and games in the corner. I'd seen a lot worse in hospitals over the years. I took the time to call Joe and fill him in. He wanted to come join me at the hospital, but Julie was asleep, and I convinced him not to bother Mrs. Rose this late at night. In the end, he agreed. Rich Conklin stopped in about an hour after I'd gotten there.
You made the news,
he told me. I winced. I'd purposely avoided turning on the TV or looking at anything on my phone. Not long after Conklin arrived, Jackson Brady strolled into the waiting room. He was wearing a cardigan, something I wasn't used to seeing. His huge frame pulled at the weave. He had only one question for me.
Are you all right?
I nodded.
Then it'll all work out. From everything I've heard, you did a super job in the Tenderloin.
If I'd really done a super job, Alain Crézy wouldn't be in surgery right now. It just all happened so fast.
It always does. We can't stop people from doing stupid things, but we get paid to stay focused when they do. You subdued the threat, secured the scene, and delivered life-saving first aid. I'd call that a super job.
I appreciated his support. I also knew it was sincere. He didn't say things like that unless he meant them. I'd rather be around someone who tells me honestly what they think than someone who constantly praises me. I said, I can't get any information on Alain's condition. I've tried, but I keep getting stonewalled.
That's why you have a useless administrator like me here.
Brady winked.
Give me a few minutes.
He turned and marched out of the waiting room with purpose. A few minutes later, a nurse led Brady back into the waiting room like she was a teacher from an old movie pulling a naughty student by the ear. She pointed to a chair and simply said, "Sit down and stay out of our way." A cowed Brady just nodded his head. In all my years of working with him, I'd never seen anyone intimidate him, let alone order him around. Conklin and I had to work, not to snicker in front of our boss. The nurse looked at us and said, "Please try to keep your kids from roaming around the hospital. Your friend is still in surgery. We'll give you an update when something changes." I settled into a comfortable recliner. It felt like it was giving me a hug. The soft fabric, which kind of felt a little like velour, was soft on my cheek as I leaned against the headrest. After the stress of the shooting and the adrenaline that had followed, I was starting to feel the crash. It happened to everyone. I slipped into a comfortable sleep. Chapter 85. I can't remember exactly what I was dreaming about, but it was pleasant. I think my subconscious tried to ignore the persistent poking on my shoulder. I came awake quickly with minimal confusion. I looked up into the face of a doctor wearing blue scrubs, but no surgical cap. "I'm sorry to wake you, Sergeant. I'm getting ready to go off shift and I wanted to give you an update on your friend, Alain Crézy." I twisted my head to crack my neck and glanced up at the wall clock. I was astonished to see that it was 8:30 in the morning. I sat up straight and tried to compose myself quickly. Then I stood up, held out my hand, and said, "Lindsay Boxer." The doctor, who had colorful pins in her hair and lovely brown eyes, took my hand. "I'm Lisa Dozier. I performed the surgery on Mr. Crézy." "Thank you for taking the time to talk to me, doctor. How's he doing?" "He's resting. The bullet entered between two ribs and somehow managed to avoid any internal organs except nicking one lung. The biggest issue is that he lost a lot of blood, but I think he'll be up for a visitor sometime later this afternoon." We spoke for a few more minutes. Dr. Dozier was also a local girl. She'd even gone to college and medical school at Stanford. There's no reason to leave your hometown when everything you need to succeed is close by. Then my phone vibrated, and I realized my phone had been on silent all night long. I had missed 14 phone calls and almost 20 texts. This most recent text was ordering me to appear at police headquarters down in Mission Bay by 9 a.m. Only an administrator would have sent a text like that. Probably someone who'd never been in a shooting or had to stay all night in a hospital chair. I sighed, but didn't complain. It was part of the job. Chapter 86. I made it to the public safety building in Mission Bay in record time. The 6-story glass monstrosity near the baseball stadium didn't hold a candle to the Hall of Justice. But it was very modern and sleek. The sort of stuff politicians loved wasting tax money on. It doesn't matter that we can't hire enough cops to safely patrol the city as long as we have a nice building for our administrators. I wasn't always so cynical, but I was feeling pretty salty this morning. I rushed through the lobby to the women's restroom. I figured I must look a little disheveled. Then I saw myself in the mirror. I couldn't believe I'd gone out in public looking like this. My hair was a mess. I had Alain's blood on the sleeves of my sweatshirt and on both of my shoes. Great. I took off the sweatshirt, finger-combed my hair and dampened it a bit to keep it in place, and hoped no one looked down at my shoes when I walked into this meeting. This wasn't the first time I'd been involved in controversies that required me to be questioned by administrators. But I'd never gone into a meeting looking like this. After being involved in 2 shootings within 2 days, I'd been expecting this summons, just not on such short notice. I'd already called the appropriate coordinators and told them I'd be at the meeting on time. I looked down at my watch and saw I had 3 minutes. I knew the big conference room with a raised stage on the 2nd floor. As I came off the elevator, I saw my boss, Lieutenant Jackson Brady, sitting on a hard wooden bench in front of the room. Unlike me, Brady looked well put together. He was dressed in a sharp suit and a tie that I was certain Yuki had picked out for him. He stood up as soon as he saw me.
You doing okay?
I nodded. Thanks for letting me sleep longer at the hospital. I needed it. He gave one of his usual grunts.
I heard you declined to have a union rep with you. You shouldn't go in there alone.
I'd only declined because I knew there wouldn't be time. Brady probably had realized that too. I spontaneously hugged the big oaf. I could tell by the look on his face he hadn't expected it. It wasn't particularly professional. As we entered the cavernous, empty room together, the first thing I noticed was how cold it was. I was sorry I'd ditched my blood-stained sweatshirt and considered putting it back on. There were chairs and a table set up facing a stage with its own longer table and 6 chairs. The lights were down low. The whole place had a sort of funeral home vibe. As soon as Brady and I sat down, a door at the side of the stage opened, and 6 people sauntered across the stage to take their seats. 4 of the people were police administrators and 2 were civilians. I recognized the administrators from my department, and the 2 civilians as a member of the Board of Supervisors and an appointee of the mayor's. This was my review board. No one smiled or nodded hello as they took their seats. Having Jackson Brady next to me made this whole situation bearable. He wanted this over as quickly as I did. I suspected that he'd gotten less sleep than I had last night. After a quick introduction and statements for the record, the Deputy Chief of Field Operations addressed me in a calm, professional tone.
Do you know why we're gathered here, Sergeant Boxer?
He sounded like an FM radio announcer. Even though I was exhausted, the question was a little confusing. They were the ones who'd called the meeting, not me. All I said was, "Not exactly, sir."
All police shootings are reviewed by this board. We happened to be meeting today, so we decided to talk to you immediately.
I took a moment. I didn't want to say anything rash. I said, "Not to be argumentative, sir, but this was not a police shooting. It was just a regular shooting. No police officers fired a shot."
But police were present, correct?
"Yes, sir."
That's close enough. We have some specific and serious questions about the entire incident in the Tenderloin last night.
It wasn't a question, so I didn't say anything. There was an awkward silence. The committee looked at me, and I looked at them.
You invited a foreign national to come along on your investigation. Is that correct, Sergeant?
Asked the commander of risk management. Somehow she had an even smoother voice than the deputy chief of field operations. I was starting to wonder if the only thing you needed to climb the ladder in the SFPD was a really good voice. This could be trouble. I kept my reply brief. Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Who was unarmed, correct? Yes, ma'am. I was caught off guard when Jackson Brady spoke up.
Do you think we should have armed him? Is that what you're saying?
It was hard for me to conceal the smile that wanted to spread across my face. Brady's question went unanswered. Now it was an administrator from the Investigations Bureau who asked me,
You're assigned to homicide. Aren't you, Sergeant Boxer?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us why you were in an altercation with a low-level pimp in the Tenderloin while we have unsolved homicides across the city?
This was too much for Brady. He stood up.
Cut that shit, Billy. Sergeant Boxer was there as part of an ongoing homicide investigation. She handled the incident last night perfectly. You know as well as I do that we can't control other people's actions, and there are a lot of handguns in the city.
When everyone on the dais remained silent, I realized I was about to be cut loose. I wasn't sure if I had any punishment coming my way. Frankly, it was worth it to hear my boss beat up on administrators like this. Chapter 87. Before leaving the administration building, I was informed that I was suspended with pay until further notice. It wasn't a punishment. At least, that's what the review board had said. This was standard procedure, but it didn't mean I liked it. No cop does. But I was too exhausted to fight it or even care. I went home and fell immediately into bed. Barely a half hour later, I got a call from the hospital. Alain Creasy was conscious and asking for me. I was surprised how much better a nap in my own bed made me feel. After a shower and a change of clothes, I was able to walk into the hospital without looking like a zombie. It took only a few minutes to navigate my way back up to the private room where Alain Creasy was resting. As I entered the bright room, I heard Alain speaking forcefully in French. He was on the phone, apparently arguing with someone. All I understood was, "Oui, oui, mon chéri." It clearly wasn't a law enforcer he was talking to. I knocked on the door, and Alain soon put down the phone and shifted in the bed so he could see me better. Before I said anything, he nodded toward the phone and said, "I was trying to convince my daughter that I'm not seriously injured. I don't want her to come all the way over here to the US. I'm not sure I was successful." I slipped into the chair right next to the bed. When Alain stuck out his hand, I grasped it. All I could say was, "I'm so sorry about what happened." He shrugged. "Who can say what will happen in a police investigation? I wasn't happy about being shot. To be honest, it's the third time it has happened to me in my career. I don't know if you've ever noticed my limp, but it's from a bullet to my hip, fired by a drug dealer in Paris." We sat and talked for more than 20 minutes. Alain's voice was a little weak and he sounded tired. Other than that, he didn't look too bad. "The doctor said I was very lucky. Aside from losing a lot of blood, I was not severely wounded. It feels like they pumped most of that blood back into me." Then he said, "Please promise me one thing, Lindsay." "Anything you want." "We are on the right track in this investigation. Don't give up. Don't let the administration or anyone else tell you it's not worthwhile. Even if you save only one girl, that's something you can rejoice about." Damn. Did he know how to inspire? Chapter 88. My mind wouldn't let go of Lizzie Nunez, standing in the street outside the ambulance doors as we drove away. Julie had gone to day camp. Joe was at work. Martha was happily lounging on her living room dog bed. So when my phone buzzed on the coffee table and I could see it was Cindy Thomas, I grabbed it up immediately. The first words out of her mouth were,
Eric Snaff is missing.
Before I could ask any pertinent questions, Cindy blurted out,
That sergeant from San Julio, Stephanie Davis, called me. She wondered if I had any more contact information for him. She's afraid he's trying to flee.
"When's the last time you had contact with Eric?" There was a hesitation, enough that I noticed it. Then Cindy said,
I spoke to him last night. He called me. He was shit-faced and went on a long crying jag. I didn't understand exactly what he was saying. He was complaining about a former coworker named Jason Cortland, who he thinks might have had something to do with Nicole's disappearance.
Cindy paused.
Eric almost sounded suicidal. Or maybe homicidal. I'm not sure which.
Is the threat serious enough that we need to warn Cortland?
I left Jason Cortland a voicemail, but haven't heard back,
Cindy said.
I interviewed Jason the other day. He said he was in the VA hospital having a medical procedure when Nicole disappeared. He's given me permission to verify all of that, but I believed him.
Did you tell Sergeant Davis that?
Of course I did. But do you have any idea how we might be able to find Eric? Can you do any of your police magic?
I told her that I was suspended. I guessed Richie hadn't let her know that part yet.
What? You did nothing wrong.
I know, but it doesn't matter now. I'll help you find Eric, even though I'm not supposed to be working. We can't take my car, but how about you come over here and pick me up? Having a purpose to the day was like getting a shot that cured all that ailed me. I quickly slipped on a jacket. I might not have been on duty, but that didn't mean I couldn't help my friend. At least, that was what I was going to tell my boss if things went south. Chapter 89. Cindy surprised me by getting over to my apartment swiftly. I felt a little self-conscious about the state of the place. A few toys lay haphazardly on our dining room table and the couch. Projects were under construction in 3 different places inside the apartment, but Cindy didn't seem to notice. Cindy looked adorable, as always. Even though she wore jeans, they had a sparkly seam on them. Her blonde curls were barely contained by a rhinestone headband. Even her sneakers were bright pink. She breezed into the apartment, and my border collie greeted her with gusto. Cindy sat down on the floor so she could focus on rubbing Martha's back for a minute. I finished the last few things around the apartment and told her I had a call to make. Cindy said,
Some of your police magic?
Let's hope so. I sat down at the dining room table and dialed Caltrans. My friend David Roberts picked up on the first ring. As always, his cheerful voice and southern accent lifted my spirits. After a moment of conversation, I got down to my question. David, do you remember the toll records I had you bring up for the guy named Eric Snaff? Of course I remember, honey. How hard would it be to see his activity over the last couple of days? David didn't answer, but I could hear the clicks of his keyboard. He mumbled something to himself, then said, No toll or carpool dings. He didn't come across the Bay Bridge again to date, or any other toll stations in the Bay Area, it looks like. I'm sorry, my dear. I can only see records of where his fast track was used. You're the best regardless, David. Thank you. Good luck, beautiful. That didn't get us very far. Eric could be anywhere. Except he was likely still somewhere in the East Bay. Then an unusual idea floated into my head. What about Jake Hunter, the kid who'd stolen Alon's phone? He'd promised to help me if I ever needed it. I gave Cindy a summary of what David had told me and concluded with, but I might have another way to narrow down where he is. Unofficially.
I'm amazed at how much you get done unofficially. Go ahead, amaze me again.
I pulled from my wallet the napkin Jake had given me, folded carefully since I had not yet transferred the information into my cell phone. When I dialed his number, he answered on the first ring. I said, Jake, it's Sergeant Lindsay Boxer. It's time to pay your debt. All Jake said was, What do you need? Chapter 90. Yuki Castellano had tried everything to get her witness to open up. The woman, in her early 40s, was dressed in nice slacks and a matching jacket. Her hair was flawless. When Yuki had spoken to her before she was called to the stand, the woman sounded confident. Yet during her time on the witness stand, the woman kept looking over at Elio Huerta and his crew. Somehow they'd gotten to her. She'd been standing 10 feet away from Huerta when he shot a grocer. Yet she was unable to positively identify him. A gun had been fired twice in her presence, but she couldn't recall if she actually heard it. Finally, the witness said she was probably confused when she talked to the arriving police officers at the time. She said she might have erroneously mentioned gunfire. Her testimony was so skimpy, Angela Torres didn't even bother with cross-examination. She just sat at the defense's table, occasionally throwing a cute pose to the men on the jury. At least that's how Yuki interpreted it. Someone as smart as Torres shouldn't need to pull stunts like that, but hey, attorneys were always looking for an advantage. Now Yuki let her witness step down. Score 1 for the criminal scumbag and his attorney. Yuki looked over at the defense's table. Angela Torres had a smug smile on her face. She leaned in and spoke to her client. They shared a chuckle. Torres stood up to address the court. Given that about half of the prosecution's witnesses haven't shown up for court or never actually saw anything, I would like to move for a directed verdict. This mess needs to be dismissed. Yuki had heard these tactics a million times. The judge would just deny the request and she could move on. That's why the judge sent a shockwave through her when he said,
"I'll take that under advisement, counselor."
The judge paused. He added,
"But keep in mind, Ms. Torres, I determine what's dismissed in this courtroom."
Angela Torres nodded her head vigorously. Then Judge Cousins turned to Yuki and said,
"Do we have reliable witnesses on the horizon, Ms. Castellano?"
I have 2 expert witnesses today, Your Honor. The shooting victim, Roberto Paz, is scheduled to appear tomorrow morning.
The judge said,
"You can see where Ms. Torres has a point. I understand the difficulties of prosecuting multiple defendants, but I have to consider her request."
Yuki nodded and said,
I understand, Your Honor.
She needed to get through today with 2 relatively dry expert witnesses. The first was a doctor who would explain what a 9mm slug could do to a 58-year-old man's spine. The second witness was a PhD in sociology who would explain to the jury the psychology of a street gang and the need for them to protect their territory. Yuki was waiting for Roberto Paz to take the stand. She pictured him being pushed into the courtroom by his youngest son. A man robbed of his mobility at age 58, and who now looked like he was 75. All because he'd stepped out of his store and told Elio Huerta to sell drugs somewhere else. That witness would be her home run swing. Or a huge swing and a miss. That's what terrified her. Chapter 91. I felt a rush of excitement about having gotten Jake on the phone so quickly. It's the sort of feeling I usually get when I'm moving on a case. Most cops don't stay on the job for the pay. There has to be some sort of satisfaction beyond money. Something that balances out the constant criticism. I explained to Jake that I was looking for a suspect we knew who was somewhere in the East Bay, and I knew he used an iPhone. I gave him Eric Snaff's phone number. Then I said, "You said you could do anything to or with an iPhone. Now you gotta back up that boast. Can you locate him?" Jake chuckled.
"This isn't even a challenge."
"Wait a minute," I said, suddenly aware of the time. "Why aren't you in school?" He laughed on the other end of the phone.
"I have study hall now. I'll call you back in a couple of minutes. I have a contact at Apple I have to check with."
"You use a contact? I thought you could do it by yourself."
"Not to find a location with only the phone number."
"Why does this contact help you?"
"Let's say I know what he did before Apple hired him.
So you blackmail him?
That and kick cash his way when I make money. It's a fair arrangement.
Will he keep his mouth shut?
Will you?
I smiled at Jake's careful wording and delivery. I said, keep my mouth shut about what?
Exactly.
I liked this kid a lot. I decided to make it my mission to keep Jake in school and out of trouble. While I waited to hear back, Cindy and I jumped into her car and started heading east. Before we were even out of the San Francisco city limits, my phone rang. I picked it up quickly.
What you got for me, Jake? Okay, I can tell you where the phone is. I can't guarantee that's where your suspect is, too. Did I get that right? Suspect? Defendant? What's the term I'm looking for?
Missing person.
Oh, okay. Anyway, his phone is near the end of a road called Willow Pass. You'll have to go through Walnut Creek and a little north on 680. I'll text you the map.
Got it, I said, as I saw it show up in my phone. Consider your debt paid in full.
So now you'll pay me anytime I help you?
I couldn't help but grin at Jake's entrepreneurial spirit. I guess that is what I'm saying. Help me again, and you're on the payroll.
Maybe if I work enough with you, I won't have to worry about going to college.
Or maybe I'll only work with you if you do go to college. Jake chuckled and hung up. When I gave Cindy the location Jake had given me, she said,
I know exactly where he is. I even know what he's doing. It's a concrete factory. That's where Jason Cortland works. The guy who Eric thinks ruined his life.
Now, I was worried. Chapter 92. Lizzie Nunez lay on a lumpy mattress. It had a faint smell of urine, but she'd gotten used to that last night. What she hadn't gotten over was the snoring from 2 of the 3 women in the dorm with her. She'd first tried a youth shelter near Mission Dolores Park. The woman who ran the shelter said Lizzie couldn't stay because she was over 18, and there were too many younger kids there for her to let in anyone over 18. That left Lizzie the choice of 2 adult shelters. This one was the lesser of 2 evils. Barely. But at least they were letting her stay until noon. Most places kicked you out early each morning. There were 6 rooms that each held 4 twin beds. 3 rooms were for men and 3 were for women. There was a locked door between each set of 3. Every bed was filled. Lizzie had gotten the second to the last open one. Now she had to get up. No way was she coming back here. She washed up, then put on a clean yellow sundress someone seemed to have left on a night table for her. She'd be okay in the dress with her jacket. She walked into the small women's dining area. Men had their own dining area. The dining room was pretty basic. It almost looked like something from a military base. The room was long and had 3 picnic tables with benches attached, plus a table at the far end where 2 women in aprons were doling out what looked like either oatmeal or soup. To Lizzie, it felt like summer camp, except for the surly women sitting at the tables. After she was handed a portion of what turned out to be soup, plus a slice of bread, Lizzie eased onto the bench seat next to one of her dorm mates, a tall, thin woman named Augusta, who told Lizzie she'd lived on the streets for the last 11 years. Augusta leaned back on the bench like she was about to tell an epic story.
Doesn't feel like it's gotten any easier.
Lizzie looked at her in a new light. 11 years was a long time. Augusta said,
Yep, since I was 21.
Lizzie did the math and was shocked. Augusta was only 32? She looked like she was in her mid-50s. Though the needle tracks Lizzie now spotted on her left arm helped explain it. She hadn't looked at her closely earlier because Augusta stank of tobacco. When Augusta complained about living conditions and how harsh people could be, Lizzie had to ask,
How can you afford to smoke cigarettes?
The city gives them out if you really need them.
Augusta took a giant bite from her slice of bread, then turned her head and said,
What's a pretty little thing like you doing in here? You should find a sugar daddy.
I did. Then I lost him. But I'm still looking.
Augusta smiled, showing her grayish-looking teeth.
I thought I had one when I was younger. Made good money. Sold H when it was still hard to get and a lot more expensive. All I ended up with out of the experience was a boyfriend shot in our apartment. Apparently, he strayed out of his territory. I guess I also got a heroin habit out of it.
She giggled like she'd made a joke. Lizzie said,
Have you tried rehab?
That made Augusta cackle.
Sweetheart, you kids go to rehab. Us old-timers have to kick habits like this on our own. I've kicked it half a dozen times. Once I was clean for nearly 2 years.
When Augusta had finished her soup, she turned to Lizzie and said,
You need to get out there while you're young and beautiful.
That's exactly what I intend to do.
Lizzie was going to find her tall man with dark hair or die trying. Chapter 93. My heart was racing a little bit as we got closer to the concrete factory. I wasn't sure I could explain this whole incident to my boss. I was letting it play out to see what happened. Still, I was glad Cindy was driving. She had stomped on the gas pretty hard. After we reached the end of Willow Pass Road, we took 2 gravel roads until we had the factory in sight. The main structure looked almost like a medieval fortress. It was an uneven and very tall building with a dilapidated fence around it. A long chain-link fence surrounded the property. It too had been neglected for so long only about half of it was still standing. This was exactly the kind of place where people dumped bodies. I turned to Cindy. You talked to a potential human trafficking suspect alone all the way out here? Cindy said,
It sounds a lot worse the way you're saying it. I was careful. And I talked to him outside, not in that building.
I saved my scolding for later. On my phone, I looked again at the map Jake had sent me. Yep, we were right on the money. Eric, or his phone, was here, within yards of where we'd parked. Cindy let out an excited yap.
Look, there's Eric's Jeep Cherokee.
I recognized the white Jeep from the time we'd visited Eric's house. It looked out of place here next to the dingy building. An old pickup truck sat next to it. The wind kicked up a little bit. A few dust devils sprang up in the breeze. It caused a haze to settle around the building. I didn't know if that was from cement particles or just general dust and dirt. Cindy bailed out of the car like she was in the SWAT unit. I rushed to catch up with her. Hold on, Cindy, we need to work out a plan. We both paused in front of an old, rusty gate.
I'm sorry. I just don't want Eric to do anything stupid. I should have called someone last night. I feel like it's all my fault.
Before I could say anything, I heard shouts from inside the facility. 2 people were yelling. I went against everything I'd just told Cindy. I rushed through the old gate and toward the battered metal door that led to the interior of the factory, yanking it open. I was unprepared for the change in light. Between the dust and the filthy windows that let almost no light into the building, I banged into a couple of barrels before I got my footing completely. Cindy followed along behind me. She had her phone in her hand, ready to snap some photos or video. I agreed that some visual evidence might be useful later, so I didn't say anything. I glanced again at the map on my own phone, then slipped the phone into my pocket as we drew closer to the sounds of the argument. We passed through a giant, open, roll-up door into a room that stretched for what looked like a full city block. The roof was 40 feet off the ground. The place was a spiderweb of aging catwalks and giant metal vats. We immediately located the sources of the argument. Standing on a catwalk that ran over 3 enormous empty vats were 2 men. It took me a moment to recognize Eric Snaff. He was dressed in old jeans and a t-shirt. Giant sweat stains extended from under his arms and over his chest. The moisture had caused some of the cement dust to cake on his shirt. He looked nothing like the well-dressed, handsome man I'd met at Claire's award party. The other man, presumably Jason Cortland, appeared to be in his late 30s and looked more like he belonged here. Cement dust seemed to have permanently soaked into the crags in his face. He had his hands out in front of him. Then I saw why. Eric Snaff stood gripping an automatic pistol, pointing it at the man. Chapter 94. I froze as soon as I saw the gun in Eric Snaff's hand. I'd brought a pistol. Something else I'd prefer not to explain later. I didn't think it was time to draw it just yet. Watching Eric carefully, I eased forward. Cindy slipped off to my right. I didn't say anything. She was staying behind stacks of wooden crates. She still had her phone in her hand, possibly already recording any action. Now I could understand the words being shouted. The man I assumed was Jason Cortland said,
"Come on, Eric. I didn't do anything to Nicole. You've got everything mixed up in your head. You may not have physically touched her, but you definitely turned her against me."
There was a catch in Eric Snaff's voice. He kept the gun generally pointed toward Cortland. I didn't like the feel of this at all. Snaff looked deranged. The surroundings didn't help either. Cortland dropped to his knees, holding the rails of the catwalk with both hands. He was shaking uncontrollably.
"Please, Eric, don't shoot me."
I took a step closer and shouted up to him. "Eric, stop! This isn't going to solve anything." Snaff did a double take when he looked down at me.
"Sergeant Boxer? What are you doing here? How the hell did you find me?"
Then he stepped closer to Jason Cortland and put the barrel of his gun directly to Cortland's forehead. Cortland started to sob. He dropped his hands from the handrails so it seemed like he was kneeling in front of Eric. Both men appeared completely wrung out.
She's right, Eric.
Cindy had stood up about 30 feet to my right.
Jason is not worth it. Don't ruin your life for nothing.
For nothing? Are you kidding me? I'm going to blow this asshole's head off for everything. He took everything from me. He ruined my little girl.
He pressed the barrel hard against Cortland's forehead and shouted,
Tell them the truth, or I'm going to pull this trigger in 3 seconds.
Cortland lost it.
Okay, I'll tell them. Just take the pistol away from my face.
Snaff didn't move. He shouted,
Talk! I didn't touch Nicole, I swear. All I did was give her the number of a guy I know. He gives me cash for referrals, that's it. Just referring pretty girls to a rich guy. I never hurt anyone.
I glanced to my right and saw that Cindy was recording the whole incident. Not that a confession forced at gunpoint was admissible in court, but there were other reasons to hear what he had to say. I shouted to Eric, Let him go! We've got what we need. Don't throw your life away. Now we might really be able to find Nicole. Eric turned his head. He actually had hope in his eyes for a moment. Then he broke down and dropped to his knees, the pistol slipping out of his hand and falling off the catwalk altogether. I scurried up the metal steps leading to the catwalk as quickly as I could. When I reached Eric, he was on his hands and knees, sobbing uncontrollably, and Cortland had his forehead pressed to the grate by his knees. I helped Eric to his feet. He was unsteady. I turned him toward the steps. Jason Cortland meekly rose and followed us. My mind was on fire trying to figure out how to make all of this worthwhile to my investigation. Chapter 95. I had a conundrum on my hands. What do you do when you have in custody a suspect and someone who needs psychiatric care? And you're way out of your jurisdiction? And you're on suspension. I thought about it for a few minutes, then called Sergeant Stephanie Davis of the San Julio Police Department. She, in turn, got some help from the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. A little less than an hour later, we found ourselves secure at the San Julio Police Department. Eric Snaff had agreed to a psychiatric examination. He realized he'd stepped over the line. Now I wanted to take advantage of his rash actions. I sat in an interview room knowing we were being recorded. I had Cindy's phone with the video of Jason Cortland confessing. Of course, his confession was useless as far as the judicial system was concerned, coming as it did at the end of a gun. Old-time cops used to call it the easy way. Now we had to fix it. I didn't have much else. Not even police powers at the moment. I figured if things worked out, all would be forgiven. Cortland and I sat in identical blue plastic chairs on either side of a wooden table. Sergeant Davis sat beside me in her own chair, but had already given me the lead in this interview. The police department table had been through a few different eras. The top was scarred. There were several names carved into it with crude instruments. They were all short names like Jim or Bill. Someone had drawn an elaborate doodle in blue ballpoint pen that looked like a lion chasing a man. The details of the trees and bushes around them were really quite intriguing. Sergeant Davis had already read Cortland his rights. I didn't know anything about the man other than what Cindy had told me, but I could tell it wasn't the first time a police officer had read him his rights. Now that he was out of the factory and away from Eric Snaff, Cortland's confidence had grown. He wasn't exactly cocky, but he wasn't nearly as cooperative either. I said, "Tell me more about this rich guy whose number you give out to pretty girls."
Is that what I said? I don't really remember. You see, I have a medical condition. You can check with the VA. Sometimes I can't remember things I said just a few hours ago. It's crazy, I know.
I had expected this. I reached across the table and picked up Cindy's phone in its decorative case. I played the video from the concrete factory that showed Cortland confessing. I enjoyed seeing the change that swept over his face as he watched. He had no idea we couldn't use it in court. I didn't say anything. I didn't encourage him or discourage him. I just let him watch the video. After the video had finished, Cortland said in a markedly shakier voice, "I'm not sure exactly what else you need. We need to recover these girls. Give us all the details and you may come out of this okay."
What do you mean by okay?
I mean, we cut you loose today. No court hearing, nothing. That's not to say you won't have to face something down the road. But if you give us enough information, that might not be in the cards either. It's your choice. You can jump on the bus, or let us drive the bus over you. Either way, this bus is leaving the station. Pick where you want to be. Cortland thought about it carefully. He didn't impress me as a hardcore gangster. I didn't think he cared one way or the other about anyone ever calling him a snitch. And he clearly liked the idea of being cut loose today. After a couple of minutes, he started talking. Almost like a stream of consciousness. I didn't want to interrupt him with too many questions. Not while he was already giving me the answers. Cortland said,
This guy, Kyle. I met him in a bar and we talked about working with teenagers. He told me he found a lot of jobs for pretty girls and modeling, TV commercials, and other things. He never went into any detail about the other things. Anyways, I told him about a couple of girls who'd already left our facility. They were knockouts and a little on the wild side. He liked that. I found the girls' phone numbers in the youth center's office. That's it. He did all the rest. Then he kicked me $3,000. $3,000 for about 10 minutes work, easy money. So we set up a little partnership.
I interrupted Cortland to get the girls' names and a few details I'd need later. Cortland said he once met with Kyle at a house in Pacific Heights. He didn't recall the exact address, but he provided excellent details about the house and that it was on Baker Street, just a block from the Presidio. I felt confident I could find it. Cortland said,
I think it was an alias, but at some point Kyle said his last name was Anderson. He's a good-looking guy, maybe 6'2", dark hair, 40-ish.
Would you say he looks sort of like Eric Snaff?
I guess. I hadn't thought of that before. Maybe in a general way.
Cortland claimed that he didn't know anything else about how Kyle Anderson operated. He didn't know how big the operation was. He didn't know if he used other houses or hotels. He just knew that he could call Kyle, introduce him to a girl, then get paid. It was great while it lasted, but he'd been more or less out of it since getting fired from the youth center. Without easy access to the girls, he wasn't useful to Kyle anymore. What's his phone number?
I don't know. He changed numbers every couple of weeks.
I got as much more information as I could, then walked out of the room with Sergeant Davis to talk to her about letting Cortland walk. I was pretty sure we could find him again if he ran. I also believed the information he had given me. Sergeant Davis decided to play it safer. She planned to keep Cortland for the max allowed of 48 hours, just in case we discovered enough to charge him for his involvement in what sounded indeed like a human trafficking ring. Now, it was time for me to get back to work, quickly. Chapter 96. As soon as Jason Cortland was walked into a jail cell, complaining with every step, Cindy and I met with the sergeant in her cramped office. It was a tight fit for the three of us. Like a lot of detectives' offices, this one seemed overcrowded with file boxes of unsolved cases, a constant reminder. Cindy was on top of things.
I called the real estate editor at the Chronicle. He's a good dude. I think we've identified the house Jason was describing. The editor says that it's currently a rental, and according to his digging, it's being leased by some kind of talent coordinator for a modeling agency. A realtor friend of his said that the deal was all very hush-hush.
I wanted to kiss Cindy. This was more information than I could have retrieved with a warrant and 3 days of work. I looked over to Sergeant Davis. This was your case originally, and still is yours. Do you want to come to San Francisco with us? Who knows where it'll lead? She flashed a smile. I appreciate your consideration. I have my hands full at the moment, so I'm perfectly happy to sit this one out. But if what you find might help me locate the other 2 young women missing from San Julio, Katie Dharma and Carly Nash, please loop me in. They may just turn out to be runaways after all, but I most certainly will let you know what we find out. In truth, she was smart to sidestep this. I had an idea that what was going to happen would be messy. Chapter 97. I sat in the passenger seat of Cindy's car and pretty much handled issues on the phone non-stop during the hour-long drive back into San Francisco. This was far and away my best use of time in the last week, even if it was my own time since I was still on suspension. That didn't keep me from calling Jackson Brady and explaining to him everything that had happened. A lot of bosses would have started yelling at me. They'd be asking why I was doing police work while I was suspended. They'd be asking me little details like, did I drive my city car while suspended? Did I carry my duty weapon while suspended? What those questions usually amounted to was ammo for some serious discipline. Brady didn't ask any questions. He listened to what had happened. He took a few moments to make some notes. When I was finished, he simply said,
Sounds like good work. Come on into the office. I'll get us some help.
Once we arrived at the Hall of Justice, I dragged Cindy with me up to our office. Normally, cops would be apprehensive with a reporter in their squad room. Not on our squad. They'd all read her articles and never shut up about how accurate and even-handed she was. Everyone here knew Cindy. Everyone loved her. Hey, Conklin even married her. Almost as soon as we walked in the door, Brady looked at me and said matter-of-factly,
Suspension's over.
How is that possible?
Brady shrugged.
Easy. Just a phone call.
That answer perplexed me. Why didn't you make that call yesterday? Now Brady turned and faced me head on. His broad shoulders blocked my view of the rest of the squad.
Because you needed a break. You were on the edge. If I'd sent you home on my own, you would have resented it, and me, for the next decade. I thought this was an efficient way to give you a few days to unwind. Obviously, I was wrong. I should have known better.
Cindy joined the group already gathering in the conference room. Most of the squad fit in there. The conference room had some real space to it. About 20 matching wooden chairs lined the walls. The wood veneer conference table had 6 chairs on either side and 1 at each end. An analyst came over and handed me a file. She shook her head and said, "I don't think we've found your Kyle Anderson yet. He might be using an alias. There are a few guys named Kyle Anderson in the city, but 2 of the ones we've found are in their 80s and 1 is a young black guy." "So what's in the file?" "Everything I could find on the address in Pacific Heights. We have the information ready for a search warrant. We just need to add your narrative." Brady got everyone's attention. It wasn't hard when you were his size. After I brought everyone up to speed, we brainstormed about how to enter the house. Brady said,
"Our number one concern is the safety of any girls who might be there. We can't just rush up the driveway with a battering ram."
That's when Rich Conklin, sitting next to Cindy, sat up and said,
"I know how we can do it."
Chapter 98. Lizzie Nunez was losing any hope of finding the tall, handsome man with dark hair. She sat on a set of stained concrete stairs that led to an old apartment building. Somehow there was a different type of garbage on each step. Some old burger wrappers on the first step. What looked like the contents of an ancient backpack had been dumped on the third step. She didn't even want to contemplate what was on the end of the step where she was sitting. Among the pile of refuse were 2 pieces of used toilet paper. It made Lizzie shudder. How had she fallen so far? Lizzie thought back to just a couple of years ago. She was the homecoming queen at her high school. Now she was desperate to find a man who was essentially going to prostitute her out. But hunger and fear were huge motivators. She wasn't about to spend another night in a shelter. There was at least an hour until sundown. She was giving herself 2 hours to find her man. If he wasn't here by dusk, she'd make a new plan. She'd spent enough time trying to find this guy. Lizzie sat on the step with her legs pulled in close to her chest. She was wearing the yellow sundress the shelter had given her with the jean jacket she'd found the day before. She nodded hello to a couple of young men who stopped and tried to flirt. But Lizzie wasn't really in the mood. She stood up to take a walk around the neighborhood. She intended to swing past the garden spot. Maybe she'd get lucky. Then Lizzie glanced toward the traffic, waiting for a stoplight to turn. Right in front of her, not 20 feet away, was a white SUV. She said out loud, "It can't be." Through the passenger window, she could clearly see the driver. It was him. Lizzie wasn't risking him getting away again. She sprang into the lanes of idling cars, dodging around a red compact like an NBA player. The SUV was not going anywhere. She rushed to the passenger door and pounded on the window with an open hand. The driver flinched, then turned and looked at her through the window. After a couple of seconds, a smile slowly spread across his face. He unlocked the passenger door. Lizzie jumped into the car. She wanted to reach across and hug him. Instead, she kept her cool and simply said, "Is your offer still open?"
"It is."
The man stuck out his hand.
"My name is Kyle. Welcome aboard."
Lizzie took his hand and shook it. She felt so relieved. She couldn't believe all of her hard work had finally paid off. Kyle said,
"Do you want to collect your stuff?
I've got everything I need with me.
You've had a tough time?"
You have no idea."
Lizzie wasn't going to go into the defibrillator story. He probably wouldn't believe her anyway. Kyle said,
Let's get something to eat, make a couple of phone calls, then get you to my place in Pacific Heights.
Chapter 99. I tried to get comfortable on the unforgiving metal floor of the white Ford van. It could pass as a simple delivery van. Rich Conklin was driving. He wore a brown shirt with a WWDS logo for Worldwide Delivery Service. From a distance, it looked just like a UPS uniform. He even wore a pair of brown, double-knit matching slacks from the clearance rack at Marshall's. He looked the part. I felt a bump. Conklin said in a calm voice,
We're pulling into the driveway now. No cars around. No one near the front door.
He was saying it to me, as well as broadcasting it to the other cops who were supporting us on the search warrant. He turned in the seat to speak only to me.
Pretty good idea, huh? I'll knock on the door and we should be able to tell who's inside. I'll give the signal and we'll secure this place.
Part of me thinks you made this plan because you thought it'd be funny to see me hide on a hard metal floor.
That was only about 20% of my reasoning. The other 60% was for tactical advantage.
What about the final 20%?
What do you mean? What other 20%?
I was about to point out his poor math skills when he grabbed a box wrapped in brown paper from the front passenger seat. As he slipped out of the van, he said,
Okay, I see what I left out. The other 20% of the plan was to try a new job to see how I liked it. So far, I'm not crazy about my coworkers.
Conklin turned on his wire so we could all hear him and his interaction with whoever came to the front door. I listened on a handheld radio. I heard his knock in real life and over the radio. The door opened and I heard Conklin say,
I have a delivery for Kyle Anderson.
I heard a young woman's voice say,
He's not here. He only comes by a few times a week.
Will you sign for it if I leave the package here?
I'm not sure I can.
The young woman sounded like a teenager. Conklin said,
Is there someone else in the house who can sign?
There's only 3 of us here right now. I can text Kyle. The problem is he doesn't always respond.
In a slightly louder voice, Conklin said,
Okay, I'll leave the package here without a signature.
That was the signal for us to enter the house. I opened the van door just as a blue Toyota Tacoma pulled into the driveway. Jackson Brady and 3 other SFPD officers stepped out of the car. An SUV with more officers, as well as a few experts from the crime scene unit, pulled in behind everyone. We all approached the door at the same time. Even though we were wearing ballistic vests with SFPD written in bold letters, Brady held up his badge.
Police. We have a warrant to search the house.
His voice was calm and reasonable. Now I could see it was a girl in her late teens with long blonde hair. A beautiful girl. She was dressed casually in jeans and a bright blouse. She didn't look surprised. All she said was,
I wondered if this might happen.
I stepped up to the front door and said to the girl, You guys aren't in trouble. We're just looking for Kyle. When was the last time you saw him?
He was here earlier today. Said he was going to the Tenderloin.
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
A white Range Rover.
I remembered the girl we'd talked to, Sasha Turns, mentioning a white SUV. We needed to search the house quickly, then get over to the Tenderloin and look for this Kyle. I felt we were definitely on the right track. Chapter 100. Rich Conklin was driving Jackson Brady's car. We'd both ridden to the house in Pacific Heights in the unmarked white van, but that wasn't appropriate for driving through the Tenderloin looking for a suspect. Everyone else was still at the house in Pacific Heights. We were looking for Kyle Anderson based solely on a brief description. A tall, good-looking man with dark hair driving a white Range Rover. Conklin kept his eyes on the road while I scanned the pedestrians. The sidewalks were jammed with people. He said,
You don't think this is a waste of our time? What are the odds we run into a guy with such a vague description? We don't have any photos or witnesses.
But we have a lead. The girl at the house said he was in the Tenderloin driving his white SUV. This is as close as we've gotten yet. There were a lot of people on the street this evening. When we cruised slowly past the garden spot, I noticed music playing and young people out front. Yesterday's shooting hadn't slowed down any celebrations. I turned to Conklin. I can't believe how many tall, good-looking guys with dark hair are in the city.
I'm one of them.
He grinned.
But I see what you mean. It's like looking at a Where's Waldo book but not knowing exactly what Waldo looks like.
I got a glimpse of someone. It wasn't a man. It was a young woman. Just a flash of black hair. Something about the way she turned her head. I kept staring out the passenger window and finally got a better view. It's Lizzie Nunez again. Lizzie was walking toward us but faded in and out of the crowd. Then I saw something that truly surprised me. She was with someone. She was with a tall man with dark hair who looked a little like Eric Snaff. I turned to Conklin. Pull over, pull over. I think Lizzie Nunez is walking with our man Kyle Anderson.
No way,
Conklin said, but he pulled over to the side of the street. I was out of the car before it even stopped moving completely and started marching directly to where I'd just seen Lizzie Nunez. I was dressed in an SFPD raid jacket, leaving no doubt who I was as soon as I got out of the car. Conklin caught up to me quickly. He was still wearing his brown delivery uniform, but he'd thrown a windbreaker over it to hide the gun on his hip. The jacket must have been Brady's because it hung on Conklin like he was wrapped in a tent. I caught another quick glimpse of Lizzie's face. She and the dark-haired man were headed this way. A line of shops and 2 apartment buildings took up this entire block. Just to be on the safe side, Conklin jogged to the side so he could be positioned to stop the man if he ran in that direction. My heart started to beat faster. The crowd parted. I was looking straight ahead at Lizzie Nunez, chatting cheerfully with the tall, dark-haired man. They were headed right toward me. Lizzie looked up, but didn't recognize me. Until she saw my jacket. A moment later, the man noticed it as well. Rich Conklin was now in position behind them. Only a few people in the crowd around us realized anything unusual was going on. I held up my badge and said, "Kyle Anderson, we need to talk to you." I saw his eyes shift from side to side. He's going to run, I thought. "Don't run, Kyle," I said out loud, less as a command to a suspect as a heads-up for Conklin. The dark-haired man turned and made Conklin instantly. That's when Kyle pulled a knife from his belt line. Chapter 101. Kyle Anderson realized he was boxed in and jumped right into attack mode. Instead of trying to outrun us, he grabbed Lizzie by her arm. He jerked her in close to him and stuck the point of the knife directly on her throat. A line of blood dripped down Lizzie's neck. Kyle said,
I don't want to hurt anyone. Tell your partner to step around and join you.
I could tell by his voice he wasn't panicked. He may have been desperate, but he also had made certain calculations. He knew we wouldn't risk the girl's life. I motioned to Conklin. He'd already heard the threat and was easing around in a wide arc. Now people in the immediate area realized there was trouble. A few screams started a cascade. I guessed the shooting at the garden spot last night had put people on edge. Suddenly people were falling over one another to get out of our way. Rich and I now stood directly in front of Kyle and Lizzie. We'd both drawn our pistols. We aimed them at the suspect. There was no way we were going to risk a shot past Lizzie's head. I wondered what Kyle wanted next. Whatever it was, chances were slim he'd get it. Lizzie let out a strangled sob. It focused me. I said as calmly as I could, "Put the knife down, Kyle. You don't want to make things worse." I was expecting some sort of negotiation, Instead, Kyle shoved Lizzie directly toward us, then turned and sprinted into the crowd. Conklin took off running after him, but I lost sight of them both almost immediately. I knelt down and said to Lizzie, "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "Do you remember me, Lizzie?" She shook her head again. I didn't want to push too hard, but I couldn't just leave her. Just then, a San Francisco street crisis response worker burst through the crowd. She saw my jacket.
Do you need me to call for help?
I glanced up and said quickly, "Yes, stay with this girl and call for help." I was off and running in the same direction I'd last seen Conklin go. I turned down an alleyway and raced along. I could hear shouting from around the corner of the building. There, in the area in front of several back doors with plastic garbage bins lining the wall, I found the two men facing each other. Kyle had already ditched his knife.
I'm unarmed.
He held his hands out wide. I came to a stop next to a garbage bin with old newspapers stacked on top of it. Now Kyle had Conklin in front of him and me to his right. I didn't draw my pistol. One of us was going to have to handcuff this guy. Kyle started to pant. It almost sounded like he was choking. He somehow squeaked out,
I need my inhaler.
He eased a hand into his left front pocket. Conklin barked,
Take that hand out of your pocket slowly.
Kyle did as he was told. When his left hand came up, he was holding some kind of inhaler in it. Now his breathing was really rough. He adjusted the inhaler in his hand and looked at Conklin for some kind of permission to use it. My partner glanced at me, and as he did, Kyle mashed the button of the inhaler. It sprayed an orange mist into Conklin's face and sent him stumbling backward. Kyle turned to me with the inhaler still in his hand. Out of instinct, I reached down and grabbed a newspaper off the garbage bin. Just as he sprayed, I got the paper up and spread it in front of my face. It worked like a shield, perfectly. Then I just ran forward with the paper in front of me. My whole body connected with Kyle's. My momentum took both of us backward until he slammed into the brick wall of the building. I felt his head snap as it hit the wall hard. When I stepped back, ready to fight, Kyle just slumped to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 102. Almost exactly 24 hours after coming to this same hospital with Alain Crézy, I was back. This time I was sitting in the corner of a hospital room while a young intern examined Kyle Anderson. It was well past visiting hours, too late to go see Alain. One of the floor nurses said he was sleeping anyway. I'd have to wait to tell him the progress we'd made. Rich Conklin sat next to me on an adjustable padded stool with an advertisement for a medical supply company stenciled on it. A paramedic had helped flush the pepper spray from Conklin's eyes and face, but he still had bloodshot eyes and a runny nose. He'd barely said a word since we'd arrived at the hospital. I leaned over from my uncomfortable, non-padded stool and said, "How are you feeling now?"
Mostly just embarrassed that this asshole pepper sprayed me while I was holding a gun.
Even after getting splashed with homemade pepper spray, Rich retained his sense of humor. That was vital in police work. He said to me,
Now I know why they make us get pepper sprayed in the academy. It's disorienting. But I'm glad you were there. I felt totally incapacitated.
I glanced over at Kyle, who was handcuffed to his hospital bed rail. He was alert and responsive. In fact, we were starting to question if he'd ever actually been unconscious or had been faking it all along. The guy had proven to be an extremely smooth talker. I imagined he'd wormed his way out of many dangerous situations before. We'd arranged for a private room while the doctors decided if they needed to keep him. At least in a private room, we could guard him safely. It was a standard single-occupancy room. The smell of disinfectants and cleaners overwhelmed any other odors. Kyle looked at me and said,
I don't understand why I'm being treated like this.
You mean professionally and reasonably? Transported to the hospital and evaluated by doctors? Offered food and drink at regular intervals? I'm not sure how you expected to be treated after you ran from police, then pepper sprayed a homicide inspector. Kyle was at least smart enough to know not to say anything more. I read him his rights and went through a few administrative issues. Then I said, "Are you interested in talking to us?"
Sure. It's only a lousy prostitution charge.
I couldn't keep the smile from spreading across my face. Is that all it is? Chapter 103. We spent a few minutes talking to Kyle Anderson, laying out our evidence against him for human trafficking. We even told him about our witness, Jason Cortland. Kyle let out a snort of laughter.
I'm sure Jason made it sound like a bigger operation than it is. All I do is refer girls.
That's what Jason said he did.
It's true. He referred girls to me, then I refer them to other people.
That's what we're interested in, Kyle. Tell us about these other people. Tell us about your role in the organization.
I just told you my role.
So you're a stringer? That was the term Alain Crézy had used. Kyle was quick to say,
That's exactly what I was, a stringer.
"Who did you refer Donna Harris to?" The name caught him completely by surprise. He lost all of his bravado. I saw his Adam's apple bob as he took a big swallow. After too much time, he let out a weak,
I don't think I know that name.
Most people called her Missy. She wanted to be a stand-up comedian. You dumped her body in the ocean.
I don't think.
What about Tina Barnes, the poor girl you left in Golden Gate Park?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? Because both of them were found murdered with pepper spray residue all over their faces. I'm going to bet it's the very same sort of pepper spray residue we'll find in your little inhaler. I paused and studied Kyle's face. Sweat was building over his upper lip. Though I guess technically it's not an inhaler if it shoots stuff out. I stopped talking at that point and sat in silence. Nothing Conklin or I could say would be worse than what Kyle's imagination was conjuring for him now. It looked like it was working. Kyle was literally squirming in the hospital bed. After a couple of minutes, he said,
I need to use the bathroom.
There was a definite panic in his voice.
Really? I need it right now.
Conklin guided him out of bed and cuffed his hands behind his back. Kyle rushed into the bathroom. He fell down on the white-tiled floor and slid on his knees until he was next to the toilet. Then he started to vomit. Conklin stood guard at the open door, not wanting to fall for a second ruse in one day. Although I'd have to say this seemed legit. Kyle vomited several more times. Rich helped him to his feet and wiped his face with a paper towel. After he got Kyle settled back in a chair, the man looked up and said,
What kind of deal can I make?
I looked directly at him. I kept my tone very even. This is not a negotiation. Give us everything you have on the organization. Help us find the girls, and we won't push for a maximum sentence. I'm not saying we'll testify on your behalf, but we won't block any attempt to get a lighter sentence. You won't get that offer again once we leave this room. We let him think about it for probably 5 minutes. Kyle looked up at us and said,
I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Chapter 104. I was careful to explain that we needed something concrete, not some vague conspiracy with other people Kyle didn't know. A smirk on his face told me he had something to trade. The first thing he did was provide addresses to 2 houses. One of them was in the Mission. He said no one was there right now. The other one was the Pacific Heights house that we had gone to earlier. I told Kyle about the search warrant. At this point, he didn't seem to care. He gave us some phone numbers and a couple of names of people he dealt with. It still wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Kyle had a hitch in his voice.
I don't know what else I can give you. I've already confessed. I'm really trying to work with you.
Do you want to go into any more detail about Donna Harris or Tina Barnes?
They were accidents. I don't make money if I can't provide girls. I didn't mean to hurt either of them.
Which girl didn't you mean to hurt? The one you punched in the throat and let suffocate slowly in the park? Or was it the girl you strangled then tossed in the ocean? I was just about to end this conversation. I wanted to find a killer, and I had. But something deep in my brain said it was important I keep finding out about the organization. I wanted to locate missing girls. I stayed silent to let Kyle realize all of this. Kyle gave us 2 hotels where they had several girls housed. They weren't the greatest hotels, but they weren't like some of the hotels in the Tenderloin.
We sent some of the girls overseas. That only happened a few times a year. That was over my pay grade. All I did was check on the girls we had housed here in San Francisco.
We're going to need names, phone numbers, and descriptions.
I'll need my phone, but I think I can provide quite a bit. I do have a name for someone who referred a lot of girls to me. She also would ride with me sometimes when we were just looking for random girls on the street. It's easier to have a woman with me to break the ice.
That made my skin crawl. It also made me question allowing this monster to cut any kind of deal at all. Then Kyle surprised me. He said,
"This woman used to work with Jason Cortland. She's been very helpful. Her name is Gina Scritori."
Chapter 105. Yuki Castellano stared down at her notes. Scribbles only she could decipher on a simple yellow legal pad. This morning's trial had yet to begin. It was still early, and there weren't many people in the courtroom. She was trying to concentrate. It was difficult. Crazy difficult. She was ready for her star witness. Roberto Paz was a 58-year-old Venezuelan immigrant, now confined to a wheelchair. He'd been a long-distance runner most of his life. Just that introduction to the jury would be a great start. Then she'd build the narrative. He was working at his grocery store 17 months ago when he'd walked outside and seen Elio Huerta. Paz knew who he was and told him to move from the front of his store. They argued for a moment. Then Elio pulled a 9mm pistol from under his shirt and shot Paz without warning. The bullet passed through his stomach and lodged in his spine. Yuki had already presented medical and tactical experts to explain exactly what a wound like that did to a human body. All she had to do now was get Roberto Paz on the stand to tell the story of the incident himself. Yuki turned her head and was surprised to see her husband standing in the gallery. He was decked out in a sharp blue suit with a yellow striped tie. She stood up from the prosecution's table and walked to where Brady stood next to the low oak divider.
I didn't think I'd see you upright for at least a day.
She stepped through the swinging gate and gave her husband a kiss on the cheek.
What brings you around here after being up all night?
"Can I support my wife?"
Brady waggled his eyebrows and added,
"I also wanted to get a look at this defense attorney, Angela Torres. You made her sound like the devil incarnate."
He glanced over at the attorney, who was chatting with one of the bailiffs near the empty jury box.
"She sure don't look like the devil to me."
He grinned. Yuki slugged her husband in the arm. All that did was make him laugh. When she'd punched him, she'd dropped her pen on the floor. She bent down to pick it up and noticed a small pistol Brady kept on his left ankle. He called it his backup gun, a holdover from his days working in Miami. He'd once had a pistol jam on him. His backup pistol was the only thing that saved his life. She stood up and said to him quietly,
You're not supposed to have a gun in the courtroom, even if you're a cop.
I didn't even realize it. I locked up my duty weapon downstairs and forgot all about my backup. The security guard let me through his station. The line for the magnetometer was too long. Don't rat me out.
Two of the beefy patrol officers who'd been following the trial stepped through the door and headed for their spots at the front of the gallery. They both stiffened when they saw the homicide lieutenant standing there. Brady said.
Relax, boys. Just like you, I'm here to get a look at the defense attorney.
Just then, a door at the side of the courtroom opened. Bailiffs uncuffed the defendants and led them into the courtroom. Elio Huerta was the first. He was dressed in his usual charcoal gray suit. Yuki looked at Brady and said,
It's almost showtime.
Chapter 106. Toward the end of almost any trial, Yuki Castellano started to feel the stress. Most prosecutors did. It was a tough job, and this was the most stressful part of it. There were a few quick housekeeping matters to handle with Judge Cousins. He asked Yuki if she was ready. Yuki said in a clear and firm voice,
The state calls Roberto Paz.
A moment later, a bailiff stepped to the main courtroom door. He held it open for someone to push Roberto Paz into the courtroom. All eyes were on the man in the wheelchair. Yuki was already going through the initial questions in her head. The bailiff walked in front of the wheelchair to open up the gallery's low, swinging gate. Yuki glanced behind her just as they came through the gate. She didn't recognize the tattooed young woman pushing Roberto Paz. Yuki looked down at her witness and said,
Where's your son today, Roberto?
One look at her witness's face told her something was wrong. Terribly wrong. He was dead silent and kept looking at the floor. Yuki dropped to one knee to look him in the face.
Roberto, is everything okay?
That's when she got her answer. Not from Roberto Paz, but from the woman pushing his wheelchair, who leaned down and came back up, holding an automatic pistol. She pointed the pistol at the two bailiffs. The woman said in accented English, "Drop your guns!" The bailiffs complied. Elio was already out of his chair, cackling as he raced across the courtroom and scooped up the two pistols from the floor. He hustled back to the defense's table and offered one of the guns to another defendant. The young woman who'd pushed Roberto into the courtroom called to Elio. Yuki's limited Spanish told her the woman had said something like, "We gotta move." Elio spun in the middle of the courtroom with his index finger on his lips to make sure everyone remained silent. To reinforce his order, his other hand held the gun at eye level. Yuki was still kneeling next to Roberto Paz's wheelchair. She was trembling so badly she didn't know if she could stand up. She glanced over at the defense's table. Angela Torres looked terrified. Both of her hands were on the table. It looked like she was trying to keep herself from shaking right off her chair. She was staring straight ahead. Then Elio grabbed Torres by the arm.
You're going to walk out of here casually with me. Anita's going to stay here to make sure everyone keeps quiet until we're out of the building.
He jerked the attorney out of her chair, then dragged her toward the gallery. Yuki just hoped he left without shooting anyone. It was a pretty big hope. Chapter 107. Rich Conklin and I had to act fast on the information Kyle Anderson had given us. That's why this morning we were at a busy cafe on Brannan Street in Bayside Village. I'd picked the east side of the city in the hopes it would lure Gina Scritori from San Julio more easily. It would save the youth worker 20 minutes of drive time. As soon as Kyle had called her, Gina agreed to meet with him. He told her he had a $3,000 bonus for her. That was enough for her to call in sick to the youth center. Now I sat in one corner of the cafe with Conklin in the other. 4 other detectives were in strategic spots around the building and outside. Sitting in a booth by himself was Kyle Anderson. He'd been told not to leave his seat under any circumstances. He had 2 different recording devices on him, plus one hidden on the table. Kyle was aware that his only chance at a deal was to get Gina on tape corroborating everything he'd told them. I had faith in the detectives I'd gathered, but it was still a risky endeavor. Kyle could try to escape. Gina could be caught in crossfire? Only God knew what could go wrong, and he wasn't giving me any hints. Gina strutted into the cafe at 10:05 a.m., pretty close to on time. She slipped into the long booth and greeted Kyle casually. It validated everything Kyle had said about the relationship. She was friendly, not cautious. I held a menu up in front of my face while I listened to their conversation on a small Bluetooth earpiece. Kyle got right down to business.
We might slow down operations for a little while.
He made it sound like they were in the military. Gina was surprised. Why's that? I was hoping to put down a payment on a Porsche I saw in Walnut Creek. I could use some more cash.
We just want to make sure that cop has moved on to something else. You did me a solid by telling me she'd be on Geary Street the other day. I shot a round just over her head. That must have made her think.
Gina said, I'm just glad you didn't hurt her. She's a nice woman.
You going soft on me, Gina?
Nope. Gina laughed. By the way, we just got a new girl in the facility. She's an absolute knockout. She's 17, almost 6 feet tall, and looks like a farm girl. A gorgeous farm girl. Kyle grinned and said,
Well, maybe we can take on one more girl before we go on break.
I had heard enough. Gina had incriminated herself. She had corroborated basically everything Kyle had said. I caught Conklin's eye from across the crowded cafe. I nodded. He stood up. We eased over to the booth. It took a second for Gina to look up and realize we were standing there. She smiled and said, Hey, Lindsay, what are... Then it hit her. She knew exactly why the police were standing in front of her. I leaned down and said, Stand up and walk out of here with us quietly. I'd prefer not to make a scene. And if I don't? Picture yourself on the floor with me sitting on top of you while I handcuff you. That's the best case scenario. Gina nodded. She shot a murderous glance at Kyle. Then she quietly stood up. When she reached for her purse, Conklin plucked it out of her hand. I said, Sorry, we don't know what you have in the purse. As soon as we stepped out of the front door of the cafe, I said, You have the right to remain silent. Chapter 108. Yuki Castellano was virtually paralyzed with fear. She'd crawled the few remaining feet to the prosecution's table. She stayed on her knees, watching the drama unfold before her. But her biggest fear was what her husband might do. He was in the last row before the exit door. He had his backup pistol, and he was no coward. She got queasy just thinking about what could happen. She was staring at Elio Huerta, who now had Angela Torres by her thick black hair. Anita, the woman with the gun, was standing right next to him. The three of them were shuffling out of the courtroom. Each faced a different direction. Anita was shuffling backward. She looked like she was enjoying herself. A broad smile and bright eyes were at odds with the gray gunmetal in her hand. When they were about to reach the gallery's swinging gate, Elio looked right at Yuki. He stopped shuffling and stared at her. Yuki's blood went cold. After a pause, Elio said,
You almost buried me. I respect your effort.
Then he kept moving. Just as they reached the gate, one of the bailiffs made a quick move toward a side door. Anita didn't hesitate to fire twice. The sound reverberated in the quiet courtroom. It sounded like someone slapping a board on a kitchen counter. The bailiff fell and slid on the floor. A horrid red streak of blood stained the floor where he'd fallen. Yuki felt like she was going to faint. She risked a glance to the back of the courtroom. Brady was sitting stock still. That told Yuki he was going to surprise the thugs. She didn't like that scenario at all. But she liked what she saw next even less. Her husband leaned down to draw his pistol from his ankle holster. Yuki didn't want to see what was about to happen. but she couldn't turn away. Now, Elio and his partner were slipping through the gate, dragging poor Angela Torres with them as the attorney sobbed and begged to be let go. Just then, there was movement in the front row of the gallery. The two patrolmen who'd been coming to the trial every day leaped off the bench in unison. They each took one of the armed assailants by surprise. It looked like linebackers hitting an unsuspecting quarterback. The impact was terrific and immediate. Elio went down under the weight of one patrolman. His head struck the low barrier around the gallery with a sickening sound. The gun dropped out of Huerta's hand onto the floor. The second police officer collided with Anita, but instead of flattening her, the force sent her flying to the back of the courtroom. The woman managed to get her feet back under her quickly and stood up with the gun still in her hand. Yuki left the relative safety of the prosecution's table and scurried across the short distance to where Angela Torres was on her hands and knees. She guided the defense attorney to the other side of the gallery's gate and stuffed her under one of the tables.
"It's going to be okay,"
she said as she patted the shattered defense attorney's arm.
"It's going to be okay."
Yuki wished she could believe her own words. Yuki peered over the low gallery wall. Elio was out of the fight, but Anita was pointing her gun at a patrolman's head. The girl said, "Nighty-night." Yuki shouted,
"Please don't do it!"
That broke the girl's concentration for an instant. She looked over to see who had shouted. That's when another gunshot rang out. Chapter 109. Yuki Castellano didn't want to look. She knew too many cops who'd been killed in the line of duty. This was worse. This was just an execution. But as Yuki stared, blood quickly started to pour out of a wound in the young woman's throat. Anita reached up with her left hand, shaking uncontrollably. She tried to speak. It was garbled. It sounded like she was underwater. Blood leaked out of her mouth. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Then she toppled over. Yuki looked toward the door. Brady stood at the back of the courtroom, holding a small .380 automatic pistol in his hand. His backup gun. Bailiffs rushed into the courtroom from two different doors. Their guns were up as they scanned the room. One of them went directly to the judge. He hurried the judge through the rear door and out of the room. Another bailiff went directly to the jury box and ushered the hysterical jurors through the closest door. People were scrambling to get out the main door to the hallway. As soon as they pushed the door open, several uniformed police officers rushed in to help, even though none of them had guns. Angela Torres slowly sat up. She looked at the horrendous damage in the courtroom. It was like she suddenly realized who she'd been trying to let back out onto the street. She took a breath and then started to wail. Yuki wrapped her arms around her. It was all she could think to do. A few minutes later, with the courtroom almost completely cleared, paramedics rushed in with a gurney. Brady came over and crouched on the floor next to Yuki. He glanced down at the now quiet Angela Torres. He brushed some hair out of Yuki's face. Then he said, "It's over." That was Yuki's signal to let all of her stress go. She took an arm away from Torres and wrapped it around her husband's thick neck.
"You always seem to show up at just the right time."
Chapter 110. It was late afternoon. Both Rich Conklin and I had wanted to return to the Hall of Justice. We'd heard about the incident at Yuki's trial. We wanted to help. But the scene was being handled. There was nothing we could do. After I'd finished a phone call, I turned to Rich. "Did you hear that Frank Hodges was killed in the courtroom?" Rich nodded slowly.
He was a good dude. I don't know why he took the bailiff's job after he retired from the PD. I know he thought he'd be safe at the courthouse. He has 2 kids in high school.
We were silent as we contemplated our friend's death. After a few seconds, I said, "The woman Brady shot in the throat looks like she's going to survive. Elio Huerta is in ICU. He broke his neck when the cops jumped on him." Rich mumbled,
Hope he ends up in a wheelchair like the poor grocer he shot.
I didn't like to say things like that, but I was definitely thinking along the same lines. We decided to make use of our time with the information Gina Scritori and Kyle Anderson had given us. We'd already checked one of the hotels Gina told us about. There were 2 girls in the room there. Neither of them seemed surprised the police were checking on them, or happy that their job was over. Next, we visited the Hotel Randall in the Mission. Relatively small and privately owned, the hotel wasn't known for issues. Some people might call it a boutique hotel. There were rose bushes in the front, a cozy, friendly feeling in the lobby, and best of all, freshly baked cookies at the front desk. We had no problem with the manager once we explained there'd be no arrests. We were merely checking on the welfare of 1 or more girls who were in a room. We needed the manager to point out which room had been rented long-term. He knew exactly who we wanted to see. The manager took me and Conklin to the 4th floor. I was surprised by how clean the hotel was on the inside. The only odor I smelled was disinfectant. The carpet was in good shape and the walls freshly painted. The manager had a pass key just in case we needed it. We had him wait at the end of the hall. I said, "Just to be on the safe side. There's a chance there could be someone in the room with the girls. I don't want to risk a random gunshot." The manager, who'd already told them he'd only been on the job 2 weeks, seemed more than happy to wait down the hall. Conklin and I approached the door. We stood on either side of it. I knocked on the door with my right fist. 3 good hard raps. About 10 seconds later, I heard the chain on the inside of the door being unlatched. The door opened, and a cute girl with dyed blue hair poked her head out. She looked at me, then Conklin.
Hey, what's up?
I badged her. She didn't seem concerned. I said, "Can we come in and talk to you for a minute?"
Am I under arrest?
"Nope."
Then come on in.
She stepped away from the door and welcomed us in with a sweep of her arm. It was a big room with 2 double beds and a cot crammed in the corner. A dark-skinned girl looked up from a table. It looked like she was writing something. She, too, didn't seem concerned strangers were in the room. We had so much to discuss with them, I wasn't sure where to start. Did I tell them about Kyle being arrested? Did I ask them how they'd ended up here? Did we try to identify other members of the trafficking organization? Then someone stepped out of the bathroom. She was drying her hair with a blue striped towel and had another towel wrapped around her torso. She came to a stop just past the bathroom door. When she dropped the towel she'd been drying her hair with, I had to take a deep breath. It was Nicole Snaff. Chapter 111. Claire Washburn had taken a long break after she heard about the terrible incident in the courtroom. Her friend Yuki Castellano was safe, but there had been casualties. She'd had a nodding acquaintance with the bailiff Frank Hodges, who used to be a San Francisco police officer. She could only imagine what his 2 kids were feeling about now. But Claire had something to do. Something important to her that no one else ever knew about. It was a minor ritual. It held no actual importance to her job or to the criminal justice system. First, she picked up her working file on Donna Harris. The file on the young woman whose body had washed up on Marshall's Beach had sat in her line of sight for weeks. She now took the file and carefully placed it into an old, olive green file cabinet. This was where cases with an arrest were stored. It didn't mean they'd have a conviction, but from everything Claire had heard, the case was closed. Next, she picked up the file for Tina Barnes. This case had special meaning because she'd been present when the body was found in Golden Gate Park. She performed the exact same ritual. Claire placed the file directly in front of Donna Harris's file. Finally, she picked up the file for the most recent arrival in her autopsy lab. The body of missing waitress Amy Phelps, another of Kyle Anderson's victims. Claire never rushed these moments. Sometimes she felt like this was the only thing that kept her going. Being a medical examiner could be a tough job, but it could also be satisfying. Claire thought about all the effort that had gone into the case. She also couldn't help but lament all that these young women would miss out on. But they would see justice. She was confident of that. Claire looked at her watch and realized she was running a little late. She wasn't looking forward to meeting Hope at a Starbucks a few blocks away, but she couldn't wait any longer. She'd played nice aunt for too long. Hope had too much cash, and her attitude had turned so negative. Claire had to find out what was going on and what it was her niece was involved in. She just had to make sure not to drive Hope away, or she'd never see her niece again. By the time Claire made it through the doors of the coffee shop, Hope was already sitting at a table in the corner with 2 lattes.
You sounded very serious on the phone, Aunt Claire. What did you want to talk about?
Claire thought about chatting with her niece. She even considered abandoning her idea of confrontation completely. But she summoned the courage to speak frankly.
I'm worried about you, Hope. You know what I see in my job and hear from my friends on the police force?
She didn't like how uncomfortable Hope looked hearing that.
My friend Lindsay just broke up a local human trafficking operation, and it made me wonder about you. I'm afraid you could be sucked into something like that.
You mean trafficking people?
Hope's voice betrayed how outraged she was at the idea.
Not necessarily that. Maybe something a little shady like escort work. I don't know. I just know you don't seem to have direction, and you have a lot of cash. You disappear and show up back at home late at night. That's why I had to ask you face to face. And it's only because I love you dearly. I know you can see that.
Hope looked down at her latte. She didn't say a word. Claire looked down too and noticed Hope's footwear. The young woman was wearing what looked to be brand new, high-end leather sneakers. That didn't help the awkward silence in any way. Then her niece looked at her with those clear, beautiful brown eyes. Hope let out a long sigh like she'd resigned herself to confessing. Claire braced herself for what she was about to hear.
Okay. I'll admit I've been doing something you and my parents wouldn't approve of. And I've made some money. But I haven't blown it. I have a bank account with over $15,000 in it right now.
But how? Don't mortgage your future for a few dollars. I can help you with whatever you're going through. You can just walk away from it. I promise that I will support you 100%.
There was another long silence before Hope said,
Okay. At any rate, I've been doing it long enough.
Doing what?
I've been selling Zsa Zsa.
I'm sorry, what? You mean like Zsa Zsa Gabor?
What's that?
She was an actress. It doesn't matter. What Zsa Zsa are you talking about? I'm very confused.
Zsa Zsa is a form of synthetic marijuana,
Hope told her.
It's been totally legal, I swear. I'll admit I might have leaned into my looks a little bit to sell at clubs and places like that, but that's it.
Claire was taken aback, and it showed on her face.
You're selling drugs?
I wasn't doing anything illegal,
Hope insisted.
At least at the time. But they just passed a bill in the California Senate to ban Zsa Zsa, so I was already planning to quit now.
Claire couldn't help but start to cry. Just a little, but it was enough to affect Hope. She started to cry too. Hope stepped around the table and hugged her aunt. They held each other for a long time. Chapter 112. It was double the size of our usual get-togethers at Susie's. Everyone was here, including our husbands. And I had brought Alain Crézy. He'd been out of the hospital for a full day and said he felt up to a pleasant happy hour. When I picked him up from his hotel, he looked a little tired, but he was as well-dressed as usual. He wore a blue sport coat over a nice button-down shirt. Somehow, he had convinced his daughter he was okay and not to cross the Atlantic. We talked about the case. We'd recovered 8 girls so far, and we weren't finished looking. Sergeant Davis had new leads on Carly Nash and Katie Dharma. We also had a lead on a 16-year-old who'd disappeared from Oakland 5 months ago. It looked like she might be in Brussels, Belgium. Alain said,
That is a huge success. Do you know how rare it is to actually save any of these girls?
Sadly, I was starting to learn. I said, Nicole Snaff said she'd been tired of living in a little town like San Julio. Jason Cortland talked to her about the whole wide world out there. It just made her want to leave even more. She felt like her father was trying to control her. But almost as soon as she fell in with the group in San Francisco, she regretted it. San Julio to San Francisco is hardly the whole wide world.
Did she say why she stayed? Did anyone force her?
Not with violence. They kept talking about travel and sent her to a couple of parties. She eventually realized who she was working for. She did a few things she's not proud of. She said it was a little like being in a cult. There was always someone checking on you and convincing you to work. Alain just nodded. Lorraine came over with pitchers of beer and platters of jerked chicken. I leaned back with Joe's arm around my shoulders. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. It was wonderful just to hear my friends laughing. I'd closed out several cases. Yuki's trial was over, even if it hadn't ended the way she'd wanted it to. Claire had resolved her issues with Hope, and Cindy was getting an exclusive for the Chronicle. She was also really making progress with her book.
I set up a little surprise for everyone.
Cindy told us. What did you do? Order us a cake?
Better.
2 cakes? Cindy giggled and then pointed toward the door. I looked up and saw a couple walking toward us. As they got closer, I realized who it was. Nicole Snaff and her father, Eric. I couldn't believe it. They both looked great. Nicole said with a smile,
Do you mind if we join you?
One loud cheer told them to pull up chairs. Now it felt like a real party. Chapter 113. Almost 2 weeks after the dust had settled on our investigation, our lives seemed to get back to normal. I made it a point to spend a lot more time with Julie. I invited Mrs. Rose over for coffee on the weekends. I even took a few days off just to hang out at our apartment. Joe had done the same. Martha lay on her living room dog bed in the corner. Her consistent wheeze told me she was breathing. Maybe not as clearly as I would have wished, but there was still air moving through her lungs. It was heavenly. I was sitting on the couch as Julie played a game on my tablet. I heard my phone play the opening bars of California Dreamin'. As soon as I answered, I heard Jackson Brady's voice. I knew this wasn't a call I wanted. Brady said,
Sorry to bother you, Linz. We just found a body near the ferry terminal. We need you.
Reality was calling my name. This has been a Hachette audio production of 26 Beauties, written by James Patterson, read by January Lavoie, produced by Melanie Schmidt, recorded by John St. Dennis at Magic Lantern, post-production supervised by Laura Zaccardi, post-production by Chris Gardner, quality control by Molly Thompson. 26 Beauties is also available in print and as an ebook from Little Brown & Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2026 by James Patterson. Audio production copyright 2026 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination